Shalom, brethren. Welcome all. Okay, I guess I just want to jump right into this review. Oh yeah, so I'm going to do the intro to the review, let James talk for a bit, and then I'm basically going to do like a sound check real quick because I've never done this, and I don't want to do a whole live stream with the sound not working right. And then we'll get right into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. This is going to be a fun one, folks. I want to let you know if it's your first time here to Modern Day Debate, we are a channel that strives to host debates on science, politics, and religion in the most neutral way possible so everybody can have their chance to make their case on an equal playing field. And we do want to let you know, no matter what walk of life you are from, Christian, atheist, you name it, folks, we really do hope you feel welcome, and we are excited for today's debate. Want to let you know a couple of housekeeping things for the channel before we get rolling. One is that if you haven't heard, Modern Day Debate has invaded the podcast world. This is an addition to our YouTube channel. We're really excited about this. Let us know if you can't find us on your favorite podcast app, and we'll work to get on there. Also, excited for future debates. Next week, David Smalley and Randall Rouser will be facing off on whether or not it's rational to believe in Christianity. So that should be a really fun one. And if you want reminders, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have many other debates coming up as well. Want to let you know, for today's debate, it's going to be kind of a in the middle of the road type of debate in terms of format. It's going to be 15-minute opening statements, followed by 10-minute rebuttals, and then 50 to 60 minutes or so of open conversation and 30 minutes, 5-minute closings, followed by 30 minutes of Q&A. So if you have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. And if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, it makes it easier for me to get every question in that Q&A list. Super chat is also an option, in which case you can also make a comment toward one of the speakers that they, of course, would get a chance to respond to, and it'll push your question or comment to the top of the list for the Q&A. Want to let you know, though, of course, we really do appreciate our guests being here. So with your super chats or questions, whatever it is, we ask that you be as respectful and be your regular, friendly selves. That does go a long way. And with that, I want to say thanks to our guests, though. It's a true pleasure to have both Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Jonathan McLatchie on. So we'll start just with Matt Dillahunty. If you have somehow not heard of him, if you have interest in these debate, folks, I want to let you know. Basically, you could say, would it be fair to say the founder and current leader of the atheist experience, a monstrous, huh?
No, actually.
What would be the formal titles?
The show's been on for 23 years. I've been hosting it for about 15 or so. I've just been doing it since we decided to broadcast it live on the internet as well. Before that, there was some recorded stuff. It was local public access and some great people involved, but I didn't create it. So in much the same way that I was never actually a preacher, I was studying to be a preacher. I am not the creator of the atheist experience. I'm just the guy that's been hosting it more than anybody and for longer, but it's all good.
Absolutely. And he is linked below. So if you want to hear more from Matt, you certainly can at that link. And very excited to let you know as well, Dr. Jonathan McLatchie joining us again. Glad to have you, Jonathan. If you could share just what you've been up to as well in terms of what people can find at your link. Thanks for being here, Jonathan.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on. Great to be here. So you can find me at jonathanmclatchie.com. That's my personal website where I have many of my articles, and you can also find links to my YouTube channel and book me to speak and that sort of fun stuff there as well. I like to counsel Christians to wrestle with intellectual doubts. There's a form on my website that Christians can fill out and tell me about their intellectual doubts, and I set up live Zoom meetings to discuss their doubts with them in confidence. I am an assistant professor of biology at Christian College in Boston, Massachusetts, called Sattler College. My PhD is in the field of evolutionary biology, and I'm very interested in Christian apologetics and defending the veracity of the Christian faith, looking at the scientific aspect as well, since that's my field of primary expertise. And I'm also interested in biblical apologetics and biblical historiography, in particular on the resurrection of Jesus, which is the topic of our conversation today.
Well, I never unmuted myself, so okay, now this will be my sound check, but I'm going to go ahead and move on with talking, and when I hear it come in, I'll mute it. So that'll be my cue. Now, what we just heard him speak about, Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, is that he likes apologetics and he's big on the scientific approach. Well, I never unmuted myself, so. Okay, well, I'm plenty loud. I might want to be a little bit further from the microphone then. Okay, so, and let me see. Hello, Honesty Angel. So I do see chat now. So yeah, if I'm not loud enough or if I'm too loud, Honesty, please let me know from here on out. And okay, so what I'm going to discuss is how important it is to have a complete apologetic ready, or in a debate to be fully ready for the debate from our worldview and the worldview of Christ and the confidence of Him in the truth. Jonathan McLatchie is one of my favorite biblical scholars. Not that I really know the scholars stuff that well. I go right into learning the vocabulary and the scriptures pretty directly usually. But he doesn't really assume the presuppositions, the secular presuppositions of the secular world like a lot of Christian academics do. So his theories on what time certain books of the Bible were written and stuff like that are more grounded in the truth in Christ. So he's a very good scholar. And he might be a very good apologetic, like if he's not in a debate situation. So what we're going to see as we watch this, and we might skip a lot of what Jonathan says because he's just going to say a lot of really good scholarship. And those of us who are Christians, we already know the truth. And you can see the debate in the link. But Matt Dillahunty is going to come up with all the objections that we're going to address because Jonathan didn't address them. And we might not address all the objections, but I'll at least give my opinion as to what was missing from this debate and from this apologetic to address these problems. And it's just going to kind of happen as we go. This debate was just aired a couple hours ago, and I thought it was important to respond to. I have a lot to say about it. So we're just going to get into it from here because Dillahunty does win this debate. And wow, there's just a lot to say about it. So I'm going to keep it going. It's at 1.25 speed.
Absolutely. And so with that, folks, really excited to jump into it. We will hand it over to Dr. Jonathan McLatchie for his 15-minute opening statement. I've got the timer set, and we'll start it on your first word, Jonathan. Thanks so much. Let's see. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I'll start again.
No problem.
Okay, so first of all, let me thank Matt Dillahunty for agreeing to participate in today's debate, and James Kunz, of course, for organizing what I hope will be an engaging and spirited discussion. Since my time for and Matt, by the way, and I are closer than you might think in terms of our epistemology. I'm a very staunch evidentialist, so I would argue that I believe in the truth of Christianity because and only because I'm persuaded by the public evidence that Christianity is objectively true. So I'm looking forward to where our conversation goes this afternoon.
Okay, right there, he said his faith in Christianity is because and only because he believes in the evidence for the public declarations of the truth, I think is what he said. And I don't know if that's a Christian epistemology that I would recommend. So I'll slow it down to normal speed here.
In today's debate, and James Kunz, of course, for organizing what I hope will be an engaging and spirited discussion. Closer than you might think in terms of our epistemology. I'm a very staunch evidentialist, so I would argue that I believe in the truth of Christianity because and only because I'm persuaded by the public evidence that Christianity is objectively true.
Because in my persuaded or holds his belief in Christianity because and only because he is persuaded by the evidence that the public declaration of Christianity is true. Now, like that word declaration, I might have gotten wrong. I might have been slightly a paraphrase, but that was really accurate what I just said. Now, the Spirit of God dwells in us, and that's a very noticeable thing. Something that, oh, what's his name? He does the comparison that, you know, if you got hit by a truck, if someone came up to me and told me I was just hit by a semi-truck going 60 miles an hour, it just hit me right in the chest and in the face. And I would not believe them. And it's like, because you can't be hit by a semi-truck and not be changed. And well, I guess Jonathan McLatchie is a changed person, so that wouldn't fit into that. But our trust needs to be in Christ. Our trust cannot be in evidence. So that's the point I'm trying to get at. And I'll put myself back on camera a little bit. Oh, I am back on camera. Yeah, so that's the point I'm trying to get at, is that our trust must be in Christ. And that's a catchphrase I'm trying to have. I think I usually say it, you know, just trust Messiah. And the evidence is good. And of course, if you don't trust Messiah yet, then evidence opens you up to listening. And if you're someone who can get honest with the truth and will let the truth affect you, that'll make you new. You have to lose your life to gain it, as Messiah said. But that impact of truth, right? Yeah, so evidence definitely has its place, but that's not where we put our trust. So what Jonathan says there is a big concern, but we'll go ahead and listen to his whole introduction. That's going to take some time. And after that, I might skip a lot of what he says because I'll just respond mostly to what Dillahunty says. But we should have some context for everyone. And the link to the whole debate, it's in the description. And if it's not, I'll put it there. But as far as I know, I already did. Now, yeah, so if you haven't seen the whole debate, then I would like you to watch it and support James at Modern Day Debate. And also, it's there for you to see the other half of this argument that I'm mostly going to skip. But I'll give him his introduction. So here we go.
So I'm looking forward to where our conversation goes this afternoon. So since my time for my opening statement is very limited, I'm only going to be able to present the bare bones case for the resurrection. But I'm, of course, able to flesh out these arguments and fill in any missing pieces as our discussion progresses. So here are these 4 hypotheses that you see on the screen, I would argue, are mutually exhaustive categories of explanation, which purport to explain and account for the evidence that is before us. The first of those is that Jesus' immediate followers, following his death, did not claim that Jesus rose again. They would have been a surprise to anyone else to hear that Jesus had been raised from the dead, and the Gospels are later myths. We can call that the myth hypothesis. Or secondly, is the followers were deceived into thinking that he rose again. We can call that the hallucination hypothesis. Or thirdly, his followers deceived others into thinking that he rose again. We might call that the conspiracy hypothesis. Or finally, he actually did rise again, the hypothesis to which I myself subscribe. And we can call that, of course, the resurrection hypothesis. Now, let's have a look at some of the evidences that needs to be explained, and then we'll look at some of the what might best explain those facts. Now, I'm sure Matt is very familiar with and acquainted with the oral creedal tradition that Paul passes on in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8. This is Paul's first epistle to the Corinthian church, writing in the mid-50s AD. He says, "For I deliver to you as of first importance what I also received, that Christ died for our sins in accordance with the Scriptures, that he was buried, that he was raised on the 3rd day in accordance with the Scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12, then he appeared to more than 500 brothers at one time. Most of whom are still alive, although some have fallen asleep. Then he appeared to James and to all the apostles. Last of all, as to one untimely born, he appeared also to me." Now, I want to focus on what Paul goes on to say next in verses 9-11. "For I am the least of the apostles, unworthy to be called an apostle, because I persecuted the church of God. But by the grace of God, I am what I am, and his grace toward me was not in vain. On the contrary, I worked harder than any of them, though it was not I, but the grace of God that is with me. Whether then it was I or they, so we preach, and so you believed." And so Paul here seems to be indicating or assuming that the Corinthian Christians understand his proclamation of the core propositions of the gospel, the death of Christ, the burial, the resurrection, to be consistent with what's already been preached to them, proclaimed to them by the other apostles, in particular Peter, James, and the 12. We have independent confirmation, of course, in 1 Corinthians 1 that the Corinthians were acquainted with the preaching of Peter, or Cephas, because Paul chides them for having divisions and factions in their midst. Some say, "I follow Cephas," others Apollos, others I follow Paul, others I follow Christ, and so forth. And so Paul seems to be indicating here that the Corinthians understand what he's now presenting to them concerning the gospel is consistent with what's already been proclaimed by the other apostles. And so that suggests then that the resurrection belief goes right back to the original apostolic eyewitnesses. Another evidence that also bears on this is the book of Acts. Now, the author of Acts, his name was Luke, was a traveling companion of the Apostle Paul. There's overwhelming evidence for that. Happy to discuss that in detail if we need to. In Acts chapter 2, he mentions Peter's speech at Pentecost. He says, and this is some 50 days after the resurrection, "Brothers, I may say to you with confidence about the patriarch David that he both died and was buried, and his tomb is with us to this day. This Jesus God raised up, and of that we all are witnesses." And so Luke seems to be also reporting that the immediate proclamation by the apostolic eyewitnesses was that Jesus rose from the dead and appeared to the apostles. Now, you might ask at this point, well, can we trust Luke Acts to be giving us a reliable report of what the original apostles believed? Well, I would argue that there's good evidence for taking Luke at his word on this. One is that Luke Acts, so Luke and Acts are companion volumes authored by the same author, says it's grounded in eyewitness testimony and with a Jerusalem witness. I'll explain what I mean by that in just a moment. And secondly, the author worked with the Apostle Paul, and so he was present with Paul at the Jerusalem church in Acts 21. So in the book of Luke chapter 1, in the prologue, he mentions, "Inasmuch as many have undertaken to compile a narrative of things that have been accomplished among us, just as those who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word have delivered them to us, it seemed good to me also, having followed all things closely for some time past, to write an orderly account for you, most excellent Theophilus, that you may have certainty concerning the things that you've been taught." In Acts 21, he also indicates that he was present with Paul in Jerusalem, where he met with the Jerusalem elders. James in particular, he singles out. He says, "When we," notice the inclusive pronoun, "had come to Jerusalem, the brothers received us gladly. On the following day, Paul went in with us to James, and all the elders were present." So Luke was in a position of contact with the Jerusalem elders, in particular James and the other elders of Jerusalem. Now, was Luke really present with Paul as he claims to be at his visit to Jerusalem? Well, there's a number of evidences for this. I could literally speak for hours on the evidences for Luke being a traveling companion of Paul, and indeed the reliability of the book of Acts. Let me just give you one piece of evidence that is taken by scholars to indicate that the we passages indeed indicate that the author is a traveling companion of Paul. This one is provided by Craig Keener in his 4-volume commentary set on the book of Acts. So the we passages, and these are introduced in chapter 16 and following, trail off in Acts when Paul is in Philippi. And then the we passages pick up again in Acts 20, verse 5 and following, when Paul goes back through Philippi. And that seems to indicate that, or suggest that the author of Acts remained in Philippi and reaccompanied Paul upon Paul's travels once again through Philippi. And so that is consistent with the author being a traveling companion of Paul. And there's various historiographical points of confirmation in the book of Acts and undesigned coincidences with the epistles of Paul, which also bolster this conclusion much further. We can discuss that if we want to at a later point. So if then Luke really was with Paul in Acts 21, and of course Luke was imprisoned with Paul in Caesarea Philippi, then he was in a position to know, and he was imprisoned with Paul in Caesarea Philippi for about 2 years, then he was in a position to know what was being proclaimed by the Jerusalem apostles. And so when he says in Acts chapter 2 that this was what was preached by Peter, then we have reason for confidence, especially in view of Luke's accuracy as an historian and his shown habitual truthfulness. Another evidence that the claim goes right back to the apostles is the gospel according to John, the fourth of our gospels in our canon. In John 20, he describes one of the resurrection appearances. John 20, verse 19 and 20 says, "On the evening of that day, the first day of the week, the doors being locked where the disciples were for fear of the Jews, Jesus came and stood among them and said to them, 'Peace be with you.' When he had said this, he showed them his hands and his side. Then the disciples were glad when they saw the Lord." Now, you might ask at this point, well, was John an eyewitness? And I think there's good reason to think that John was indeed an eyewitness. And I could, again, talk about this for hours, but I'm just going to give one line of evidence for now. In John 18, verse 10, it says, "And Simon Peter," this is when they were in the Garden of Gethsemane, it says, "When Simon Peter, having a sword, drew it and struck the high priest's servant, cut off his right ear. The servant's name was Malchus." Now, John is the only gospel author to mention the name of the high priest's servant. But how does John know the servant's name? Right? He's the only gospel to give us that detail. Well, if we continue reading in verse 8, 26, and 27, it says, "One of the servants of the high priest, a relative of the man whose ear Peter had cut off, asked, 'Did I not see you in the garden with him?' Peter again denied it, and at once the rooster crowed." How does the author know that the individual who approached Peter was one of the high priest's servants? Knowledge that's specific to John again. In verse 15 and 16, it says, "Simon Peter followed Jesus, and so did another disciple. Since that disciple was known to the high priest, he entered with Jesus into the courtyard of the high priest, but Peter stood outside at the door." And so there's this other disciple that's following along with Peter that's known to the high priest. Now, who is this other disciple that's known to the high priest? Well, if we read John chapter 20, it says, "So she ran and went to Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one whom Jesus loved, and said to them, 'They've taken the Lord out of the tomb. We do not know where they have laid him.' So Peter went out with the other disciple, and they were going toward the tomb." So the other disciple turns out to be this disciple whom Jesus loved. This also is indicated in John 19:26. The disciple who's with Jesus' mother at the cross is the beloved disciple. In John 21:24, John claims that this beloved disciple is indeed the author of this fourth gospel, the one who provides this information. This is the disciple who is bearing witness about these things and who has written these things. And we know that his testimony is true. This explains then how the author came to know the name of the high priest's servant, and thus it provides support for the Johannine authorship of the Gospel of John, and adds to this cumulative evidence, which we could discuss later, that further bolsters that conclusion as well. So I think, and I've shown multiple lines of evidence, and there's more that rule out or argue against this first contending hypothesis that his immediate followers did not claim he rose again. The Gospels are later myths. Then we have to explain, okay, so if they claim that Jesus rose from the dead, if it goes right back to the original apostolic eyewitnesses, then what brings them to that belief? Or what brings them to that statement? Were they deliberately lying about it? Or were they honestly mistaken? Or did Jesus really rise from the dead? Well, you might point out at this point, and Matt has said this in some of his previous debates, that eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable. And this is true under certain circumstances. So studies have shown, and I can cite those studies if required, that eyewitness testimony is typically unreliable, particularly on details, namely that the events happen quickly over a period of seconds or minutes, that participants are strangers to one another, or there's a weapon present such as a knife or a gun. But contrast that with the nature of the claimed appearances in the gospel accounts. They are public. They involve Jesus appears to multiple people at once. They're multisensory, polymodal. They involve not just sight, but hearing and conversation, even group conversation, physical contact, etc. And they were extended across time. So it wasn't just one brief and confusing episode. According to Acts 1, it was extended across the 40-day time period. So it wasn't just one brief and confusing episode. So I think the nature of the claimed experiences of the risen Christ is something that's very difficult to be honestly wrong about. And so that, I think, provides evidence against the second of those contending categories of explanation, namely that his followers were deceived into thinking he was again, they were honestly, sincerely mistaken, or the hallucination hypothesis. I think there's evidence points strongly against that. What about the third of those hypotheses, that his followers were deceiving others deliberately into believing he rose again? Well, I think one good line of evidence against this is the fact that the apostles were willing to suffer and die for their conviction that that's what they saw, the raised Christ. Why did the New Testament writers have to gain by making up a new religion, right? Why would they die for a known lie? Many people die for something they believe to be true, but no one, or very few people, die for something that they know to be false. And these apostles were in a position to know whether what they were claiming was true or not. In fact, the martyrdoms of Peter and James the Lord's brother are especially well attested. In fact, the martyrdom of Peter is reported in two first century sources, namely John 21, where at the end of John's gospel, Jesus anticipates the death, the martyrdom of Peter by crucifixion. And it in fact says that Jesus said these to indicate the manner of death that Peter was to die. And if John was writing, as he probably was, after Peter's martyrdom, then it seems very unlikely that John would have attributed that prophecy to Jesus had not happened in the way he describes. And also First Clement, Clement's epistle to the church in Corinth around AD 96, he also mentions the martyrdom of Peter in section 5. James, the Lord's brother, also, we have testimony from Flavius Josephus in his Quiz of the Jews, volume 20, that he dies, he's thrown from the Temple Mount, and he's bludgeoned to death. And James, of course, was a skeptic during Jesus' lifetime. I think we got good support for that from the Gospels. And yet, shortly after the resurrection, James becomes the leader of the Jerusalem church. In fact, I like to ask the skeptics, how much would it take to convince you that your elder brother was the Yahweh of the Old Testament to the point of martyrdom, right? Something pretty radical, it seems to me. And of course, Peter denies the Lord 3 times to save his own skin, so terrified was he of crucifixion, yet something changed that man. I think the best explanation for that, again, is the resurrection of Jesus. So then I think we've argued convincingly against the first of those hypotheses, that we've got what we have in the gospel reportage of the resurrection is a later developing myth. I think we've shown that the resurrection claim goes back to the original apostles, and I think that we can actually ground the gospels and Acts in substantially reliable and credible eyewitness testimony. I haven't really gotten into the arguments for that, but I think we can establish them. That being the case, then we have to take seriously what they say concerning the nature and variety of the resurrection encounters with the risen Jesus. So it's coming from the earliest apostolic eyewitnesses involving his multi-sensory character, as I described, and its extension across a 40-day time period. That then argues, I think, significantly against the hallucination hypothesis, or the honestly mistaken hypothesis, and the conspiracy hypothesis, I think, is argued against, as I showed, by the fact that they were willing to suffer and die for their beliefs in the resurrection and liars, naked, or martyrs. And we could get into other arguments that substantiate those conclusions as well as time progresses. But I think then we've provided enough evidence to point in the direction of the resurrection claim, which is the one I myself subscribe to, that Jesus in fact did rise from the dead. And so I'll finish then by quoting the conclusion that the angels themselves give to the women in Mark chapter 16, verse 6. Do not be alarmed. You seek Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. See the place where they laid him. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Okay. And so he lays out a good case there. He does not exaggerate any claims, as a lot of apologists do. They'll be less versed in the scholarship and they'll exaggerate their claims. Hello, Chris Keith. Yeah, and if you'd like, you can come in and you can contribute your 2 cents after each time I pause it to give my comments, if you would like. I'm not going to do a straight up all out open mic, but I wouldn't mind having one or a few more opinions in here if we keep it concise and focused. Specifically from Christian brothers. This is kind of criticizing what's going on in the church and bringing attention to do our best. So this is an in-house thing here. So there's the link, if you would like it, Chris Keith. And then, yeah, Dr. McLatchie is a very good biblical scholar. He does all of that based on truly believing that it's true and not with a bunch of compromise and all that. So his ideas of the timelines of when certain books are written is based on like, well, why would they have wanted to write the book at this time if it was true? Since we know it's true, we know that like that's the kind of way to look at it that makes sense, or you'll get the right result. And that's not what they're, teaching in a lot of seminaries and all that. So I have a lot of respect for Dr. Jonathan McLatchie. He does debates with other scholars, debating the history specifically. And I think when he's doing that, he's probably very excellent. I haven't watched him in an actual debate, so I've seen him describe his case. And yeah, I have a lot of respect for the man and for what he does when he's right there in his field where he should be. Now, here, Matt Dillahunty is going to not be satisfied with a simple historical case. And this goes to like what Seitan Brugenkate says, that one, you can't put God on trial. Matt is going to officially say he's putting God on trial. And but more direct to the point of the argument and the debate in the apologetic is that yeah, he's not going to find the evidence good enough. Matt Dillahunty's not, because of his worldview. And Psi 10 points out that we all have the same evidence in front of us. So the difference isn't the evidence. The difference is how we interpret the evidence through our worldview. Yeah, so one thing that's important to remember always is that it's Christ who makes God obvious. And we have... oh, cool. Well, thank you, Chris. And it's Christ who makes God obvious. And creation makes it obvious that there is a creator. And so it's obvious that there is a God. And this is what the whole abiogenesis thing came down to with John Maddox, LPP, logical, plausible, probable, versus John, apologies, I don't know your last name, his last name, but I'm Godless Engineer. And, our Godless Engineer is a computer engineer, and he knows better. But the fact is that if he admits that Diet Coke and DNA are dissimilar, specifically in the sense that DNA has code and interprets code, so it doesn't wait for humans to interpret it before it is code. It's already code before any human interprets it, because obviously I'm being loose with my science words here, because it's not the DNA that interprets the code, but the code of the DNA is interpreted by the cellular processes itself. It's not waiting for a human mind to think of the code. So it's a fact that the code's there, and it's not only creationists who ever say, think, or propose that, or whatever exact 3 lies you told there, Godless Engineer. So yeah, I did definitely get distracted there, but it's just, oh, we have the proof of a creator, yes. And so that kind of dishonesty and the level of absurdity there points to like, yeah, it is obvious there's a creator, and they really don't want to know that. And that's specifically why they'll do that absurdity on that specific subject. And so they are without excuse, because they should know better. and Christ makes God obvious. It's obvious there's a creator. So yeah, I mean, you have to lay out those two facts, right? In light that it's obvious there's a creator, and the light that Christ has become the light of the world and the King of Kings and the Lord of glory. That is, he's the supreme of fame, the most famous person ever, which the scriptures said he would be. And the scriptures predicted even earlier that the coming Messiah would bring, God's way to the Gentiles. And he's the prophet like unto Moses. And there's a lot of obvious prophecy too. We can also go into, Kalam cosmological argument that there must be a first mover. We can go into genetic entropy, which is a fact. Entropy is a mathematical phenomenon. So as you have specifically in the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy is the part where the heat is dispersing in the system until it evens out and doesn't want to travel anymore. So it's no longer energy that will do work. So if a system naturally dissipates within that system, everything dissipates and evens out within that system, then eventually it does no work. So it's a law about degrading work within a system. So information systems that go through dissipation of errors also have error entropy, the entropy of genetic error and that's you can check out my playlists if you want to see the lecture that lays that out. But okay, so as we see, there's a lot of reason to come at this from a worldview where looking at this history as being plausible would make sense. Now we're going to see that Matt Dillahunty is just going to pretend it's not plausible the whole time. And Jonathan McLatchie is not going to mention any of these things. Now, I'm not saying he should be prepared to argue all of these things, but you can at least mention them and back up, hey, the worldview that says this is likely makes sense, you're wrong for this reason. And, if you stand firm presuppositionally, there's other debates where people debate these topics. So you don't have to debate the entirety of a topic in a debate. You can just, if I want to cite the Kalam cosmological argument, I know that's strong. And if people want to see if it's strong or not, they can look into it. So, yeah, here we go with responding to Matt Dillahunty each time.
We'll kick it over then.
Oh, well, what I do want to mention is, yes, so what Dr. McLatchie does not do here is he does not do a complete apologetic or a complete debate. So he's not going up against a historian. They're not just going to debate what is historically more so. And he was only ready for the one subject, and that was the historicity.
For an opening statement from Matt as well. Thanks, Matt. The floor is all yours.
I'm assuming you can hear me. I'll start my stopwatch. How are we doing? So is anything, and this isn't the rebuttal, I wrote this is just my opening statement. Is there anything that we're going to consider today that couldn't be counted as hearsay? And I would argue that hearsay is not particularly strong evidence. Hearsay often isn't even admissible in a court of law. So in deciding whether or not to bring a case, a district attorney evaluates the evidence and should make a decision based on what they think they can prove, what a judge, the determiner of the facts in the case, is going to actually allow, and what they may or may not find convincing, or what other people, a jury, may find convincing. So in order to do that, they want the strongest evidence possible. And that's why I was happy when I saw that we were going to do a debate on the strong evidence for the resurrection. And my first question, of course, is, well, what counts as strong evidence? Well, normally we would want physical evidence that's consistent with the events and points to the conclusion that we're trying to advocate for. We would actually like witness testimonies, provided that those witnesses can be presented, evaluated, questioned, examined, and we can determine how much their statements align. If you recorded a deposition of someone giving their testimony or something, would it be allowed in court if that person died? Yeah, it turns out that in many cases, even someone who has died, their deposition would be allowed in court. And part of the reason for that is that when giving a deposition, cross-examination is part of it. The process by which we go about getting a deposition would allow even someone who was dead to have their deposition considered in a court.
So this is something that Dillahunty brings up. I'm taking his word for it. I'm no expert on what a deposition is. And so this is a very strong making a case. And then We'll have to see. I don't remember McLatchie having a response to this because at the time, this was all very much going on publicly. And so it's not that there was no cross-examination of these accounts at the time. That's like when Paul says most of the 500 witnesses, you can go and ask them today. So there is some similarity to a deposition, especially on any level of for a historical document. But yeah, Matt Dillahunty does do a good job of distinguishing that difference in order to not let our case be overstated of the testimony. Now, I believe in our case being much deeper than just historical testimony. So I have no problem with him insisting it's not overstated, the one element of historical testimony. Here we go.
Would that also be true if the deposition was anonymous? Probably not. There may be some extenuating circumstances where someone whose anonymity is valued in the greater scheme of things, but they wouldn't be anonymous to the court. Now, oh my gosh, why is he talking about a courtroom? Are we trying to take God to court? Well, yeah, actually. Because if your view is that there's strong evidence for this, then it should withstand anything that we would hold in a courtroom of presenting good evidence and determining whether or not there's reasonable grounds to make a conclusion about what the actual case is.
Okay, so that's the moment that Satan is talking about letting them be the judge, putting God on trial. Now, apologia means a defense. So really, what we're called to do is have a reasoned defense of why we believe. So we're not called to be able to prove that someone else should believe right at that moment in their circumstance. Now, we do know that Christ's sheep hear his voice. So, yeah, that's pretty significant. I won't get on a spiritual tangent right now. We'll watch some more of this.
And so what if you couldn't demonstrate, though, that the recording that you had of this deposition had not been altered? Like there was no good chain of custody of evidence. Or if there were actual evidence that the deposition that was given had been.
Well, we do have, by any standard of historical documents, we have, what do they say? They say it's an embarrassment of riches as far as how many manuscripts and partial manuscripts and all of that we have of the New Testament accounts. So as far as them not being altered and all of that, we have more than is reasonable to ask for. So that's about the best you can get on this.
And altered, that it didn't line up with stuff, or that we lost the original and we just had a copy. There are reasons that hearsay is not considered strong evidence. In the case of the Bible, we don't have testimonials or depositions. No one is under oath. No one is being questioned. What we have is propaganda from anonymous, altered.
I don't think it's fair to say no one is under oath as if devotion to Christ and God, Jehovah, the Lord, as if that kind of devotion has nothing similar to an oath. So we do see that, like, Matt Dillahunty is willing to, I don't know if he's willing or if that's just a slip up, but not as fair as it could be.
Ancient accounts. That's it. Eyewitness testimony is unreliable. I'm not saying that that means that somebody's a liar. That would be a fallacy to conclude that. The point is that we know that our eyewitness testimony is unreliable under the best circumstances. I have like friends where we'll get together and reminisce about things we did 15, 20 years ago, and everybody has a different recollection of it, including who was right and who was wrong. Granted, that's not as big a deal as to whether or not you watched somebody rise from the dead. I will grant you that. But in this case, we don't know whose testimony we're looking at. Is this an actual eyewitness? Is it secondhand? Is it third hand? We have no way to investigate it. The things that they are claiming don't have physical evidence to corroborate them. They don't have any supporting physical evidence. It's not like we can provide a body or compare DNA or look at a tomb or anything. So what sort of evidence would we expect? If we were to be the biggest charitable listener and we lived in a world where we were convinced that there was in fact...
Okay, what he said about biggest charitable listener, and I'll let him finish the sentence too.
God, and that Jesus exists.
I think there he granted,
in a or look at a tomb or
he was
anything.
granting that there's God, that
So
Jesus
what sort of
exists.
evidence would we expect? If we were to be the biggest charitable listener and we lived in a world where we were convinced that there was in fact a God and that Jesus existed.
Okay, so he's granting us the Christian God for a moment. And being, okay, so greatest charitable listener. That reminds me of the talks I have with Matthew Steele on our channel. And so if you wanted a demonstration of what I think should be said to the greatest charitable listener and what's the relevant Christian standard to the greatest charitable listener who wants to hear a Christian's worldview, it's going to be the beauty of Christ, the reality of the spirituality of it all, and the benefit of truth in practical life, the desire to share all that with others, to share the shalom, the peace that only Messiah can give. And it sort of starts there, goes into how Scripture's expressing that. And then apologetic discussions. Those are very key too, but they mean very little when, what is God standing up for when he says, hey, these baby killers, I'm judging them and doing genocide against the baby killers in Israel. You're going to slay them all. And then Israel continues to exist and comes back from the brink of almost becoming baby killers. And then today, our justice system is not based on the Canaanite justice system, but is based on the Hebrew justice system. That's the light of Christ. It's because Christ proved the character of his Father, Yehovah, that we have all that. So, I know I sort of got, about the most charitable listener. Yeah, so we've got to decide, what we're going to express to the most charitable listener or whatever. And, whatever your specialty is in apologetics is totally fine. Jungle Jargon's here. Hello, Jungle Jargon.
Hello, Nicholas. I just finished watching the debate.
Cool.
Pretty much.
Go ahead.
Kind of disappointing, wasn't it?
Yeah, so you probably, I don't know if you saw what this is named. You probably saw the thumbnail and stuff. Dillahunty Wins. And I have a lot of respect for Dr. Jonathan McLatchie as a Christian scholar, more so than most other Christian scholars. And I think when he debates scholarship, he's very good at that. But this debate went a little bit beyond that, and he did not go beyond that. And he really fell short, and that's a lot of what we're talking about right now. I was in the moment of sort of expressing, Matt Dillahunty just talked about if I was to be the best charitable listener, and I've got my good friend Matthew Steele I do the shows with here. He's my charitable listener, and I've got to express the spiritual beauty to him and how it all fits together. And then we can also discuss the problems and all that, but it doesn't mean much if someone's just doing their best to only see the worst in Christianity anyway. Then, in order, like when I have to consider evolutionism, I have to consider it as if it's true and makes sense. And it's a fascinating theory. I really enjoyed it for a lot of years. So,
that's a good point.
You can't straw man the opponent if you want to have an honest disagreement, because then you're just disagreeing with something different than the opponent anyway.
Right. And there's a lot of things to consider, because Matt's always saying, well, it's not evidence, it's just a claim. But when you get down to when you examine it, it really is a lot more than just a claim.
Yeah, and we'll get to that point in a minute here. So what I'm doing today, Jungle Jargon, is very focused. So I'm gonna pause it at times and be right on the topic of the moment we just watched, and then you get to say your opinion before I unpause it again. So we're gonna have like a format and keep really right there in pace with the video and try to get through this as fast as we can while still doing a full job. Because, Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, I think, lost the debate. And that doesn't mean Christianity actually loses the debate. In fact, there was no complete debate here.
Yeah,
So
he got
we're gonna
frustrated.
do we're gonna do a bit to complete the debate, and we're gonna that was all I had to say. Is we're gonna do a bit to complete the debate, and then if you just want to talk about your general thoughts on the debate before we get into being laser focused on this, Mike's yours for a minute.
Yeah. I was kind of disappointed because he didn't even really get into the prophecies until like responding to the comments. Then he got into some of the prophecies, but you can't really understand the resurrection of Jesus until you first understand that who he is and who he claimed to be and everything. And a lot of people don't understand the details of the significance of how Joseph of Arimathea asked for the body of Jesus and laid him in his own tomb that was never used before, and that's very significant. But there's a whole lot of things to consider, which I think you want to touch on, and it's a long debate, so you have to go through it pretty fast.
Yeah, we might skip a lot of Jonathan McLatchie's parts because, as I remember, this is more. I'm criticizing him, so it seems like more fair to really watch everything he does. But I'm not exactly here because I want to criticize Dr. McLatchie.
Right.
we see that complete apologetics is important. You have to be ready for a complete debate for the topic you're on. You can't be more focused than what you agree to debate on, You have to be as broad as what you agree to debate on, or make your debate topic as focused as what you're prepared to do.
Yeah.
And so it's important when we're public representatives. I've been saying a lot of bad things about Godless Engineer, and it's important that we do an excellent job as Christians, as public representatives.
I think I'll go ahead and mute my mic because I think there's a lot of noise coming from this end here. So go ahead.
Is there a lot of noise coming from my end? Because I have an air conditioner on.
No, from me, from here, this end. I mean,
right.
because I did a live stream, and I was surprised at how much noise is coming through.
Yeah, I do hear a little bit of fuzz from your end, but it's not bad. Okay,
Yeah.
let us roll the video. Oh, this is the part that they're silent, not us.
I think
so
we
we're
lost
good.
your audio, Matt. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Did you, Jonathan? Can you neither of you hear me? Oh, Matt. Matt, can you hear me?
And I was listening to it as if it was radio.
Just one second.
When
Folks, Matt said that sometimes this happens. And it's
Jonathan McLatchie
so we'll in just a moment. I'll stop the clock.
Did what they call rage quitting. So, so I didn't see what it looked like or anything. So some of this will be fresh.
I don't know what the last thing you heard was, but
Yeah.
I was talking about what sort of evidence we might expect if, in fact, there were actually a God behind this. And I would argue that we'd probably expect the best evidence possible, because if you were God and you had gone to this extraordinary length to do whatever it is that needed to be done in this resurrection, and it was important for people to actually have a sound evidence-based belief of this, that you would do your best to make sure that the best evidence were available. And clearly, God should have access to the best evidence and should be able to present it. Yet that's not what happened. We don't have that. We don't even have close to that. God, if it exists, has done nothing to preserve the chain of evidence, nothing to vouch for its reliability, hasn't even presented the idea of preserve the identity of the individuals putting forward these claims. And God should be able to understand the issues surrounding sufficient acceptable evidence and should be able to easily overcome it. And that hasn't happened. The evidence that Jonathan and I are here engaged in debate about whether or not it's reasonable to accept or whether or not there's sufficient strong evidence for the resurrection is evidence that this has not happened, or that I'm crazy. I will have to, that I'm a wholly irrational, unreasonable person.
Okay, so what he spoke about there was God, if he wants us to have a good evidence-based belief, he should have enough evidence, but there's not enough evidence. He hasn't preserved the evidence. Now, it says in Romans 1 about the evidence of the Creator, and I gave sort of my quick bam, bam, bam on that one. And I gave a quick bam, bam, bam on the New Testament being so plentifully documented and well preserved. And then with the Dead Sea Scrolls, we have such good verification of the Old Testament. And that 2,000 years from now until back then is a lot longer than, not a lot longer, but noticeable. Well, yeah, it's like, well, it's the time back to the Exodus, 1,000 years, 1,500 years, not as long. So if it's that well preserved until the halfway mark of the longer half, then it starts to become a little silly to start to throw too much shade at the other half. At least it's good enough to stand on well, even if it's not convincing skeptics, you know? So that's my perspective on what Dillahunty was just saying about evidence.
Yeah, and it's really not for skeptics anyway. It's like the thing he said is very telling. God, if it exists, to me that just shows that he's not even, probably doesn't even know how to define God to begin with, and doesn't know that there is evidence of God, and we know that there's scientific evidence of God, because nothing can make itself, nothing can, cause its own existence. But as far as belief in the resurrection, that's for believers anyway. It's not for the skeptics. If you believe that Jesus was raised from the dead, you will be saved from your sin. And if you don't believe, you will remain in your sin. It's just as simple as that. So if you want to have joy, liberty, life forever, you believe the truth, which is in Jesus, and you will be sanctified. And if not, you'll be ashamed and disgraced forever. That's your choice, your decision on your head. So it's it's really not for skeptics to believe to begin with.
Yeah, so do you think one could come in with like abiogenesis is impossible, life was created, genetic entropy is proven, evolutionism is false? Um, if there was any form of creation, then any form of evolution, only a God could do that, so that would prove God anyway. The genetic evidence shows Eve was 6,000 years ago. Noah was 4,500 years ago. That's just the evolutionist genetic evidence. That's not creationism science. And then the creation makes the designer obvious. And then we jump back to Christ and his beauty on the cross, the fulfillment of prophecies. These all make Christ obvious. He makes the character of God obvious. And then our hearts, which are attuned to truth, like the truth rings through us that we know. We have a conscience, that's our God-given conscience. So do you think like that could count as evidence towards this resurrection to claim there is strong evidence? Or do you think the problem is that it's not a matter of evidence? Or what do you think, Jungle?
Yeah, I believe so. It's not just about the resurrection. It's about the whole plan of God and history of God from the beginning. As soon as Adam and Eve sinned, they were given word of the provision for their sin through Messiah, through the seed of the woman, who is born not from a man of sin, but his father is God. So he was Adam. He can die for Adam because he is Adam without sin. It's the whole point of the whole teaching. And of course, the disciples didn't understand it. And that's one thing that Matt didn't even understand, is that why didn't the disciples understand that he would rise from the dead when he said he would? Because, it was because they didn't really understand who he was until afterwards. And then that was when Pentecost, when they understood who he was, and they were you know, given the gift of the Holy Spirit. But you're right, is that it's the whole picture, it's the whole history of mankind that you have to take into consideration to be
And
able to understand what's going on. Yeah.
then in that consideration, do you think that that could make for something worthy for a debate of, quote, strong evidence for the resurrection? That is their official debate here, is strong, there is strong evidence for the resurrection.
Yeah, there would be strong evidence if that was the case. And that's why I was disappointed that he didn't even hardly mention the prophecies until the question and answer session, you know.
And I agree
Then
with
he,
you. I think we have enough of those points are so strong that we can start to say it is very strong evidence. I agree.
oh yeah, it's very strong evidence, especially for those who believe, those who know the Word of God and understand it. And if you understand your sin condition and that you need a Savior, you need a perfect provision for your sin, you know, a spotless lamb to
Very
take
good. Yeah.
take
We'll
your, you
get
know,
lots of chances to.
yeah.
Got to keep it moving. Thank
But
you,
God should
Jungle.
understand that these issues surrounding what qualifies as sufficient acceptable evidence and what strong evidence, and should be able to overcome. Well, if we assume that there is a God, what reasons might God have for not providing confirmation of strong evidence? Perhaps it's because the actual God isn't the God that Jonathan's advocating for, that either the
So
resurrection didn't happen or that it's a God.
yeah, he's accusing God of not having strong evidence, right? Sorry, I'll go ahead and mute here. I think I'm making too much noise here.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have something to say, you can unmute yourself. But I thought you were maybe going to address the another God thing.
Oh yeah, another God. Yeah, there just is no other God. The only true God is the one that was around from the very beginning. Because if something is true, if you want have a true teaching, it has to have been around since Adam and Eve, when
Yeah,
they were
and the thing
told.
is, sorry to interrupt. It's just that the character of Christ is what makes the character of God obvious. So this kind of becomes a moot point. It's like, we're not going to get better evidence than Christ's character as far as whether this is the correct God or not.
That's true too. Yeah.
And Jonathan does have, or no, it was Smokey who said, maybe Smokey had seen this debate and something he said kind of was relevant to this. And that's probably why. In fact, it was the after show for this debate, but they were letting an atheist take over the show, so there wasn't much talk of the debate. But here, let's focus on it. Let's keep going. So yeah, he just suggested could be just an argument for a different God.
For some of the religion, or that people have it so wrong, or God has his reasons, or God works in mysterious ways. All of these could provide an excuse for why we don't particularly have strong evidence, but not necessarily an explanation. Because if you simultaneously think that God wants you to understand him, to know that he existed, know that he came down and took human form and sacrificed himself to himself in some sort of blood magic loophole for rules that he's in charge of.
Okay, I have to stop there.
Stop.
Okay.
Or perhaps
He sacrificed himself to himself for himself. No, he sacrificed and took your place on the cross for your sins. So you need to correct that, Matt. You are very wrong about it.
Did he say for himself? Let me listen real close again.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Understand him and know that he existed, know that he came down and took human form and sacrificed himself to himself in some sort of blood magic loophole for rules that he's in charge of.
No, he didn't say for himself. He
he didn't say. Okay, but he said to himself, sacrificed himself to himself. Basically, what they believe is to cover his own mistake.
Let me listen one last time.
To understand him and know that he existed, know that he came down and took human form and sacrificed himself to himself in some sort of blood magic loophole.
Yeah, just sacrifice himself to himself. That's all he says.
But the insinuation is that God made a mistake and he had to cover himself or whatever. But it's not that way. It's for our sin, that what we chose to do because we were given choice and we chose to sin, and the sacrifice is for us. It's not for God in that sense,
And I'm glad that you had us pause it at this moment, because moments like this should be the easy moments for Christians to win. Here, Matt is talking about a spiritual matter, and he's mocking it as if it's spiritually illogical. Now, I know that it is written, "He who knew no sin became sin, so that we may become the righteousness of God in him. And what does it mean that he became sin? Well, we know what it doesn't mean because he was perfect and spotless. And yet we are the body of Christ. So somehow our sins, if our sins become his sins and that's who he becomes is our sin or something, like, I'm not stating it any more than the scripture does, but I'm saying it does say in the scripture, he who knew no sin became sin. And
Yeah.
so that's how the scripture talks about accounting for what Matt's talking about here. And so we always should have the quick scriptural answer, because if it's a spiritual issue like this, what's Matt going to do? Claim authority above our scriptural answer or something? It's like we can back that up. And, so a lot of these points where they try to make it sound contradictory, that we should be ready for. But more of us need to be sharing spiritual insight with each other like that, because I don't think you're going to see on a lot of these YouTube videos, they're not going to talk about, they're
Right.
going to be afraid you're blaspheming Christ by calling him a sinner or something. And, it's like they're not going to let you emphasize these words. They're written for a reason.
Right. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, Jesus became a shame and a disgrace for us because we are a shame and a disgrace. And he took the punishment of our sin on himself. What we deserve, he took on himself. And that's very, very key to understanding.
And that ties in with a discussion I had with Matthew yesterday. We did Bible exploration with atheist Matthew Steele. And we read the beginning of Genesis. So we got through the serpent and all that. And I talked about, I was tying it together spiritually with Christ and all that. And I talked about the serpent in the wilderness with Moses. And talked about what Christ said about just as they had to hold up the serpent. Just as Moses held up the serpent in the wilderness, if the Son of Man be lifted up, I will draw all toward myself. Or he might have said, he will draw all toward himself.
Yeah.
And Son of Man's a God claim. So those who say that he never claimed to be God, that's really silly, because he calls himself the Son of Man just over and over and over again. But because he is specifically, that vision of the Son of Man hovering, and then the Spirit of God leaves their temple, and where does the Spirit of God go? It's like on this omnidirectional gyroscope, and now it's all over the world and unto the Gentiles, and we're all a part of that multinational.
Right. Right. Because basically we're all descended from them anyways by now. We're all related to them. They're our ancestors anyway, too, for that matter.
But to make sure we keep on topic, the snake. So I told Matthew about that, so that was connected to the serpent somehow and to the fall. And, when in the wilderness, they were poisoned by the snakes, but they saw the snake, they'd be healed. So it's like we're poisoned by the snake, but if we look at the cross, we'll be healed. And so it's like, and that ties in with what Matt Dillahunty said about being the most charitable listener. Well, Matt Dillahunty's not the worst listener ever, but he's no Matthew Steele when it comes to being a charitable listener. I'll say that much. So let's go ahead, unpause, and keep going.
For rules that he's in charge of, that would be important to actually present. Or perhaps there isn't actually a God at all, or not a God.
Okay, he goes into the part about rules that he is in charge of. Now, for me, the scripture I would cite for that is that God cannot tell a lie. Like, he is who he is. And he even says, I am that I am. He is who existed, exists, and is to exist. And so, as far as directly about having, about his own rules and all that, and whether that makes them arbitrary or whether they're a part of his identity, or however you'd want to put it, jungle jargon, what's your words on that topic?
Not sure exactly what the point is. I'm a little bit slow sometimes.
Okay, because he was talking about the blood magic ritual of the cross, so that he can satisfy, quote, his own rules, as if therefore they're arbitrary. He just made them up anyway.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, he says that a lot, is that he makes up his own rules and he fulfills his own rules and stuff like that.
Yeah, and my response to that is that God can't tell a lie. He cannot tell a lie, and so that has to do with how his identity is truth, and he cannot be not truth. So it's like he's all powerful, but he is limited to his own identity. It's not like he could be the devil. That would be like a contradiction, really.
Right. And what they don't seem to understand is that God is holy. There's basic teachings in the Bible that you have to understand before you try to talk about it. You have to understand what it's actually saying. When it says God is holy, it's for a reason.
Yeah, we're all going to benefit from his holiness too. But
Yeah,
yeah, I will honestly keep cutting you off a lot just to try to keep this on pace.
right.
So I really appreciate you being here with me, Jungle. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
God that cares or wants to interact or wants to provide evidence. Maybe he's hiding, maybe he just doesn't exist. And this is why we have copies of translations of hearsay accounts for which we can't even identify an author or conduct any realistic investigation. Now, I took notes, and I'll be providing proper rebuttals to a good chunk of what Jonathan said. But I am here primarily to talk about what should count as strong evidence.
Okay, so just real quick,
and
here I'll let them get normal faces a little bit more anyway. So yeah, Matthew, pretty much everything Matthew Dillahunty was saying before, how we just kind of had good responses and stuff. Jonathan does have some responses to that stuff. What it comes down to is ultimately, we'll see every time Matt Dillahunty refutes, that'll give us a good impression of what Jonathan said. And that's why we're not going to need to watch any more of what Jonathan said, as rude as that seems. But yeah, he does address these things some, but then when it comes to the point that Matt Dillahunty just says, like, that's not strong evidence, because of course there is some evidence, but yeah, let's let it play its course, and then maybe we'll talk about that later, because it is an interesting question. Like, is this good historicity strong evidence or not? Like,
yeah. One thing is that we have the record and they don't have anything. So they're just criticizing the record that we have anyway to begin with.
And then I guess the level of evidence to overcome one's atheism and to believe in God we know it's not enough for that, because we know that without the Spirit of God, without the preached word of the gospel, we cannot please God without trusting him.
And of course, they have no other alternative anyways. They have no other truth.
Yeah. And so this is the crux of this whole thing, is that Matt Dillahunty is going to talk about how, yes, these evidences exist, but they don't count as strong evidences.
Why, when it comes to something like the resurrection, which may, if it's true, it's the single most important thing anybody could know. That I don't see how anybody could even argue otherwise. If in fact the resurrection is true, there could be nothing more important.
But here's the one thing that I'm quite sure Jonathan McLatchie never says, like, his sheep hear his voice. So we're to be drawn to him for spiritual reasons. So if it's undeniable, then people don't get that chance for it to be for spiritual reasons. Like, have you ever been in a situation where someone told you something and you're like, well, now I'm going to make this choice. I don't know what choice I would have made if you didn't tell me. I don't know what choice I would have made, but since you told me, I know what choice I'll make. It's like you can never go back and know what choice you would have made with less information, you know? And it's the same thing here. We can never we can't go through the spiritual experience if we make the choice for some other reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess. I mean, it fundamentally ties to where you're going to spend eternity, which is the big selling point of apologists. If you were to get hit by a bus and die tonight, do you know where you would spend eternity? Which I think is a flawed presumption that I'm going to be spending eternity anywhere. As far as I can tell, I just cease to exist. But there's nothing here in this resurrection account that would rise to the level of even filing a case, a district attorney filing a case, let alone one that a judge would accept or a jury could become convinced of. Because the evidence isn't strong. There's no body, there's no tomb, there's no blood, there's no sword, there's no spear, there's no cross, there's no DNA, there's no burial rags, despite the fake Shroud of Turin, which I would hope that I actually don't know, because I sat on a plane with somebody who legitimately thought the Shroud of Turin was a thing. It's a fake, but there's no witnesses, no crime scene investigators, no finding of facts at all. In fact, while I'm not a mythicist, and I'm fine with the notion that Jesus probably existed in some form, The advocates of this tale can't even reasonably confirm the existence of the person they claim died and was resurrected, because it all ties back to, here's a collection of writings that we have that we can't source. They're just tradition. They're just the hearsay of the collection of people who agreed with and accepted these claims in the story. I'm not saying those people are wrong. I don't know how you could prove they're wrong, but they haven't presented strong evidence to show they're right. So what would happen if I claimed to raise someone from the dead, and you came and said, hey, we want to see this guy that you raised from the dead? Now, if I presented somebody that was living and I had no case to show where they'd actually died, okay, nobody's going to believe me. Nobody should believe me. But if I said, hey, that person that I raised from the dead, they're not here anymore. They've ascended to another plane, and now you can't investigate this at all. Would we have good reason to believe it? What if there were people who said they saw me do this? What if I kept telling people that this person who I raised from the dead is going to come back eventually, and yet they apparently, repeatedly, failed to do so? They didn't show up to say, yep, Matt's right, he raised me from the dead, or, hey, Matt's right, I was raised from the dead, I did through this power, or however else. There's nothing along there. The truth here is that the best evidence for the resurrection of Jesus isn't remotely something that I could consider strong. Is there evidence? Yes, in the sense that there's anecdotal, testimonial evidence, but that...
Okay, before we get into evidence again,
Well,
let me rewind it one moment. I wanted to ask you about something very specific there.
Isn't remotely something that I could consider strong. Is there evidence? Yes, in the...
I don't know, it's a moment before that. Because
I was raised from the dead, I did through this power, or however else. There's nothing along there. The truth here is that the best...
Okay, so talking about man, why
I
did I
presented somebody
forget?
that was living and I had no case to show where they'd actually died. Okay, nobody's going to believe me. Nobody should believe me. But if I said, hey, that person that I raised from the dead, they're not here anymore. They've ascended to another plane, and now you can't investigate this at all. Would we have good reason to believe it? What if there were people who said they saw me do this?
yeah, I wanted to talk about that.
That he has not returned yet, specifically. But you can talk about it a little more than that too. But that's my question: is what's your take on him not returning yet, and how you would respond to an unbeliever using that against us? You know?
Yeah, because it's the same old thing when the rich man died, and in torment he lifted up his eyes. He said, "Let me go tell my brothers, and to because this place is a horrible place. I don't want them coming here to this place." And you're talking about unbelief. You're talking about people that don't believe in God, and people that practice wickedness and will continue to practice wickedness, even if somebody does come back from the grave, they're still not going to believe, and that's what Jesus said. So it's really all the same thing is what he's talking about. He wants to see evidence of somebody coming back from the grave, when in fact, even if somebody does, he's still going to act wickedly. It's about him acting wickedly, and not not repenting, not changing his ways
But more
to be saved.
But more simply, how would you respond about the fact that Messiah has not come back yet, earthly?
Yeah, well, that's kind of it's what I'm trying to say. Is kind of the same thing. If anybody raised from the dead, or if Jesus came back, he wants to see, he wants what he's asking for. He wants evidence. He wants concrete evidence of the resurrection, when he's doesn't intend to change his ways anyway.
But do you think it's an evidence against us somehow? Like what I'm really getting at is that someone like Matt Dillahunty thinks they've always thought he's coming back soon, and he never came back. This is starting to look kind of silly. That's the basics of it.
Right.
I mean, what do you think about arguing back against that, or just what our perspective is that makes sense of it? Makes sense of the fact that he keeps waiting, or that it's still waiting.
There is the verse. There is the verse that says that they'll mock us for saying when he's going to come back. He said he's coming, and when is that going to happen? So, but it's really all the same thing about them continuing in their rebellion and sin, and they're just making excuses for that. That's basically what it is.
Is that where they talk about all things continuing as they have?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the verse. Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, so let me get the full chapter. Yeah, okay. Knowing this first, that there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts, and saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. For of this they are willfully ignorant, that that by the word of God the heavens were of old. I
Yeah.
think that word is promise. By the promise of God, the heavens were of old. My personal take on it, anyway, or scholarly take on it. And the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world, as it then was, being overflowed with water, perished. So they're willfully ignorant of
Yeah.
the flood, even. And that's like we were talking to Leo Phileas yesterday, and he was trying to act like there's no evidence of the flood. And it's just such an absurdity. I mean, Annie, look at the Grand Canyon, and it's like, oh, wow, it really does seem like Noah's flood happened. But you can keep going all around the world. And, the overall
Right.
assessments of the geology, especially, I mean, the fact that the
But that's
continents were laid out all of a sudden, and then if they were laid
that's
out with suddenly covered by floods, that means that probably the hills that were covered by the flood were smaller hills, like that are literally buried.
yeah.
And
That's
when the found,
that's why
go ahead.
that's why I believe it's so important. That's why I talk about the maker so much. It's so important for them to understand that they have a creator, a maker, because if they don't understand that they have a creator, then how are they going to understand they have a savior? Because only God can be a savior.
Thank you
Sorry,
for that.
keep trying to interrupt you. I didn't want to lose a train of thought.
No, you're good. It's all about whatever is contributing to the specific task at hand of reviewing this. So yeah, that scripture you gave about specifically where they'll mock us saying, where is the promise of his coming? So that answers Dillahunty right there. That's what we're looking for. And that's
Right.
basically what we're doing. We're showing that, the more
Right.
often you can just answer things with scripture. But if you're an evolutionary or creationist science apologist, if that's your specialty, like with standing for truth, then be really good at that, but also be ready for these scriptures. So if someone has one of these objections, then like, yeah, they said that there will be scoffers about when will his coming arrive. So our worldview is still consistent with that. I don't know why you wasted
Right.
time like saying that. That was pretty rude, bro. No.
Right. And the Bible talks about him, and I don't know if he even knows that the Bible's talking about him.
Yeah, and the Bible taking account for so many things is pretty important, and it leans a lot into like it makes sense that this is a legit document from a legit God, because like whenever they bring stuff in, it's like, oh yeah, it addresses that. So fifth trumpet. Thank you for being here. Specifically, we're staying focused on topic. So like yeah, if you really hear something that said that you think something will benefit the body to like interrupt and have me pause the video, go ahead and interrupt. And we do want to try to be like concise and keep moving. So go ahead and say hello and what you thought of the debate real quick, and then we'll get back into watching the video.
Okay. Hey, Jargon and Nicholas. I didn't see the debate. I just tuned in and I heard you talking about, the return. And, I just had a couple thoughts, which would be one, I mean, like the return is a big event. I mean, it's not only what people might say the return, but this is like the end of the beginning of the end of the age. So I don't know. It's not like something to be taken lightly, like, oh, it should have happened last week or last year or in the first century. This is like the big deal. Not only that, there's things that lead up to that. There's the fifth trumpet, the sixth trumpet, and then the seventh trumpet. So we would see things before the return. You would, you know what I'm saying? There are things
that's a good point. I think that's a good point because it's not no small matter when he's coming back.
Yeah. Then anything else then?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and that's
well, actually, there was one
more thing I'll say is that we're doing good here. Like, because it's good just to say each thing once
Sure.
if we want, because this is going to be like a
Well,
4-hour
I
video
will-
probably.
I'll let you go, but there was one other point I would say is there are verses that make it sound like the way it's written. It sounds like they thought that it was happening in their time. But like you just showed with that 2 Peter verse, there are also verses that show that it's not in that time.
Yeah, and on this 2 Peter chapter 3 verse definitely says, unfortunately, it'd be kind of a hassle to get it on screen for everyone. But yeah, it definitely says that they'll mock us saying, where is his coming? So that definitely reconciles it for us pretty well. Because it would be a deep topic to discuss why. Yeah, so let's move on.
What if I kept telling people that this person who I raised from the dead is going to come back eventually, and yet they apparently repeatedly failed to do so? They didn't show up to say, yep, Matt's right, he raised me from the dead, or hey, Matt's right, I was raised from the dead, I did through this power, or however else. There's nothing along there. The truth here is that the best evidence for the resurrection of Jesus isn't remotely something that I could consider strong. Is there evidence? Yes, in the sense that there's anecdotal, testimonial evidence, but that shouldn't be enough to conclude that somebody raised from the dead. I'm not quite sure what sort of evidence we could present, but if everything we presented is nothing that would be admissible in a court of law or sufficient to lead someone to the conclusion that, yeah, we've almost certainly sorted this out and Jesus rose from the dead. If we were starting to consider evidence, weak evidence, as if it were strong, we'd be flooding evidence that was this weak of, here's an old book by somebody we don't know, and I'm convinced that it was written by this person who's an eyewitness, and we're just going to take their word as an eyewitness that they and some other people are witnesses to the resurrection of the incarnation of God. If we accepted that as strong evidence, then our courtrooms would be once again flooded with spectral evidence and witch trials and other things, because the evidence for this resurrection claim is not in any way stronger than the evidence for alien abductions or somebody's claims about what a witch did in the woods late at night. How much more do we have to learn about good standards of evidence before the folks advocating for this resurrection account finally begin to realize that?
Okay, I'll let you guys speak on this first. I might have a different take on it. So this whole thing about if we let in this standard of evidence, then what else would be let in, or comparing it to all these other things?
Yeah, it goes back to your sinful actions, and that you just don't want to repent of your sinful actions, because if you understood it, you would recognize the need for a Messiah to do exactly what Jesus did for us.
Okay, and well, my perspective on this, he's talking about if we let in the standard of evidence that, like, because these people said so, then we're going to be allowing people to just like, well, I just said so about alien abductions and all that. And they actually go into an alien abduction thing later where it's like, well, if there was an alien abduction, if your friend that you knew was trustworthy told you they were abducted by aliens, would you believe it? And I would think the first thing I would think if they were someone who I trusted in that kind of a way is that it was probably some kind of demonic experience. My first thought would not be that they're saying that even though they have no idea. Now that's if they're worthy of that kind of trust, of course. But so it's kind of like, yeah, I kind of would believe them. It would just be that it would be filtered through my worldview that I have in Christ, for sure. But that's sort of beside the point, because that's just kind of anecdotal. Well, I believe you. It's not like I'm saying, now let's go make laws based on that or something. That would be a huge leap from there. But what he's saying here about low standard of evidence, that's what's going on with atheism. Like what we saw with Godless Engineer, where he's being so silly about the idea that there's no code in DNA and all that, and they're being so low about their standard of truth in order to be able to admit atheism. And so Matt Dillahunty's trying to make this point about us, and here we are proving it about, atheism itself.
Well, he's worried about his ability to continue to sin and be an atheist and say irrational things and nonsensical things, and not be, brought into, subjection to the law of God. That's what he's concerned about.
Yeah.
He wants to be free to sin. Yeah, sorry, but sorry.
Oh no, you're good. And yeah, I mean, that's what was so important about logical plausible probables video about his debate against Godless Engineer is exposing that compromise of truth and what has to be sacrificed in order to pretend that there was no creator and no designer. And it really shows that like this isn't about evidence. It's not has nothing to do with any of that in any way, because it's just they don't want to believe. That's the only reason that they're, the
Right.
cross makes God obvious. It makes God's character obvious.
As
Christ on the cross does.
as if they care about evidence. Go ahead, continue.
Fifth, you had something to say, I think?
No, I'm good.
Okay, well, let's watch more of the video. But I just wanted to address how this is really like in reverse when it comes to dropping the standard of truth.
What they're pointing to doesn't and shouldn't and won't ever count as strong evidence. Strong evidence is physical evidence. It is well documented. It would be the eyewitness testimony of a handful of people who were questioned, cross-examined, who were recorded, who demonstrated that they didn't have a particular bias in a particular direction, that they were actually presenting what they saw honestly. We have no ability to investigate any of that. It's on par or worse than the evidence offered by someone trying to sell me a bridge, someone trying to get me started in their as an underling in their multi-level marketing scam, or the money that my Nigerian prince has set aside for me. If that's the case, then I don't know how we can see.
You see, in this, I just will briefly mention that that's addressed by the spiritual depth of these matters and the beauty of Yeshua, that is Jesus the Christ, Yeshua the Son of Yehovah, on the cross, making the character of Yehovah obvious to the entire world.
Right. As if there's a comparison between the teaching, the Christian teaching, and every other or any other teaching in the world.
And okay, let's go.
Consider the evidence strong, and no amount of pretending will actually change that. When we're talking about a resurrection, Jonathan begins by assuming that there's a person, a death, and an account of a resurrection that we need to make some sort of explanation for. Now, obviously, during the rebuttal, we'll get into this a little bit better, but I think he's already starting a little bit too far down the track, because certainly we have a story that accounts for a death and a resurrection. But how do we, if you're going to list the ways in which we can account for a story, I think he overlooked at least one, if not several options, because what he presented was essentially a version of the liar, lunatic, or Lord, and he left out the legend option, which is where I'll stand. Thanks.
You bet. Thank you very much, Matt. We will go into the rebuttals now. There's only one rebuttal, and then we'll go into open conversation. And what I mean by that is one rebuttal from each side. So we'll start with Jonathan, and I have the clock set for you, Jonathan, at 10 minutes. I'll start it on your first word.
I'm deciding whether. No.
Yeah, again, you
Well,
have to understand the reason. You have to understand the reason for his death, burial, and resurrection. If you don't understand the reason for it, then it's not going to make sense to you.
yeah, and we'll just address Matt Dillahunty. This video is titled "Matt Dillahunty Wins: Why, How." So let's keep watching Matt Dillahunty and see like why and how he wins. Like he does do a good job. First of all, I think the hardest hit he has so far is when he says that the depositions are where they were already cross-examined, and so without an official cross-examining here, this is too anonymous the way we get it from documentation.
Well, they had their chance to cross-examine. They had their chance to present the body of Jesus, and they didn't take it up because there was nothing they could say or do.
Yeah, from an entirely different worldview, that's not what seems likely, which is why you have to come in prepared to, like express the Christian worldview and be like, look, you can't straw man this as if this evidence has to make sense standing in Matt Dillahunty's worldview. If the evidence is true, Matt Dillahunty's worldview is false. So for him to be arguing against our case, the entire case he's arguing against has to take place in our worldview. And then he needs to have some kind of case in his worldview and then decide which one's a more likely case kind of a thing, And that might be why Jonathan's really upset when he doesn't address any evidence, because he really refuses to do that. And it's as if Matt Dillahunty is afraid to actually be that most charitable possible listener because he's afraid he might see the truth, you know? He's a magician. It's easy for him to imagine that these books were written by like some kind of conspiracy doing something like a magician trick in slow motion through history or something. But the thing is like he also understands like if you see through something and know what something really is, then you know what it really is. And I think he's afraid of knowing what it really is also
Yeah.
because he's not steel manning the opposition at all here.
And part of the greatest evidence is a lack of another, counter position. All they had to do was produce the body of Jesus. Say, look here, see, he's just like anybody else. He's still dead. And they were unable to do it, and they were unable to explain it. That's part of the evidence. He's saying that a claim is not evidence. But then again, if the fact is that Rome, all the power of Rome, was unable to produce the body, then that speaks volumes. And that's why people throughout history that examine this, you'll find it so compelling, is that they were unable to prove that he was still in the ground or still dead.
Yeah, and Matt Dillahunty will eventually admit that claims can be evidence. It's just that claims themselves are not evidence, supposedly. But that's after he's already like steamrolled that part of the conversation and not actually had it. So we'll see that happen. And that's something that he does with his callers sometimes. Like I know when Psi 10 began his debate with Matt Dillahunty, he showed Matt Dillahunty hanging up on people for solipsists, for being solipsists. And then someone like said, then he shows a clip of him in a phone call where someone's like, I know you hate solipsism. And he's like, well, or he says, I know you're not a solipsist or something. And Matt Dillahunty's like, well, I kind of am a solipsist. And it's like, steamroll someone at the time and then later on sort of admit that they kind of had a good point. But, it's magicianry. It's about like, it's not about the honestly winning the debate. It's about like tricking the audience into thinking you're winning the debate for him. Now, Dr. Jonathan McLatchie is very honest. He doesn't exaggerate any bit of his evidence or argument. And that's why he needs the whole worldview to stand on. But he doesn't choose to do that. So we're going to...
And a lot of atheists are good for doing the same thing.
And let's see when McLatchie is done with his rebuttal.
Legend. I said that on purpose, even though I did in fact.
Matt also mentioned that. So Matt said that he's not sure what sort of evidence we could present. So I'm curious what kind of evidence would convince Matt that the resurrection actually occurred. What kind of documentary evidence would be sufficient? Even what kind of physical evidence would be sufficient to convince you? If you can't give an answer to that, then I'm skeptical of whether your view is an evidence-based view. You said that you would want the best evidence possible. And God would do his best to make sure that the best evidence is available. I think that we do have very strong evidence, and I think that the evidence for Christianity is not limited to the resurrection, although we think we have very strong evidence for the resurrection, but you also have arguments for predictive prophecy and so forth. And so cumulatively, looking at all the evidences together, I think they stack up to provide a very, very powerful cumulative case for the truth of Christianity.
Yeah, you see, and I don't describe it as a cumulative case. I describe it as like the worldview and the case within the worldview and the case for the entire worldview. With a focus on a certain topic. But
I think I've addressed most of what you said. So I will close with that. Thanks for your attention.
You bet. Thank you very much, Jonathan. What we'll do next is kick it into the final rebuttal phase before the open dialogue. So, Matt, I've got the timer set for 10 minutes. Thanks so much. The floor is all yours.
Now I'm betting you can hear me.
You bet.
Yeah. Sorry. So yeah. Jonathan, in his opening statement, basically set up 4 answers: myth, hallucination, conspiracy, or real, which is a version of liar, lunatic, and Lord. And when I say that he omitted legend, I said that on purpose, even though I did in fact recognize and remember that he included myth there. Because when he talked about the myth option, what he said, and unless I heard it wrong, is that Jesus's followers didn't claim that he rose from the dead, and they would have been surprised, or as surprised as anyone else, to hear that this was the case, which baffles me a little bit, since you would think that, given various accounts of what was said beforehand, I don't know why they would be surprised that the guy who told them essentially that I'm God, I'm going to rise again type thing. I realize some of them are going to be a little bit surprised maybe, but to just write it off as that's not what I'm talking about when I talk about legend. I'm saying, see, Jonathan's working within the context of, hey, here are these elements reported in the stories. How do I make the most sense within the context of the story if I begin with the assumption these events happen? I don't think that that's actually justified. I think that the events are not actually warranted for belief and acceptance based on the evidence available. He defended against a lot of things that weren't part of my response. Why would they martyr? That's irrelevant. There are martyrs for countless religions that we both reject. I'm fine with the notion that people sincerely believed and were wrong, that what we see with alien abductions, with coronavirus conspiracies, with flat earthers, with pretty much every religion that both of us would reject, are a bunch of people who sincerely believed and reported all sorts of amazing things and yet were wrong. And if we were to use this standard of evidence of, hey, I've got an ancient book and nothing else, and from that we can infer that these people were writing and you know who they were writing to and what those people understood. I don't know.
Something struck me about when he mentioned coronavirus deniers as a religion. Like, that seems to me like a tactic, a political tactic to suddenly try to trigger people to politically be motivated for his side of the debate. And
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say in response to that. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it just seems like it has nothing to do with truth whatsoever to
that you wouldn't wind up letting in a bunch of other religions that you reject under that same standard of evidence. But he mentioned at one point that the best explanation for the actions of those people is my paraphrasing is that God took human form, sacrificed himself, resurrected, and left no strong evidence, or left nothing that I would consider strong evidence. I guess we're debating. Jonathan seems to think that it's strong evidence. I don't know how you reach the conclusion that magic is a more likely option than demonstrably flawed thinkers thinking flawed. I don't see that there's anything to explain here. There's just a claim. It'd be like saying, hey, I saw this guy walk on water. How do you explain that? Well, was it maybe frozen underneath it? Did he get like a plexiglass thing and put it underneath it so that it hid that? Why am I trying to explain how this event happened when the only thing that we have to say that the event happened is somebody's claim that it actually happened? Meanwhile, I've seen people do that exact trick on TV, but
Okay, so what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, when he talks about the conspiracy theories and stuff like that, flat Earth and everything, evolution belongs in that same category because there's no evidence for evolution at all.
Well, his analogy is that what if someone were to come in and say, I just saw someone walk on water? And I mean, that's the basic analogy. And I mean, the way I see it is that's a drastic oversimplification of, because he's not taking in the worldview and whether or not there's like some cohesive worldview that makes sense of that. And it's not like he's dealing with like some lone story here. He's dealing with the Bible and with Christianity, and there's plenty to work with to, you know, be the most charitable listener if he wanted to be, if he was, you know, I mean, I know he didn't say he was going to be the most charitable listener exactly, but I just think that when he uses that phrase to describe how he's going to give a fair shake to the other side, and then there's nothing going on that's charitable listening, I think that shows some dishonesty there.
Well, a lot of times they seem to forget who they're talking about. His attack is on the creator of the universe, right? And the creator of the universe that made the universe, he can do anything he wants in the universe. He can walk on water. He can raise the dead. He can do, manipulate the physical laws because he's the one that put them in place, and we should expect that to happen from the creator of the universe. You should expect to see miracles.
And then I'd like to say that this is why presuppositionalism is so important, or that you have a foundation of presupposition in what you're doing, not that you be like Seitan Bruggencate and refuse to have real discussions. I'm not suggesting that to anyone. But it's called a presupposition because relative to the argument and relative to the opponent, you're presupposing. Like if you're not going to take time to prove a point, then you're presupposing it, you know? So sometimes we have to be ready to just say like, well, you know, it's made very apparent in the Old Testament that, you know, Jehovah is that one source of existence. And we know from the cosmological argument, for example, that the creator makes himself obvious, as it says in the New Testament in Romans 1. And then Christ makes him obvious on the cross. So, you know, we're not just going to like it doesn't make sense to just pretend that this document is the same as someone walking in from the other room. In fact, Matt Dillahunty, the fact that you tried to like represent our case like that, I mean, if you had a strong argument, you wouldn't straw man us and you wouldn't be like really pretending that there's not more to it and purposely keeping it shallow. If you had a strong case, you'd want to dig in and show how much you could defeat it. So, I mean, I would just like the audience to notice what my opponent did there. You know, that's how I think would be a pretty good response in a spot like that in the debate. Like, you know, you don't have to prove all that, but it's just like I just used presupposition for all that, and then I'm going to go back into talking about history because I'm the history specialist. Because you know we're talking about Dr. Jon McLatchie right now. So yeah, we all want to stand on that presupposition, be ready to argue powerfully according to Scripture, according to the God and the Messiah we trust.
He presented what he called a maximal data case, but it was bare bones because of time. And so we begin with after Jesus died and was buried. And my question is, did that actually happen? Jesus' followers would have been surprised as anybody else. I don't understand that they would have necessarily been as surprised as anybody else, though I would certainly realize that somebody resurrecting is going to be a surprise. It's just funny that the people who were his followers, we don't seem to have a lot of accounts from them. 1 Corinthians 15:3 is Paul. Paul, and by the way, this is all of it. So the bulk of Jonathan's case is Paul and Luke, you know. And so Paul is not a witness. He's not a witness to the life, ministry, death, or resurrection of Jesus. So I don't know how anything that Paul ever says could be considered strong evidence for the resurrection when he's not remotely an eyewitness. He claims to have had an experience with the risen Jesus after that, but there's no demonstration and no evidence for that. Paul expects the church in Corinthians to understand him. Of course he does, because they've heard the same stories. Paul tries to do this. You know, he's the least of the apostles. Yes, because he wasn't actually there. Luke is a companion, and so he's going to back up the story. Can we trust Luke Acts? It's supposedly grounded in eyewitness testimony, and yet we have no way to investigate or determine that there is in fact eyewitness testimony, or how reliable those eyewitnesses are, or what the nature of their actual accounts is. It's like saying, hey, I've got a bunch of witnesses, and you can't talk to them. It's exactly what we're dealing with here. Luke claims that he spoke to eyewitnesses. So what? That doesn't tell us whether or not their testimony is reliable or accurate. The second test that he presented for Luke, I didn't get to jot down the first one, was that the evidence that Luke was a traveling companion is irrelevant, because traveling partners, like if I told you that I saw Elvis after he was dead, and that there were a bunch of other people who saw it too, and then my traveling companion comes along and says, yep, Matt said he saw Elvis. That doesn't do anything to tell us whether or not I saw Elvis. The we that they referenced, that's two people who weren't there for the ministry, death, or proposed resurrection, we, and so I don't know how it can remotely count as good evidence or strong evidence. At best, you've got second or third hand accounts.
You see, so here I think Matt Dillahunty is he's misrepresenting his opponent, and it's very sly. I didn't notice it, because he's saying that the fact that Luke was a traveling companion of Paul is irrelevant. It doesn't prove it, and he gives like an analogy. But the argument was never that that proves it or something. And so by misrepresenting the argument, when the atheist hearer listens to it and is just subconsciously going along with Matt Dillahunty, they suddenly think that that was John's argument when it never was. And
Yeah, he's just going into criticizing the text and questioning the text and doubting the text, and instead of considering what the facts could be, you know, or what the facts are.
And the fact is that it is important that Luke was a traveling companion of Paul and not just completely anonymous, and that it's sound in the text. Like, it's important in the sense that if we're talking about the evidence, that's important to know. So then for Matt Dillahunty to suddenly say it doesn't matter and then represent it as if it would only matter if it was the crux of the argument or something, that lets his audience assume it's the crux of the argument. And he is a magician. So those of you who like are Matt Dillahunty audience realize he's a magician. When he's sly like this, it's not a slip up. I mean, it's called sleight of hand, right? And all of that. And I don't know. I don't know about you, but like it seems really difficult to be a magician. That seems difficult to me. So like
And
there's no such thing as like so casual about it that he's not really learning from it or whatever. I mean, he's got the cunning of a magician. We know that about his skill set.
and when he questions miracles, there were miracles associated with the temple all the way up until the crucifixion of Jesus. And then after that, there's an admission that there's no more miracles associated with the temple by the Jewish scholars and rabbis and stuff.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like there's very many more miracles than what are in the Bible. It's like that's why all the miracles in the Bible were a big deal, because there weren't other miracles. And that's the whole point of a miracle, is for it to be a big deal. But Yeah, we'll see if he brings up miracles in that way before we dig
John
into
20
it.
is a passage from an anonymous book, and he's convinced that it was written by John. And I get that. I understand why people do, but it's not like we can demonstrate that at all. And if you pick up, if you look into the Bible, the only thing we can say is that we don't know for sure who wrote that, and that all of our copies are anonymous.
Oh, well, I'm very confident it was written by John. I think his personality shows so much through all of his writings. It's obviously the same person. And yeah, I don't
And
see any
if
issue.
you want to, if you want to, if you want to see changed or miracles, miracles are in changed lives now because we are the temple of God, and He's living in us, and He is, cleansing us by the power of His Word, enabling us and giving the confidence to and ability to do everything that's right. That's where you're going to see the miracles now.
Amen. Okay. Thank you, Jungle.
The author, the impressive thing there was that the author knows the name of the priest. Well, assuming that there's any sort of investigation or discussion to be had, A, how do we know that he's right about the name of the priest? And what difference does it make if he's right about the name of the priest? That's like knowing, that Colonel Parker managed Elvis. I didn't meet either one of them, and yet these are facts that I know. Now, things are a little bit different here in the sense that I have access to a lot more information than disciples did, and I don't want to be anachronistic. However, when I listened to Jonathan going through his rebuttal, he basically went over the same points that he made. I hopefully have cleared up that my distinction over the myth thing is not me overlooking that he included legend and just dismissed it. It's that the way that he included legend, I don't feel is dismissible. The accounts that there was a Jesus person, I'm okay with. The accounts that Jesus died, well, I'm convinced that Jesus died. If he existed, I'm convinced he died because, that's just the way life works, that everybody who's ever existed has either died or is still alive. It's curious that I'm, talking with people who think that one of the only exceptions to someone who both died and is still alive. And yet they can't produce that person to come in here and defend any of this. And which is why for hundreds and thousands of years now, we've just been sitting around arguing. He mentioned that I'm not sure what sort of evidence could be presented.
Okay, we cannot produce him to come in and defend. I mean,
Again,
I know that the Spirit of God dwells in me at times, and that we are the body of Christ, and we've been here working all the time. Like when people say, like, well, now prove blah, blah, blah to me, I'm like, we're working all the time on these, like, so many of these videos and debates and stuff, proving stuff to you. It doesn't make sense now in side chat to ask me to, like, do that all of a sudden here. I mean, come on, bro.
and again, if you want to see Jesus resurrected, Jesus is living in us. That's the whole point, is that He dwells in the temple, which is our body now.
Yeah, because as much as I saw him in the scriptures growing up, and when the world proved to be evil, then I turned to, like, wanting to turn to Christ, but I was too attached to my sin. But I had a lot of respect for him, so I must have been like that guy in the temple who says I'm not worthy, but I was so not worthy. But eventually he, like, lifted me up and washed my sins off of me. And that day was a very, very special day. But then after that, I got to know him so much better between the experience of him combined with the scriptures. The scriptures make so much sense and are so easy to read. And yeah, so it's like I have a personal relationship with him. It's not like, oh, he hasn't come and proven himself. I mean, that's a silly caricature. It's like he's proven himself to me, that's for sure.
Right. And if we look at our lives going back 30, 40 years, we can see the difference in the change in our lives because of the work of the Holy Spirit in us and changing our heart and making us understand His word and His purpose and how to be able to do what's right and why and reasons why.
Yeah, so this whole thing about we can't produce him as a witness. Like, that's what we're doing all the time, as much as it's such a big thing. It's like he's, you know, be at one with us. He's humbled
That's a good
himself to
point.
that and exalted us to that. And not that we should think more of ourselves than we ought, but it's such a special connection to be the child of the family and fully respected in the Bible.
That's a good point. But then they'll ask us to perform miracles like magic for them to observe, which is not the nature of God to begin with,
Yeah, and it's the miracle of salvation is the greatest miracle of all. I mean, raising a body back to life is one thing, but raising a person to life from spiritual death is all. And that's another thing. That's why one reason why it's so easy to believe the resurrection is like to make me alive from the kind of death I was dead is way crazier than to make a body alive from the dead. And then to make, of course, God, he could never be dead like I was.
Right,
So of course, he was still alive. And if that kind of
right.
life is a bigger deal, then it's no surprise that that power of deeper spiritual life has plenty of power over physical life, because the physical life is the smaller deal of the two.
Yeah, to change our heart is a huge thing, and also we could even continue and say that that we've come a long way, and yet we still have a long way to go. There's still a lot of room for improvement because Elijah was a man with a nature like ours, and he prayed that it wouldn't rain. Then he prayed again, then it did rain. So there's a lot of room for improvement too.
And that this is somehow a flaw in my epistemology. That's a load of crap. Because what needs to be demonstrated is a causal connection and a realistic connection to show that the supernatural is real, that it can interact with the material world. I don't know what shape that evidence will come. It will convince me the instant it's there. And none of it matters because God could present this evidence. And this is one of the things that I tried to address, that if God comes in and says, hey, I can present all the best evidence for you, but I'm not going to.
So there's evidence of the supernatural issue. I think that's one reason why we always have to remember that Christ on the cross is the best evidence. That he
wants to see. He wants to see magic, is what he wants to see.
And then that's nothing compared to seeing Christ on the cross.
Yeah.
His sheep hear his voice, and so those without the ears to hear, they also don't have the eyes to see. But it's up to us to maybe be the hand of God or the body of Christ, and to be the hand of God that moves the scales from the eyes, perhaps, And
of course, he would deny that God even speaks to him, too.
Even him just saying that would be leaps and bounds better evidence than anything that we currently have. So it's not like I need to explain an empty tomb, because I'm not aware that there is any empty tomb to explain. And thousands of years after something, I don't even know what finding an empty tomb would be. What I'm being asked to explain is how a report from an anonymous source or several anonymous sources that don't agree, you can't put the different resurrection accounts together and come up with a cohesive story because they're in disagreement about what happened when. And we have no demonstration of an empty tomb or a death on a cross or a resurrection or even the details of any specific sermon. And I just did a video the other day on the loaves and fishes.
Well, I don't have any problem thinking that the accounts are inconsistent. I mean, the idea that a woman anointed him before the triumphal entry and a woman anointed him after the triumphal entry, it makes a lot of sense. That would have been a total of 3 anointings, I think, from women.
And they had their chance. They had their chance to produce the body of Jesus, and they were unable to produce the body of Jesus because he had resurrected.
Yeah, well, specifically, he was talking about the inconsistencies of the text, and I think you have to force it to be inconsistent, and then they try to say we're doing like mental gymnastics to think it's consistent, and I just don't have any problem just kind of assuming that there were multiple similar events. If it happened at different times in different gospels and all that. So
how absolutely absurd it is to think that there were thousands of people following Jesus around in the first century in this area and nobody brought any food. I mean,
oh yeah, well that would indicate that like all these people, they didn't expect to spend the day out in the wilderness, but they were drawn to Christ because he's this cool, awesome, beautiful teacher that they wanted to like spend the whole time
Yes.
listening to, and then they were like suddenly they didn't have food with them, you know?
So he's criticizing the fact that they didn't have food. Is that the best he can do? Come on.
This is the level that we're talking about. There could be the best evidence possible. And what we have is an absolute dearth of good evidence and people doing their best to say, you know what? I find these stories convincing and compelling, and so I'm going to make the case that they are. I don't find them convincing and compelling. And this could easily be fixed by an actual presentation of really good, strong evidence for this. And instead, all we end up getting, because all we have is people pointing to the Bible, these anonymous, unsourced accounts that we cannot investigate. I don't know how anybody consider it strong evidence. I can understand how somebody could say that, well, even if it's not strong evidence, it's enough to convince me. That's fine. That comes down to how flawed your epistemology is, how likely you are to believe things on not particularly good evidence.
Thanks, Matt.
You see, and we do have to say, Matt Dillahunty is debating against Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, and Dr. Jonathan McLatchie did say that his belief is based upon and only upon, or he believes because and only because of the historical evidence for the resurrection. And so when we're here saying that, like, you have to present something more complete, well, Dr. Jonathan McLatchie has literally said, hey, Matt, you're not debating something complete. You only have to debate this. And I don't think that's a fair way to represent Christianity. So as good a scholar as he is, it's pretty disappointing that he would go and represent Christianity as being solely based on historical evidence, as if we put our trust in historical evidence.
Yeah, and again, there's so much more to the resurrection than just the event of the resurrection. There's all of history leading up and all of history after that. Even our calendar is based on the existence of Jesus and his death, resurrection.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty historically verified.
there's a lot to consider. Yeah, it's not just as simple as they would like to make it.
We'll jump into the open dialogue section. So keep those questions coming, folks, if you have them. I'm keeping an eye on the live chat, and this will go for about maybe 50 to 60 minutes, maybe less. Kind of play it by ear. And the floor is all yours, Matt and Jonathan. Thanks so much.
Well, thanks so much, Matt. Let me just understand exactly the extent to which you will walk along the road with me where we depart company. Would you say that there's strong evidence that Jesus died on the cross or not?
No.
Okay, so what do you make of the testimonies in Paul and Acts and the Gospels?
I don't consider testimonies to be strong evidence. And then when you point to Paul right off the bat, was Paul there when Jesus died on the cross?
So you would dismiss all testimony?
No, I didn't say I would dismiss all testimony. Was Paul there when Jesus was supposedly killed on the cross?
We don't know.
Oh, yeah. So here he's conflating, the historical tap in, like we got to tap into the history to just the straight up testimony, because any testimony from back in history would be handed down some way. So if Paul is one of the middlemen are a part of history anyway. So how does that make it suddenly not testimony?
Right. And it's the Christian teaching that changed all of Rome. The same Rome that killed Jesus was the same Rome that believed in Jesus and changed and helped to spread the teaching of Jesus. And Rome wasn't the only place. There's other Orthodox Christian churches all around. Even England had a church before the Church of England, from the time of shortly after Jesus rose from the dead. Joseph of Arimathea, the one who provided the tomb for Jesus, moved to England with his daughter Anna of Arimathea, and they were buried there in England. They have their grave there in England.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There when Jesus died on the cross?
So you would dismiss all testimony?
No, I didn't say I would dismiss all testimony. Was Paul there when Jesus was supposedly killed on the cross?
We don't know.
Okay, do we have any reason to think that Paul was there?
No, but he may have been, but we don't know.
Yeah, and if Paul was there, don't you think Paul would have said, I was there? Isn't that really plausible?
But Paul does mention that...
Oh, yeah, here I totally agree with Matt Dillahunty. Paul was not there to see the crucifixion himself. So instead of saying we don't know, it probably would have been better to just say probably not. He probably was not there, because yeah, he would have mentioned it at some point. I mean, does anyone disagree with that?
Well, it needs to be understood that Paul was a student of Gamaliel. He was a Pharisee at the time, and was probably on the side of the unbeliever or the unbelieving Jews, and against. Of course, when they stoned Stephen, he was there when they laid their garments at his feet.
Yeah, and that's the
You
thing.
know,
It
the
says
feet
he
of Paul.
was there, but it never says he was at the cross. So I agree with Dillahunty that we have reason to think Paul was not at the cross.
Well, yeah, there doesn't seem to be evidence of that. Yeah.
And so
He does mention the testimony of Peter and James, and
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
well,
Okay, Jonathan, if you were there and you witnessed Jesus,
oh yeah, and there, like he says, he does mention the testimony of Peter and James, and he says that's not what I asked. Like, who cares? It's not like you're not the god of the debate, Matt Dillahunty. Like, the fact is that all history is given through some middlemen. So Jonathan McLatchie is trying to say exactly what I just said. You see, I think Matt Dillahunty really took advantage of Dr. Jon McLatchie's character, and we're going to see that more here. I don't want to get too hung up. But yeah, that's what Jon McLatchie's getting at, is Paul was a middleman in the history of bringing us an eyewitness testimony. And like, hey, if I have to pick someone to be my middleman to hand me an eyewitness testimony, I'm picking Paul. So, I mean, it's just, there's nothing weak about it. That's the very least I can say, is there is nothing weak about it.
Jesus' death on the cross, and you then wrote about it, wouldn't, or a day or a couple of decades later, would you say that you went and talked to the other apostles and you did all this stuff, or would you just say, I was there, I saw the man die?
Okay, I don't. It doesn't matter for the sake of my argument that Paul was there. I don't think that the only good evidence.
Well, it does if you're counting him as a witness, because if he wasn't there, then he's not a witness.
Still count as evidence if he wasn't there, because
He's not a witness.
Matt Dillahunty already knows about the argument I'm talking about, and that's why he's badgering him like this. He's gonna try to prevent him from stating the actual case. And yeah, when I was listening, I was only like 2/3 paying attention because I was driving and stuff. But I see, like, he tried to make the same case that I'm making here, but Dillahunty didn't let him. So we'll see if he lets him or if he badgers him out of it.
You just a minute ago suggested that Paul is a witness that we should listen to, and I'm saying I have no evidence that Paul's a witness.
But he is a witness to what was being proclaimed by the other apostles, in particular.
And
Peter
I'm a witness,
James.
and I'm a witness to what the National Enquirer reports about Elvis. But that doesn't mean I'm an actual witness about what's actually happened with Elvis.
Peter is someone who was present at the cross. We know, or present with Jesus at his trial, rather. And James was the brother of Jesus, who surely would have known that that his own brother had died on the cross. And so I think that he is a credible secondhand report as to.
You don't have a report from Jesus' brother.
I see. We have a cohesive history here, and Dr. Jonathan McLatchie is doing a very good job of showing how cohesive our history is and all of that. Unfortunately, Matt Dillahunty is also doing a very good job of giving atheists every out he can give them.
But the truth of the matter is that Paul is not that far removed from the death and resurrection of Jesus. Because he was there right from the start of the early church with Stephen.
And he met people who saw the crucifixion, many people who saw the crucifixion. So when he reports these eyewitness testimonies as a middleman in history,
Right.
We're not just having of some of the apostles and stuff. We're having of every one of those people of the 500 that Paul knew. And those of us who are Christians and understand, like, you know, the walk with Christ and the difference of honesty and integrity that comes with this, like, it makes a lot of sense to trust those people and all that. Now, to express that to an atheist that it's good evidence to them is a little different. But at the same time, like, the atheist should see how we have something so solid here. This isn't just like, we believe in fairies and leprechauns like Matt Dillahunty wants you all to parrot, you know?
But again, Paul was not as far removed as what the atheists would like you to think, because it wasn't long after that when Jerusalem was sacked and it was all, you know, everybody spread out, and you know, Jerusalem was destroyed, and you know, and then there was a Masada and everything. Not long after all these events that are being, you know, taking place with Paul, you know, that was right after the death and resurrection of Jesus.
Yeah, and I definitely, since there is no evidence that the Gospels were written as late as they say they were written, I think they were probably written very noticeably earlier for the most part, being that that would have been the sensible thing to do and all that. And so that's another thing atheists should understand is like we have no evidence for this idea that they came a bunch of
Yeah, because when was it when the Romans came and sacked Jerusalem or destroyed everything and destroyed the temple and
yeah, that was 70
and
AD.
yeah, so
Seems like
there's a window of time there like 50, 60 years or whatever that
40.
that all of this happened, and that's not very far removed at all.
Yeah, and they try to say that things written by John are written more like 90 AD or something like that, but
Yeah,
there's no evidence that they're written after the temple was destroyed, and that would have affected the writings probably. So yeah,
because
in all likelihood, they're all done by 70 AD at the very latest possible. That's only 40 years.
all of this documentation of all the things that happened in the church and all these events happened in a short window of time before the destruction of Jerusalem. You know?
Yeah, because I think Matthew was definitely written within 10 years, the Hebrew version of it anyway. And then they would have written the Greek version, very similar. That's a whole rabbit hole I can't go into right now.
Right, and some people are saying that there was Hebrew versions of the other Gospels too. You know.
Yeah, I'm pretty skeptical of that. I don't know of any church fathers saying that or anything. But here, let's let the video keep going.
Well, yeah, because they just kicked everything out.
Okay, let's go.
What we have things written by Jesus' brother than we did.
But I don't necessarily think that. This is the problem. This is the problem of having a big storybook that has a bunch of different people trying to tell different parts of the same story and no idea who any of them are, and no way to investigate or find out.
Okay, so you wouldn't. So I mean, take the Book of Acts for example. You think so? The author of Luke Acts was someone who was a traveling companion of Paul, who has ample access to the witnesses in Jerusalem. Sorry.
Paul or Peter, because I thought it was Paul too, and then a minute ago you said Peter, and I just want to make sure I wasn't confused.
I'm sorry, I misspoke if I did. I said Luke was a traveling companion of Paul, and had ample access to the treasure trove of living witnesses in Jerusalem. And because he was present with Paul in Jerusalem.
I think that's a really flawed assumption to assume that there was a treasure trove of witnesses. How do you know there was a treasure trove of witnesses? Doesn't that presume that the events being reported were true? And isn't that the very thing we're trying to prove? And therefore that claim is a fundamentally circular argument.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, obviously he's proposing like a model. So to criticize him for having a model every time as if like trying to show his model as cohesive is a circular argument is really unfair. And we're going to see how this plays out, that he won't respect that when that he's proposing a model and he keeps like treating everything like,
No, because these. So I think part of the problem in your epistemology is you make this distinction between a claim and evidence, and you've made this a number of your debates, and I totally disagree with that approach. Because a claim is evidence.
No, it's not.
It can be explained.
A claim is not evidence. If I say I have a $100 bill in my wallet, that's a claim. It is a statement about a fact. It is not evidence in and of itself.
It's more probable on the hypothesis that especially, I mean, if you are.
I don't care about more. This is so dishonest.
Listen to me. Especially if you are.
Man, I think Matt Dillahunty is really afraid to let Dr. Jonathan actually make his point. Do you notice how he literally like badgers him? And look at this look on his face. I didn't mean to pause it there, but that satisfied look on his face. And he is a magician, and I think he's playing Dr. Jonathan like very subtly.
Yeah,
and he's playing him time.
He's pointed out that trying to say that the New Testament books are just a claim, nothing more than a claim, when in fact they are historical evidence, and it describes an event that actually happened.
Yeah, then
so much so that there was no other counterclaim to the resurrection of Jesus, because there was no other counterclaim to make, because they never did find the body of Jesus.
Yeah, and
so can I ask you a question, Nicholas?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, now this is a dumb question, and I don't mean to deviate, but I didn't see the debate. and I really don't even know how it works. But how is it that Dillahunty won?
Oh,
Like,
that's
how do you determine
the
that?
audience gets to decide for themselves who wins or loses. So when I listen to this, I don't
Well,
hear like something where an atheist afterwards would think like that there's strong evidence for the question is there strong evidence for the resurrection? And based solely on this debate, um, I would say that Matt Dillahunty seems to have successfully argued that there's not strong evidence for the resurrection.
Yeah, there's formal ways. There's a formal way of counting points in a debate, and I'm not really sure how all that works, but
So
if the
well,
you haven't.
I know the debate. You said the debate is 4 hours
No,
long, but from what I've
I said,
seen,
well,
I
we might be
haven't.
here for 4 hours as we keep pausing the debate. Is what I meant.
Uh, but I haven't heard the
Oh,
other guy say
I
hardly
skipped
anything
where he said
since the
stuff.
time I've been
He
here.
just gives good Christian scholarship, making a cohesive model. And Matt Dillahunty is going to argue that a cohesive model is not good enough.
Okay.
And this video is basically about the fact that a cohesive model is not a good enough entire debate unless you're specifically debating scholarship. Like Jonathan McLatchie will debate people like, I don't know if he's gotten to debate Bart Ehrman. I don't think so, but he really wants to. And then there's another gentleman who debated on Modern Day Debate recently that's well known. I'm trying to remember his name. He has debated him. But yeah, so he can debate other scholars about what's scholarly and all that, and he does fine. But and I think Matt Dillahunty's manipulating him here.
I think the answers that you guys were giving to me, make more sense to us. But that's not the debate, the topic of the debate.
Well,
I
the thing
guess,
is that for the evidence to be strong, there has to be the worldview that it's strong in, because we all look at evidence through our worldview. And so I'm not saying you spend a lot of time on our worldview, but you have to be able to say, you have to be able to stand on things about our worldview to, if you insist first that our worldview is the more sensible one to begin with, then you insist that the better lens combined with the argument makes this argument a strong argument. So Jonathan McLatchie is giving an argument that is strong through a Christian lens, but he doesn't do anything whatsoever to have it be looked at through that lens and tested through that lens. Like we can let Dillahunty's worldview be tested through the lens of atheism, and Dr. Jonathan McLatchie should be helping the audience see his proposed model tested through the lens of Christianity, so that it wouldn't be a straw man, Like out of context, this case is weak, but in context, it's strong. So he didn't set context. It's not complete, and it really needed to be complete. I think that answers your question, Fifth Trumpet. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, because, well, like I said, the answers that you guys were given as far as the evidence, as far as why is everybody a Christian, because we feel the presence, and it's, something that is real. So whether or not somebody can go back and say whether this eyewitness did this or did that, I mean, he's right. You can't go back in history and look. Because, well, you can, but some people will say it's
Well,
for,
and
some people will say it's
spiritually, we
against.
know what it is
So,
to have that spirit. And so when we look at the text, it's like, man, this makes so much sense and rings so true. And if we can express that, like, there is an inside perspective that sees it differently, then they can consider that. There's nothing wrong with letting them consider our perspective. Our perspective is a good one. And instead, we try to somehow make it strong in their perspective. Our worldview will never be our beliefs will never be strong in their perspective. So we got to share ours and let them judge it. Now here, Kevin Shea is like, comes in late and just says no strong evidence. Exactly. That's a wrap, folks. Like, obviously he's a little bit afraid to actually spend some time digging into things. He's just going to quickly write something off. And yeah, that's, He probably thinks abiogenesis makes sense and that Diet Coke is just as much a code as DNA.
Yeah, right. And the topic of this debate was strong evidence, and it seems to me that a lot of people either never heard of or are not familiar with Josh McDowell. He wrote a book that's called Evidence Demands a Verdict. And he wrote a second book, More Evidence Demands a Verdict. And it was all about evidence for the resurrection of Jesus. And he came at it as an unbeliever, as an atheist. He went and studied the resurrection of Jesus in order to disprove it. And then when he saw what the evidence was, then he became a Christian because of the evidence. And so his book is Evidence Demands a Verdict and More Evidence Demands a Verdict. The two books he wrote.
Yeah, and we would tend to say that historically it's special pleading against the Bible because like anything else with so much historical support, people would like be all in for. But we'll see, Matt. We'll probably see it when Matt Dillahunty addresses that, and he says, "No, if another historical document had a supernatural claim, I would disbelieve that too." So that's pretty fair enough. But at the same time, like he uses, what our friend Smokey Saint would call like a dumpster fire trash clown of a worldview in order to think that way. So it's like, naturalism's not realistic. It's just very self-centered. Like these are the limits of what I can know and I can see. So therefore, I'm going to pretend that that's the limits of reality. Even though we've mentioned philosophical arguments earlier, I don't want to keep doing tangents, but we mentioned those before. So yeah, so he's using bad presuppositions to have a bad look at the evidence. But he is being consistent. He's consistently using a bad presupposition to look at evidence, so that's good.
Trusted friend who has a track record of being habitually reliable, habitually truthful. Then if I come to you and you say to me, I have $100 in my pocket or what have you, then that is something I'm going to believe you on, right? So that is a form of evidence.
I completely agree with you, and you've just demonstrated how your objection is fundamentally flawed and my epistemology is sound. Because what you cited was the evidence for my likelihood to reliably tell you the truth. Here's the claim. My claim is I have $100 in my wallet. That is not evidence. What you're using is your understanding of how reliable and trustworthy I am. That is the evidence that supports whether or not my claim is likely to be true. I have no problem with that. Please present the likelihood that these stories are true. I don't know who wrote them. How do I know how reliable they are? I don't know who these people are. I have no way to investigate any of the facts about it. So all we have are personal testimonies, which is anecdotal evidence. It cannot rise to the point of leading anyone to reasonably conclude that somebody rose from the dead.
So it's
and he's ignoring all of the facts.
Well, and in the Christian perspective, we do have lots of reason to trust these witnesses and to our whole worldview about, how Christ has changed the world and the struggle between truth and untruth, and we see it today, and how we see the book of Revelation spiritually unfolding before us and all that. And like, there's just so much to it that like it makes a lot of natural sense. And Matt Dillahunty seems to only be concerned with strengthening atheists with their atheism.
Right. They're just doubt upon doubt, as if there was no Adam and Eve, there was no global flood, there was no Israel, there was no Abraham, there's no Moses, and no Rome at the time of Jesus or whatever, It's like the whole thing, it didn't exist, just doubt. It's all of human history.
And I really want to emphasize again that we have to have fifth trumpet. I don't know how much you know about apologetics, but do you know what presuppositional apologetics is?
No.
Okay. So it's where you presuppose that you've won the debate because you know stuff, because you know God and your opponent doesn't. And ultimately, like, we have to use presupposition for like these side issues that support our worldview, If Dr. Jonathan McLatchie only has time to discuss the historicity, then he still has to express our worldview that makes the historicity make sense. And then he doesn't have to take time to argue it. He can just presuppose it. But and then if he gets criticized for it, just be like, well, you have to see that in our worldview, this makes sense, and just mention I'm presenting a cohesive model. I mean,
then again, we believe not because of a presupposition, but we believe because of our experience with God. But then they don't accept experience as evidence.
Yeah, it's presuppositional relative to the argument. It means you don't argue it, so you've presupposed it relative to the argument.
Yeah, as far as we're concerned, we know there's a God, and we're just going from the position that there is a God, and we're trying to explain what the details are to them. And basically, that would be like a presupposition, but it's more than a presupposition because we know God.
Yeah, it's not literally a presupposition, but they call it presuppositional arguing when relative to the argument, you're not going to support your case. So that means you're presupposing something. And there's not
because they can't accept our experience. They won't accept our experience.
Yeah, and that's fine, but we still have to be brave enough to say, well, I had that experience and it's true even if you do reject it. So there, go ahead and reject it. Let's move on with the discussion.
I mean, I could list my experiences, things that happened, things that God told me about my life, and all the way up until very recently when I retired from my job. God told me about that when I was 5 years old. But do they accept that? No, they don't accept that.
Yeah, but they're not just going to accept it, but that's.
But I'm going.
Present it.
I'm going from a position. I'm standing on a position that there is a God, and then I'm just trying to explain to them, what evidence there is of God, physical evidence, because that's the only thing they'll accept is physical evidence. So you have to go into the science and you have to show what the science is. Nothing can make itself. Nothing can direct itself. You have a maker.
This will never be good enough. We always have to also provide spiritual evidence. And if not you, then someone else in the body will, but spiritual evidence is required. This is a spiritual process. And that could be to use in a debate. Be like, well, spiritual evidence is required. You can't tell me that doesn't make sense. So I'll do my best here. And, if the audience hears that, I mean, if it comes out making more sense, well, I didn't quite get, if an atheist leaves saying, I didn't quite get it, but he said he's got these spiritual perspectives.
Well, it all comes down.
Finish real quick this one, please. Yeah, if an atheist walks out I didn't quite get it, but he told me he has these spiritual perspectives and stuff and expressed this stuff, and it's kind of interesting where he's coming from. That's a lot better than well, he sounded like an idiot. So sometimes we have to admit, it's not proven to you, but it's proven to us, and we got to share our worldview a bit,
Right, and it all comes down to a supernatural cause anything, because nothing can cause itself. Everything's contingent on what is not contingent, which is a supernatural cause. I mean, we got to explain everything to them,
Yeah, because we can always remember that ultimately, if we get into just an objective argument about the universe, it's more likely there's a God than not, and they're the ones coming from a relative, even from just a quick look or a logical look or something, they're coming from the far less likely perspective. And as you dig into it, you find out it's literally impossible. And if it's impossible, then it's absurd. So they're the ones from an absurd worldview, but they've somehow developed the clout to pretend we're the ones coming from an absurd worldview.
And they still don't accept it. Even when you explain it to them, they still don't accept it. So it's based on their belief anyways.
So let's keep rolling.
It's an inductive argument. So we've got numerous points of historical confirmation in the Gospels and Acts, which cumulatively demonstrates that the authors of the Gospels and Acts, regardless of who they were close up to the facts, and that they are substantially trustworthy, they have reliable access to information concerning the events they talk about. So, for example, are you acquainted with the argument from undesigned coincidences in the Gospels and Acts?
Yes.
Okay.
But you go ahead.
So I'll give one example, and perhaps you can comment on it. So, for example, in one well-known example is if we go to John 12, this is where we have Jesus approached to Bethany with the 12. Verse 1, 6 days before the Passover, Jesus therefore came to Bethany, where Lazarus was, and Jesus had raised from the dead. and they give a dinner for him there and so forth. And the following day, verse 12, he has a triumphal entry, right? He enters Jerusalem on the back of a donkey.
Sure.
So that would be 5 days before Passover, if John is correct on that particular point. Now, is John correct on that particular point? Well, we can evaluate that. So if we go over to Mark's account, chapter 11, this is the parallel account, and he says, when they drew near to Jerusalem, to Bethphage and Bethany, the men of Olives, Jesus sent two of his disciples and said to them, go into the village in front of you. Immediately as you enter it, you will find a colt tied on which no one has ever sat, untie and bring it. So if we, and Mark actually telescopes the narrative with respect to John, so he doesn't mention he actually arrives in Bethany the night before, and it's in the morning he arrives into Jerusalem. But if we assume that John is correct for the sake of argument, get to verse 11. It says he entered Jerusalem.
Okay, if anyone's interested in this, you can watch it back later. It's basically, he's saying that because it's just corroboration in a minor way between two of the stories, which is supposed to be so nuanced and casual that no one would have preconceived it into there for a conspiracy. So it's evidence that it's a legit story. And that's just the thing, is like, he's still never addressing the fact that from Matt Dillahunty's worldview, none of this is at all convincing. And so like little scholarly details is more his thing. That's not really what I'm trying to address.
It doesn't have to be a Q document.
Here.
It doesn't have to be another gospel. It could just be, these are the stories that are going around, and this guy wrote this version of the story, and this guy wrote this version of the story, and the source of the particular can't make an argument for independence when both people who are writing something have access to the stories ahead of time.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it doesn't have to be a Q document. It doesn't have to be another gospel. It could.
And this is more of what I don't want to get into dissecting, is all the little details about scholarship and stuff, like the idea of having matching, of using similar sources and stuff like that in the order of the documents. That's a lot of conjecture, but what Dillahunty's going to talk about is how those shared details could be shared oral details and shared stories that get written down. And it's all just basic standard conversation on the topic.
The resurrection encounters with the risen Jesus goes back to the early apostolic eyewitnesses. And then that's what needs to be explained by looking at, sifting through the hypotheses I offered, namely and it argues against the myth hypothesis. And then we have to consider, okay, were they honestly mistaken or were they deliberately lying? And the fact that they're substantially trustworthy is evidence that they were not deliberately lying, although it's not conclusive proof, but is evidence for that conclusion. And you could also look at the fact that the apostles were willing to die as martyrs for their testimony.
Okay, so the idea that they were telling the truth because they're willing to die as martyrs, Matt Dillahunty is just going to refute that by basically saying that a lot of people have died as martyrs for things that just aren't true. It's just not that strong a case right there. I do agree with Matt Dillahunty there that like that's not going to be a strong case. But I think there's something deeper about the likelihood of truth. And that's the truth that's expressed by Christ on the cross, the truth that's expressed in the Proverbs, in the Psalms, in the Torah, in the prophets, the truth that's expressed in the epistles and in the vision of Revelation, and the truth that's expressed in the Gospels and in the book of Acts. And like all of that truth is so powerful and so compelling. It's like when your math teacher, when you're in preschool, teaches you correctly about like 3 + 4 = 7, it's like you might start to think that you could listen to them about math, you know? And it's just like, that's the thing, is like, yeah, I'm going to think the scripture is true because it has so much powerful truth in it that it's a good witness. And if Matt Dillahunty doesn't understand that, then either he's never understood it or he's been a fool about it. And I mean, I know it's the Satan's fault that he's a fool. I don't mean that as an insult, but it is the fool who says in his heart there is no God.
Yeah, I don't think he ever learned Christian teaching to begin with correctly. I mean, or believed it. You know, if he didn't really believe it, that's another thing.
Let's see, does anyone else have comments on why we would think that the writers were truthful?
Well, I mean, just on this point here, he dismisses like what you said. You agreed a little bit about martyrs, and I do to a degree that yes, down the road, of course, if you hear something secondhand, you could believe it or you would martyr yourself. But supposedly, I mean, he doesn't take that as evidence either because that could be made up too, according to him. But the ones that were martyred, yeah, the ones that were martyred or died, went to death, like, you know, Jesus' brother, he wasn't convinced, and then he was convinced. I mean, you don't. To me, you're not going to go to your death unless you're 100%. You know what I'm saying? Convinced. and that's evidence where is it Peter who denied?
Yeah.
And then comes back and fully believes, and then all the apostles went on to fully, how many of the apostles died? Were martyred.
10.
10
Well,
of them.
if you count
It's the-
Paul, it would be 11.
It's disputed. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's disputed.
I was going to say virtually all of them, but I thought there was maybe one.
And you're becoming too quiet, Chris. I can't hear you. I don't know. Jungle jargon. Your microphone might be competing with us because the microphones compete on here.
Okay.
Because you have that background noise.
Can you just mute for 1 second, Jungle, see if my mic's just even working?
Yeah,
properly?
yeah. That did the trick, Chris. We can hear you better now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, that, and then what I wanted to touch on one thing. I don't want to derail because you're going really good here, and I've been listening. But I mentioned this in a different thread over in the Calvinism a thread that is it Praise is doing.
Yeah, Praise I Am That I Am was doing a bash Calvinism thing. And I don't like bashing Calvinism. I'll just say that. But go on, Chris.
Yeah, I know you know, and that's what I said. I'd been more fun to do Islam, but because I want to hear Smokey go off on it. Just one time. But the faith thing, the only way to please God is through faith. Okay, that's what they have to understand is that they're like, well, why doesn't God he could have done this to prove it, show it to me, he could do this, and it's like, for whatever reason, you accept it or you don't accept it, and if you read the Bible, you will understand why. But to please God, it's faith is what pleases God. You know what I mean? And it's not blind faith, and so that's something that he's not gonna understand, because like Jungle said, I don't think he really truly has tried to read the Bible and understand it from a believer standpoint. You know what I mean? As in wanting to believe it. You know what I mean? To accept, see if it's true. Because if you go into anything believing that you just don't, looking for things that are going to be skeptical, you're going to come to the conclusion that you've already, pre-concluded. And that's why many atheists they'll just go through the Bible, they'll pick a verse about slavery, and they won't go into the context of it, and then the next thing it confirms their it's confirmation bias. But go ahead with what you're doing there. I just wanted to chime in a bit, and I won't jump in too much unless it's something that I think is at the year to get to it.
Yeah, hey Nicholas, thank you, and I'm gonna take off. And Jargon, those were great answers, and I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me in.
Bye.
Okay, so take it easy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, let's. Oh yeah, so he was addressing whether or not we have reason to think the witnesses are truthful. And again, some of this is like the power of the entire worldview. I mean, that may not be what this debate's about, but if you don't express that, then you're not expressing that your argument's strong, because it's only strong really in our worldview. But our worldview is nothing to be ashamed of, not even close.
Which also contributes evidence to the fact that they were not deliberately lying about what they allegedly saw.
Just ask you how you distinguish between the people who you think you're being honest and have access to the facts for the religion that you accept. How you distinguish between those and the people who are making claims for other religions that you don't accept. And instead of giving me anything close to how you would tell the difference, which is what epistemology is about, how I tell the difference between, hey, this religion, you're basically saying these religious accounts are true and these religious accounts over here are not true, and you have no better evidence for your truth than they have for theirs, because what you have is a claim from someone who you find truthful.
You see, and my argument here would just be that Christ on the cross made God obvious, and no other religion has that. And so there's a lot more evidence for our religion, because Christ on the cross made God obvious.
Yeah, now he's trying to compare, Christian teaching with all the other teachings, and it's just not even comparable.
That stood out to me right there, because we can go through and have a debate on each one, which is the most plausible. But that was very dishonest to me. You mentioned it.
Yeah.
He knows
You
what he's
doing. You call it obfuscating, right? Obfuscating.
Yeah, and I mean, I see how it seems like a fair comparison, but then like Like, I think if someone is debating me in basically any debate, it's going to be pretty easy to see that, like, I'm really assertive with my worldview. So the idea of another worldview would kind of bounce off me. But Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, he's a scholar and he's just not a fighter like this. And we're gonna
Now, are you
see
just gonna say
that.
that for all those other religions or for those other supernatural accounts, you just don't find those people truthful?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, then I don't find yours truthful, and there's no.
You just don't find those other people truthful. And he's just like, yeah. So he does do the sort of presuppositional thing, but he doesn't do much of expressing that he has reason for it, So
Yeah,
to
but
generally know the beauty of God and to generally know Scripture and to have something you can like pull out about it would be good,
yeah. How in that limited time would he go through and dismiss every religion that there is? He
Well,
went
none has ascended except for he who came down. And so Christ himself, like he refuted the Buddha by saying, like the Buddha couldn't have ascended because none ascended before Christ. So only Christ ascended. And then Christ makes God obvious on the cross. So you can address every other religion that way. And it's just as presupposition, it's not any worse than what he just did, being like, yeah, I write him off. You may as well have a little bit to say about it, Sorry to totally
Yeah, and
interrupt.
Matt didn't address the point where.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
you're good. The Matt didn't address the point where Jesus, where it corresponds with the Passover. I thought that was a great point that was brought up that he just glossed over and just, yeah, well, yeah. I don't know what his explanation for that is.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
there,
You could easily just say that they just wrote it that way, even though it's not true. So it's an easy enough point. I think they're just talking about enough details that some of them will get missed. I can't like fault Matt Dillahunty for a detail he missed. That would be presumptuous.
yeah, and again, the teaching of Messiah isn't just the event at the cross. It's Passover, it's prophecies, it's Adam and Eve, it's the seed of the woman, it's everything, and it's the Spirit, the Holy Spirit that's sent to us to change our life and give us a new life, So it's a whole bunch of things, not just that.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus is all in the Old Testament if you want to find it. You know what I mean? And it's not like you have to look hard. He's all in the Old Testament represented. And it's
Yeah,
sacrifice.
very true.
Too. Go ahead. I'm
And
sorry.
with a more, oh, sorry, you're so quiet even when you are there.
Let me. Can you hear me better now? If I sit up,
That's really good.
Sorry, I had a kink in my neck, and I'm using this pillow, so I'm kind of leaned back. So I'll sit up here for a while. Sorry.
Yeah, I purposely use a microphone that I have to be pretty close to. That way, if my air conditioner's going or someone else is making noise, it doesn't pick it up too much.
Well, this one's earbuds and gets right by my mouth, but I'm letting it dangle down. So I usually kind of like pin it up on my shirt. So I got it pinned up now.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, very good points about the Old Testament. And again, it's like you have to have some representing of the overall worldview. And it's like here he does presume it just by saying, yeah, I write the others off, but he doesn't do anything to make it look as good as it is,
No point.
Oh, yeah.
Because we no longer give a damn about epistemology. We're just going to go with how our gut feels, right?
Well, we're going to look at the evidence. And when
I've been asking for evidence. Do you have any evidence that doesn't come from the Bible?
No.
Okay. So you have nothing but a hearsay account from an unidentifiable source.
We have evidence from the New Testament, including Paul and the Apostles and so forth.
Yeah.
You see, I wasn't able to watch it. I was pretty much listening to it on the radio. I do like Dr. Jon McLatchie's like snug face. Like he feels really good about this historical evidence, and I do like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but he wants evidence. Since when does he want evidence? Come on. He ignores all the evidence. So
why don't you start responding to the evidence rather than dismissing it?
It's not evidence. It's claims, not evidence. There is no evidence. There is no physical evidence. There is no. What you can do is you can say that there are people who wrote stories and you find them compelling, and I don't.
If you're just.
Oh yeah, so I ask you guys, what do you guys think about like saying like I'm presenting a cohesive model? Like at some point using the word model, Like he never once mentions anything like that. He just like Dr. Jon McLatchie, he just kind of lets it get picked apart instead of like insisting, hey, this is one cohesive thing. You're doing nonsense by trying to pick each thing at a time and presenting one cohesive thing. What do you
Yeah.
Did you watch Dillahunty and Mike Winger basically had the same debate?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah, he pulled the same. I mean, a lot of the same arguments that he pulled in this one with the myth.
Yeah, I think it's just that Jonathan is he's not used to having this kind of a debate, this kind of a discussion with atheists, and he's not comfortable. I don't think, because he needs a little bit more practice, maybe.
Yeah, he wasn't prepared because when he talks to another scholar, they know they're each presenting competing models, and the whole debate's like whose model is better. And so he comes here inside that context and doesn't even realize that he needs to set the context. And I'm sure Matt Dillahunty knows about setting context. He's a magician, right? And a debater. And so he's taking full advantage. I mean, a lot of this is instinct for Matt Dillahunty. I'm sure he's a little bit busy to be consciously thinking of everything. But man, think about to have manipulating people and like doing evil as an instinct, and maybe to not know it, like to think you're being a nice, fair guy while you're like saying that sort of instinct. That's too bad for Matt.
But there's a reoccurring theme of Matt picking on low-hanging fruit, and it's going to come up in the debate, in the question and answer.
Ironically, because Dr. Jonathan McLatchie didn't realize he'd be low-hanging fruit. And I think Dillahunty probably knew this is exactly how the debate was going to go. I think he knows enough about these things and is in control enough, just as a magician would be. So let's keep going.
Just going to keep dismissing evidence and we're done.
Yes, we are. We are. And you know whose fault it is? The God that you believe in, because the God that you believe in is too stupid to understand that when he presents something in a way where it's indistinguishable from other things that are false, that's the end of the conversation. I didn't make up the rules about what counts as evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, now when I heard that on radio, guys, give me a minute to talk here, okay, before you jump in. So when I heard that on the radio, the way I was listening to it was as if it was radio. I was like, oh man, you can't just let him insult your God like that. So what are you going to do, And I was like, and Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, I couldn't imagine how he would respond, because of who he is. Because, I mean, I'm ready to, like, respond to that. Smokey's ready to respond to that, but Jonathan wasn't, And then he just disappears. And that was both, like, a brave thing to do and a cowardly thing to do. Like, it would have been even more cowardly to just sit there and let him say that about his God, So it would have been more brave to have the right words against it. So he is somewhere in the middle here. He's not just being a coward. Like most people would see this and just think he's being a coward. That's not fair. He's right in the middle here.
Yeah, I think it. And he was kind of like caught off guard too, so he can understand that. But he did come back though. That's the thing. But I don't think that was really good for him to just like cut out at that point. I mean,
it was the best.
You're right. You're right to an extent. He just couldn't take it. That was just too much for him. That's true. But
it says it's unacceptable to say that about my God. It says that. And even though when he comes back and apologizes, he doesn't even say anything about it. So that's disappointing. But I mean, I don't know, if he had just sat there and taken it, it would have been even worse. And that was the best he could do. So this is a warning to all of us, especially, we've got to be men here and we've got to be ready when this moment comes to us, especially those of us who are gentler and nicer. And I know people have finally seen about me that I'm just very honest and serious, which means I have a lot of very, very genuine positivity. And then I've got a very, very genuine rebuke for what's wrong,
Well, I have something to say about that, is that he called God stupid, and God is the creator, and he's making himself out to be what he is, and it's not very impressive or graceful or anything good. He's just making himself to be basically nothing in order to a shame and a disgrace forever. He thinks he's smarter than God. God knows what he's doing. God is not stupid. It just it would be good for Matt to believe that God's not stupid.
And let me just say this, like after what I've been doing to Godless Engineer, or what I did to him, I subscribed to his channel solely for the purpose of going on there and exposing him as a liar and willing to stand by a totally absurd, stupid position because he's that desperate to not believe in God. Because his audience needs to know that for their own good and benefit, and I love his audience. And so I happened to, I would normally be asleep that time, but my sleep pattern got messed up and I was awake. And I went in there and I showed that the emperor was naked, and I got the job done before I got banned. And the thing is that if someone comes in a debate with me and says that my God's stupid, that's pretty fair game, because I'm like, I'm not just a historical scholar who's a total sweetheart who's arguing about whether or not there's historical evidence. And instead, I'm going all out to show how stupid atheism is. So if Matt Dillahunty said that to me, it would be pretty acceptable. It'd be totally different. But when he did it here, I mean, he was manipulating Jonathan McLatchie a lot, and I don't know what he expected there, because I think he just had that opportunity, and I think this is something that Matt Dillahunty's going to apologize for. That's my prediction. And so I don't want to overstate how wrong Dillahunty is here. If he never apologizes, then it's pretty bad. But because he just had an opportunity, and it's like an athletic opening, I don't know if any of you have been physical athletes, but you see that opening and you just suddenly do it, and it's like something took over you, And he suddenly saw that opening for making his hard argument and winning or whatever. And he just went in and did it, even though he shouldn't have done it that way.
Went with the kill.
What? Yeah. But he shouldn't have done it that way to this person. It really wasn't fair to how this debate was being handled. And I think he'll apologize for it. So I'm not really looking to make a big fuss about it. But
it would be good for Matt to try to get on, come up to his level, come up to Jonathan's level of understanding of the scriptures. I mean, he's just out, it's a street fight for Matt. It's just a street fight instead of trying to understand what is going on, what's being said,
Yeah, and there was a part where we must have missed it earlier, I think, because there's a part where we were probably distracted by focusing on other things, but Matt Dillahunty used the sort of kind of a bit of a crybaby tactic to sort of get Dr. Jonathan to back off on a good argument. I didn't notice it this time, but I noticed it when I was listening to it radio style. And that's just another piece of the manipulation. And what we see here is Matt Dillahunty didn't try to facilitate the best possible debate. He manipulated to win the debate. And, if that's what the debate's about, then Dr. Jonathan McLatchie didn't do well enough. But it might just be that Matt Dillahunty was being abusive in a sense. He was abusing what this debate was and abusing his skill and all that, And
Well, Nicholas, his rhetoric, he did use that to his advantage too, because anytime he wanted to, he could just say, at any point he wanted to, he could just say, prove it. You know what I mean? Just prove it.
Kind of interrupt, get him flustered before his points start showing how it's making some sense,
Because we're not saying that this is 100% conclusive proof. You can take it to court of law and it's over with. This is just one piece of the totality of evidence that we have that Christianity is true. You know what I mean?
So and then it's
go ahead.
Yeah, then it's strong evidence, and then is the debate, and is this strong or not? In any historical perspective, it is strong. In a criminal court, by this point, the case is probably a little cold for criminal court. We could, maybe, and it's what does strong evidence mean? But yeah, this video is called like Dillahunty Wins. Why? How? And I did not expect to come in here and say that Matt Dillahunty was manipulating and stuff. Watching it twice and watching it, I didn't see his face the first time I was watching it, so I can read people's faces. I've played poker before, and I have spiritual insight, and I have human instinct, and I have intuitive mind, and like I can read faces, and just like watching this and reading his face and stuff, you can see what's going on. And it's like, hey, he's doing a masterful job at what he's doing, if that's who he wants to be.
Oh, did he just leave?
No, I mean, he's definitely not here, but I don't know if
I heard him say we're done.
I don't know if it was. I'd be surprised if it was a raid.
I'm pretty sure he just quit because I'm not going to accept the stories from his book while he's not giving me any reason why he's rejecting the stories from other people's books. So I guess we can take questions.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll jump into.
Yeah, you see in that part right there, like he left because you called God stupid.
Exactly.
And he's not in a position to just tolerate that, and he doesn't know what to do about it.
Because he doesn't accept the stories of his book. Yeah, happens to be historical records in our history. This is history of mankind, our human history.
Yeah,
but
and that's
in Monopoly,
left, though he left because of the insult to his God, not because of anything to do with the debate.
yeah. But in Monopoly, you can't have pity on your opponent. You can't, forgive in a Monopoly game. You can't forgive the opponent's debt. Otherwise, he'll come back and he'll beat you in the game of Monopoly.
I mean, what happened with Dillahunty here with his instincts having him do something that like he shouldn't have done? That kind of like, I mean, I haven't played poker since I was reborn like 3.5 years ago. And I probably would play poker if I had the chance. It hasn't really come up. But it's a deceptive game, And I'm like, I don't really want to make a hobby of like having fun with deception. I don't necessarily think that's what I spiritually want to channel through my temple, And I think this kind of speaks to that, seeing how Matt Dillahunty's behaving here. Did you have something, Chris, while we're on this topic?
No, I'm good. You can
Okay.
play a little more.
And it comes back up again when he comes back, of course.
Okay.
I'm trying to click it on the wrong screen. Here we go.
This is what happens. This is what happens, by the way, when you debate someone who you've had blocked for a while, who repeatedly suggests that you're running a dishonest show and that you only take the low-hanging fruit. And then you come into a debate and they decide to make themselves look like the low-hanging fruit. That Jonathan could have just called the show and saved me a bunch of time. But I guess we'll go with questions.
Let's see. Well, we'll jump into the Q&A, folks. So thanks for your questions. And give me one moment to pull these up. Appreciate all of them. We've got a good amount, so we'll kind of run through these as quick as possible. Thanks for your question. First one coming in from Scott Duke said, thanks for the wide range of debate topics on your channel. Appreciate it, Scott. That means a lot, and all credit to the speakers. Woody, thanks for your super sticker. Appreciate that support. Let me, as I just realized that the screen is, let's see. It's, I've got to fix it so they can see you because they're OBS scrambles if we have somebody leave, or Zoom scrambles on me if we have someone leave early. Let's see. But yes, folks, we will continue in just a moment. So is a thing now. Deal with it. I have no idea what that means, but we hope you're well.
Oh, hold on. We don't want to miss that. Unfortunately, I can't really get in between here. So we're going to have to wait a moment.
Okay, thanks for your question. Coming in from Smoky Saint. I think this is something from their debate the other night, an inside joke. Wizard words is a thing now. Deal with it. I have no idea what that means, but we hope you're well, Smoky. And Lori McCullough, thanks for your question, said, evidence.
Wizard words.
Omniscience.
Omniscience.
Yeah.
I'm feeling omnipotent today, man. Very omnipotent.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you don't redefine the word based on it, like it means the ultimate stench. I go potent. I don't know what that boom boom was.
Sorry, that was.
Okay.
I closed all my apps out, and sorry, that might have been.
I said, you mean omniscience? He says, no, omniscience.
Because he didn't want to use the definition of omniscience for the one. All right, let's keep going here.
Was in the title of this video. I don't know. I think maybe they're just referring to the fact that the actual title was strong evidence. That's true. We do shorten the title, folks. That's just because it makes it easier where people can see the whole title on their mobile device. And so, yes, it is true that strong evidence is the official title. Hans L. Jones, thanks for your question, said, let's see.
Yeah, if I can jump in for just a second. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, the title of the video that we're streaming says evidence, but the agreed upon topic beforehand was strong evidence. Because if somebody came to me and said, hey, there's evidence for the resurrection, I'm not dumb enough to say, no, there's not, because I understand anecdotal evidence is still evidence. Bad evidence is still evidence. Garbage evidence is still evidence. Evidence that rises to the level of curiosity but isn't sufficient to actually result in belief soundly, still evidence. The issue is there enough evidence? And in this case, Jonathan thought there was strong evidence, and yet he comes with nothing but anonymous accounts from a book that he likes.
Next, we have a question from, this one is from, let's see, well, she said not to ask her question, so we'll just...
Okay, so he didn't say a dishonest account, did he? I thought I heard that.
Accounts from a book that he likes.
But that would be begging the question or assuming the conclusion. Let's see.
But isn't sufficient to actually result in belief soundly, still evidence. The issue is there enough evidence? And in this case, Jonathan thought there was strong evidence, and yet he comes with nothing but anonymous accounts from a book that he likes.
I'm going to have to slow that down. It sounded like you said an honest account.
No, he said anonymous.
Oh, anonymous. Okay, thank you.
But isn't sufficient to actually result in belief soundly, still evidence.
Okay, so all he came with was not strong evidence. There's only anonymous accounts from a book. So that's sort of the entire thing we've been talking about the whole time. So I don't have anything to say on it, but it seemed like kind of...
Yeah, and he has no counter record. He has no other record to the contrary, so he don't have anything. We have the record. He has nothing.
Yeah, the Bible is a history book. I mean, there is a lot of history. It's been. I mean, look at Hezekiah's tomb, and tunnel. Excuse me. That was just found. That would have been a prediction we could have made. So.
And this is another place we can discuss an important issue, Chris Keith, that you just brought up. I know I always call you Chris Keith instead of just Chris. But yeah.
No, but actually, my name is Keith. So CK is fine. Chris Keith, either one. I might go by Keith either. So, but I'll go by Chris Keith too. So online I do. So.
But what you mentioned about what did you just mention?
About finding Hezekiah's tunnel. Well, we could have predicted. Yeah. We could have predicted that. It actually was predicted because it's in the Bible. It was found. Sodom and Gomorrah. When Ron White went over and found the, you can see the literal ashes of the buildings that were just completely burnt, rock that into ashes. Found the sulfur. The sulfur that he could ignite. I mean, there is predictions that the Bible that has made through just saying it, and then we discover it. That is corroborating evidence right there that the Bible is a historical document. Go ahead.
And the whole archaeological record and how they look at it for Egypt especially is shifted. I want to say it's about a couple centuries. I don't have it memorized off the top of my head, but if you shift it to the right place, then it's like super obvious that it all corresponds exactly with the Bible. And unfortunately, I saw that in a movie at the movie theater. That was like a one day only, and the theater was like empty, while the Christians are going by the tens of millions to see comic book movies. So that's a little rebuke for all the Christians listening who like their comic book movies but did not see patterns of evidence, Red Sea miracle. And of course, maybe no one told you about it, but it's something we all got to work on as a body. Like, let's spend our money on better things, The point being is that they straightened up the historical, archaeological record on a lot of points, but I only got to see it once so far, so I don't have it memorized that well to describe it yet.
Right. Real quick mic check. I figured out my mic problem. I didn't have the jack pushed all the way in. Is it better now? My mic?
Yeah, now you're a little bit extra loud. I don't know if I'm extra loud. Am I as loud as Chris was just now? Honesty Angel, am I as loud as Chris Keith just was?
I can turn mine down a little bit now. I had it pushed halfway in, so it was going off of my telephone's microphone and my headphones. That's weird.
So
there we go. That should be better.
So we stopped it because, he said all we have is a book instead of strong evidence, and that it's anonymous. As far as knowing a lot about the historical people between names, but not only names, but a lot of things about who they are and what their character is like and how they fit into the story that they themselves are reporting and stuff. The Bible is an extremely excellent document. So Matt Dillahunty is being pretty weak sauce here.
Right. Like the Reed Sea where they found the chariots and they went, you know what I mean? That was another prediction that we would have found. We could have predicted,
Yeah, maybe you said the Reed Sea.
Well, some people pronounce it the Red Sea, the Reed Sea, whichever way you want to pronounce it. But
sometimes the Reed Sea refers to like the idea that it's amongst the reeds of the Nile Delta and it's a small body of water. So you're not talking about that?
Oh, I'm actually just talking about where Moses parted the Red Sea.
Yep. You're not suggesting it was a smaller body of water when you say Reed Sea.
No. When I say Reed Sea, I just know some people. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but that theory too.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, they found the rusted chariots at the bottom of the wheels at the bottom of that sea. So
I'm a big Red Sea miracler myself. Big.
Yeah, and it's totally believable. Even if you don't want to go on the miracle side, you could explain that the Lord was behind it and He used naturalistic means to do it too. They've shown that. So either way, they won't accept any evidence. That's to me could be a naturalistic miracle. A miracle that was caused by naturalistic means. You don't necessarily have to be of the supernatural to be a miracle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Then okay. Let's keep rolling. I want to
sure
refocus. The topic was that all we have is a book and that it's anonymous. And I was saying that compared to any other historical document, it's not really anonymous like that. And he's being weak sauce to talk about it this way.
The issue is there enough evidence? And in this case, Jonathan thought there was strong evidence, and yet he comes with nothing but anonymous accounts from a book that he likes.
Next, we have a question this one is from, let's see. Well, she said not to ask her questions, so we'll just draw those. Thanks for Sarah. Justin Maurer, PhD in Pine Creek Studies. Thanks for your question. Says, let's see. It's difficult when we don't have Jonathan to answer these. I'm sorry, folks. I'm going to have to skip those. What we'll do is, if you do a super chat.
I didn't even, there were things that I was prepared to talk about.
Says, let's see.
Handle venomous snakes, you're probably going to get bitten at some point. You're probably going to die. And so,
obviously, on a case-by-case basis. So we need to know more about the particulars of the case before we can adjudicate such things.
I agree. What are the particulars of the case that we can make an argument that any resurrection has ever occurred? What evidence do we have that would support the claims of a resurrection?
We have the fact that...
let's see him come back.
The fact of the matter is, in these sorts of interactions, I interrupt people. I think Jonathan interrupted me at least once too. I know I'm more prone to it than other. I get the frustration. But at the end of the day, if the foundation of how we determine what is strong evidence or what is sufficient evidence is just, I'm going to accept that this person's truthful and telling me the truth, and you're not, well, then why are we bothering to have a discussion? Because if we can't get beyond that, we're stuck.
Okay. I didn't see that we were making much progress in the discussion because you didn't seem to really get the concept of induction.
So I can't see when he came back.
Okay. Matt, I just wanted to...
16. We didn't talk about the fact that the last 11 verses or so of Mark
are
added on after the fact.
Right after
Mark
this.
16 ends at verse 8 in the oldest manuscripts, and it just says, trembling and bewildered, the women fled from the tomb. They said nothing to anyone because they were afraid. And then immediately, there's a new verse there that says, hey, when Jesus rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, out of whom he had driven 7 demons, and she went and told us. So there's this problem, a serious problem with the ending of Mark. Now, I don't know what the...
I don't really see a problem there. Because in the Bible, it's a big deal that we're to go proclaim the good news to everybody. So the fact that they didn't tell anyone and then they waited until they found the disciples and told them, I think there's something significant about that. I don't know what it is, but it has something to do with not proclaiming the news instead of proclaiming it, and telling the disciples before telling anyone else, or it has something to do with something. It's not just it's not a contradiction, not even close. Say she left and didn't tell anyone, and then when she got there, she told people. That's just being detailed. Detail is not contradiction. So, when you see him trying to make something like this sound weak, I hope you atheists our guy did really poorly in this debate, and I came out and said he did poorly, and Matt Dillahunty made a weak point here. And when I argue with atheists, I have to be honest, I expect them to claim that this weak point was strong.
Yeah, and the case is strong when you add everything up together. Not just this little thing, that little thing. It's the whole entire picture. It's all of human history before and after the resurrection of Jesus.
And no matter what, we have to look at it through a worldview lens. And if we show that looking at our worldview through the lens of our worldview makes a lot of sense, then that makes a lot of sense within its own framework. So maybe it's worth looking at, you know? So when they see Christians not really living the Christian life, I mean, that's the most obvious, like, you know, like, someone was a guest on another stream and they were talking about atheists and all this and being Christian apologists, right? And then he made like a crude joke, and it ended up him admitting that he was having premarital sex also. Like, how can we expect atheists and stuff to think Christianity is real if like Christians are just the same as anyone else, but then they want to argue a lot or something, you know? And so, yeah, so I spoke to that person and they apologized. I told them you can't represent Jesus like that in public. It's not acceptable. So it got, you know.
It's those kind of people that turn into these kind of atheists too, you know.
Yeah, and just the fact that there's so many people around, you know, the individual I spoke of, there's so many people around him who think that's acceptable enough. He's active in a Christian community, you know, our Christian community. So how does he think that that's acceptable? And like that says a lot about our community and stuff too. We need to be above reproach. And for this debate, Dr. Jonathan McLatchie was not above reproach. He wasn't above reproach when he left camera instead of being like, you're the one coming from a stupid worldview trying to call my God stupid, afraid to even discuss the historical facts, you know? Like he could have, you know, but he wasn't above reproach as far as being ready. And like, we need to be above reproach as far as encouraging each other that like, no, we're not going to have sex before marriage. Yeah, we're real Christians, you know? And like, just whatever detail it happens to be. But yeah,
well,
example.
Another thing is that the Christians are not actively witnessing in the world to know what to expect this sort of thing. And if Christians were doing what they should be doing all along, you know, they wouldn't be having these kind of interactions where they can't handle the situation.
Well, here's the fear tactic that Matt Dillahunty's putting on Christians, right? Like Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, he knows his stuff. He's a really good scholar. When Matt Dillahunty just like embarrassed him, you know, and called our God stupid and didn't even get rebuked for it. And so, like that makes it scary. Like if you're the small time version of McLatchie, you don't really want to face the small time version of Dillahunty, you know? And it's like this intimidation factor stuff. So that goes into what Jungle Jargon was saying, that people, they're not out there. But even Dr. Jon McLatchie, like when he was smug and said, yeah, I don't trust any of the other religions, just mine. It's like, but say some stuff that makes that, like, express why, you know, don't just like say it. But I was glad that he had that smugness, you know. It's like, but you got to use it right. We got to be above reproach in a lot of ways. And because that's the power of God. You think they're going to believe the power of God is in us if we can't just like do some good stuff and stop doing some bad stuff? Like, you know, they think they went to the moon. I'm kind of skeptical, but they think they went to the moon, but we can't even wait until marriage for sex, you know? But then they're supposed to believe that our God is a God of power. So it's really on us, you know? We all got to be above reproach.
Yeah.
And you've got to be accountable when you're on public like that, because you're going to be accountable one day for every word you speak, every idle word you think that, you know, no one's, you know, paying attention to or whatnot. You know, you're going to be accountable for what's in your heart and what you speak. And those are going to be your words are going to be used to judge you too. So we, like, you know, you're doing right. You know, you're being fair in your criticism here. And I think you're righteously judging Matt, because the Bible doesn't say we can't judge, and we're just supposed to judge righteously and not be, you know, guilty of the same thing we're trying to correct someone on, you know, which is pretty clear. But, you know, Matt's got a big following, you know, of these atheists, and it's like he's one of their chief priests, and it's almost like it's a religion. And he says he's not there trying to convert anyone, but, you know, that's exactly what he's trying to do. You know, we got to recognize that he is trying to sow disbelief amongst anyone that is a Christian now, or anybody that's weak in the faith, or anyone that's thinking, maybe possibly this is true. I want to investigate this. So, what's I don't understand what his angle is. I know he's got a show and a following, and he does other topics, but it seems like Christianity, if it says something about a religion that it's one of the most highly attacked ones out there, because I think it's the most credible one, personally.
Yeah, and
I
I want to wrap up a few things and keep the video going, because we could talk forever and we just can't do that. But as far as the person that I rebuked amongst our brothers, yeah, I just had to say 2 comments to him, because the first one he didn't take it that seriously, and the second one he did, and he apologized. And that's the thing, is like, we are like a real church community, and like a lot of communities, it can be hard to get anything like that through to someone or something, or like, I don't have to worry that I'm not going to be popular because I'm willing to speak up when I see one of you guys doing something wrong, And I really appreciate that about you guys, that like, we actually want to be better in Christ and we're open to correction. And that is a good thing. And I want to give this, he was a young man. I want to give him credit for that too, for that he received correction more easily than I would typically expect from people, and more graciously. And then, okay, well, let's go ahead and continue.
Sure.
The explanation is, I don't know if it was a 3rd or 4th century interpolation where somebody added that to Mark, but the fact is that the oldest gospel that we know of has the first 8 verses of its final chapter, chapter 16, basically tells the story that, Jesus, the stone's been rolled away and Jesus is risen, hurrah, end of story. There was nothing there about the Great Commission. And what got added was not only the Great Commission, but it's this, hey, if you want to know who's a true believer, these are the signs that accompany them. They can drive out demons, they speak in tongues, they can pick up snakes with their hands, they can drink deadly poison. All that stuff ends up in Mark. And if you're going to talk about the author of the Gospel of Mark being trustworthy.
Now, I personally think that those things are obviously spiritual sayings. I mean, it's just as simple as that. Like, you hear those statements and it's like, oh, those are spiritual sayings. Yeah, and I know exactly what they mean. And so I don't know what's the point of drama.
Yeah, you're right. Because it's not, it's not physical. It's
and earlier, I was going to comment on how we're supposed to be sly as serpents. And Dr. Jonathan, he wasn't ready to be sly as serpents. Like, when it came to that moment that his God was called stupid and he left, he wasn't ready for the serpents, And that's the thing, is we can pick up snakes and not be hurt when we're bit,
I believe in the power of God, and I believe that God can deliver us from those things, but you don't go around picking up snakes.
Well, I'm talking about Matt Dillahunty being the snake. That's what I'm getting at. Like, we know these are spiritual things.
Well,
just like wise as serpents, we can pick up serpents and we can be bit, that it won't like kill us or whatever. And maybe Dr. Jon McLatchie here was just bit, but he's still okay. I mean, as far as the symbolism or something, I'm not judgmental.
Yeah, that would be spiritualizing the word of God, but there's also the actual thing, like when Paul was bit, they, the locals, thought that he was going to die, and then they turned out and started saying he was a god.
Yeah, and he actually did survive a snake bite, just like Mark says. And they had the physical miracles to attest to them giving the gospel, but the gospel gives us every spiritual miracle, And so,
but the atheist listens to that and he doesn't even understand it. And of course, there's unbelievers that pick up snakes and get bit. Which is not what the Bible.
Yeah, people who are saying they're trying to test God there, and they
exactly.
There's a lot of dual meaning in the Bible too. I'm sorry for you. Go ahead. There's a lot of dual meanings where some things are true and they're also spiritual and true also. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and when it says these signs will follow you, well, that happened. Those signs followed them, so you can't say that didn't happen. But then also, I think we can take it spiritually to heart much more, and we can that I don't know. It's just
right. And
it's not take it spiritually to heart. Like, I'm not going to fear a snake like Dillahunty, and part of the reason is because it says I can tread on serpents and not be bit. And
it's not part of the original text anyway to begin with. So I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, and then that's the question is like, well, if it's not part of the original text, then is that a point of drama and stuff? And I don't want to open this can of worms because it's one that gets opened often. Everybody knows about it. Hey, basement dweller, and hello to everyone. Yeah. So
Hey,
what
basement.
was just that oh yeah, so the different layers of meaning and stuff, and oh yeah, so if that part's not there, and I'm inclined to want to think that it was there, that we don't have this weird ending or something added to it, you know. But I'm not going to pretend to know enough scholarship on it or something. But that's the thing is like my trust is in the Christ, and the Christ is my standard of truth. Jesus is my standard of truth. So it's too late for me. It doesn't matter like what kind of evidence there is to disprove it, because it has
It
to go
doesn't.
through the filter of what does Jesus say about this. Like he is.
It doesn't change. And
Yeah, he is my standard of truth. So there's nothing like there's no such thing as evidence to disprove him, because how can you disprove him when he's the standard itself, you know? So
right. It doesn't change anything. You still have a maker, and only your maker can remake you again. Nobody else can.
And the truth of the Gospels is what got me saved when I was even an atheist. When I went back, the truth of the Gospels, and that's what it builds on for me. And then it's like when you recognize truth, you know truth, and like you, Nicholas, said, I can accept. Once I know truth, I can accept everything else in the Bible. You know what I mean? And it fits for me. I haven't found anything contradictory.
we have to remember we want to be like expressing that it's true and that it's spiritually true, and like we have to respect that deep. We have to express that deeper spiritual aspect. Like if they never consider how a deeper spiritual perspective informs the worldview, they're never looking at it through a lens that makes any sense, and they never realize that maybe it does make sense. So we have to share them both sides. We have to share them the lens and the worldview, and they can, until they're like, well, maybe it does make sense. And then if they're interested, it's time to have like a real cordial conversation, if they got chains on them, like they're desperate to think that DNA is not code, then we got to break those chains. And it might look mean, but it's because we love them.
Yeah, but for the most part, they're not even interested in what the facts are anyway to begin with. They're just here to make fun and condemn Christians,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I want to generalize, but I can hear that. Okay, let's go on.
It's trustworthy up to 16:8, and then everything 9 through 20 in chapter 16 is no longer trustworthy.
So we already talked about this.
Now you're taking the published book that may or may not be trustworthy, and you are deciding what portions of it are accurate and which portions of it are not, with no evidence, no ways to investigate it. The only evidence that you have is to come in and say, hey, oh, Jonathan's back. The only evidence you have is to come in and say, hey, we know that if you handle venomous snakes, you're probably going to get bitten at some point. You're probably going to die. And so that's what's happened over and over again.
Gotcha. And Jonathan is back. So glad you said something about a waiting room, Jonathan.
Okay, it's going to be time to build suspense for a second because I need to use the restroom real quick. So Chris, Keith, and Jungle Jargon are going to have conversation.
Cool. Go ahead, bud.
So going. Thank you.
Jungle, how you enjoying being in Missouri, buddy?
It's good. I'm still waiting for my check to go through, whatever. but I'm here. I'm trying to line up my real estate deals or whatever. Because I gotta get a shed, a garage. I'm trying to buy a garage so I can dump off my stuff in the garage and then sell the house in New Jersey, fix it up or whatever, and sell it in New Jersey.
So you moved before you sold there, which is probably smart right now because the market, actually the market's doing pretty good on housing, but I noticed on TV today, 22%, I think they said, Florida has seen a 22% increase of people. And they showed some footage of a warehouse just loaded with tons of stuff that people have already shipped down there. You know what I mean? So you may want to think about just getting a storage for the time being until you get your shed built and just put it, because they're not that expensive. You get your little storage or a big storage, if you're not going to be using it for a long period.
Yeah, hopefully next week I'll be able to move in, or in a couple of weeks I'll move in, and I'll just, go back and forth and that's when I gotta meet up with you in
Yeah, man.
Tennessee.
I saw where you did your little thing from the woods. Were you doing that from your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm on a phone. I let my niece have my laptop. Back when I got two nieces when my brother passed away. They're both in they're both in college now. One of them's graduated, but yeah, I'm definitely looking to get another one, man. So when you get time, man, you're coming this way. Just for sure, let me know in a chat, and we'll figure out somewhere I can drive and meet you. Especially if you're going out like towards Nashville, towards Maddox, I can
Yeah.
I can meet you, and then you can. We'll definitely. I'll buy something for sure.
Yeah.
And that would be much
Yeah.
appreciated because I could use one, and I know you know about them, and I could get something secondhand that would be useful to me, and I know would be good. So definitely I'd appreciate it, but just no rush. Just when you get time. I'm not going anywhere. I'm sure you're not.
Ooh, y'all,
Yeah.
have you ever noticed? I've never seen Honesty Angel's logo big enough to see, but it says Jesus didn't say follow Christians. He said follow me.
Truth.
Very cool. Okay, I know I interrupted you guys.
Oh, you're good.
Is it an interruption where I can start playing the video now?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Perfect. No, we had our chat.
Cool. Thank you.
Oh, you're okay. Gotcha. So we
Yeah,
we
Yeah.
can. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to readjust in OBS. Thought we lost you there. Let's see here.
I thought he said we're done and then clicked off. And
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Matt, I just wanted to apologize. I was a little bit frustrated with you constantly interrupting me and dismissing everything I was saying with the interaction, and so I got a bit frustrated there. So I apologize.
He should have said I was
I can't hear you.
mad because you insulted my God.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he should have apologized, and I mean, honestly, he could have just said I wasn't really able to handle when you called my God stupid. I wasn't ready for that. I mean, so I mean, to say something about it would have been good. It doesn't have to be something harsh, something that wins or something. Could have just been I didn't know how to react to that. It was really offensive.
Because I'd say most people miss the stupid part where Matt said really quick, and I think he noticed it. That's when he dropped out, when he said, your God, your stupid God.
Now, Matt noticed when he said it because his face changed as he was going.
Yes, sir.
That was that face of the killer instinct suddenly kicking in. Like I said, I compared it to athletic instincts that I've had at moments.
It's more like I would compare. I watch a lot of MMA fighting. It's like when you have a game in you, and get fighters. You'll see it in some of them don't. They had the game to fight. Like there's this one fighter called Game Bread, and he grew up fighting in the streets of Miami, and he had that killer instinct. You know what I mean? Where you're just gonna like two roosters that go at it to the death. I mean, you're ready to kill.
I don't think it was a loss of control though, so it's not like I flipped modes kind of a thing. I think it's more like seeing an opening and striking that opening. That's personally the type of instinct that I thought I saw in his
I
face.
see what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's and I'm not much of an athlete, which is probably why when I've had moments where suddenly I had an athletic epiphany for a second and did something, I totally notice it because I wasn't an athlete growing up really, and it seemed like he saw an opening and went for it.
Maybe like a basketball player having the hot hand.
Yeah, there might be a Dragon Ball Z fan listening. Goku said that one. I think he came in with an elbow, might have been a knee, but I think it was an elbow. And he said, I saw an opening, so I went for it. I think that's what happened to Dillahunty here. But in this case, I think he'll probably apologize, just saying that he shouldn't have said that. I mean, I think he'll probably not make a big deal of an apology, and it wasn't really that big a deal. It's just not right to say it to someone like this,
Yeah.
Well, it's what is it in his heart, and it's what his purpose is to attack our God, and that's the whole purpose of him doing the show and everything. And so it's really not out of character for him. No.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, the whole thing is like doing that to Jonathan McLatchie. You know, like this wasn't a philosophical debate, so it didn't really get to the point of like, well, is the concept of God stupid or something, you know? So it really wasn't on topic of the debate. And so like, yeah, it was
Well, that's
good.
true. Yeah.
Cheap
Yeah.
shot. Cheap shot.
Cheap shot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, take that shot with someone where turnabout's fair play, but you're not even going to get Jonathan McLatchie to turnabout fair play you on it, let alone that Matt was turnabouting something. You see what I mean? Turnabout's
Yeah.
fair play, but Matt did that, and Jonathan McLatchie is not going to turnabout. It's just like, you know, we treat different people different ways, and that's what's right. You know, we do it based on good judgment.
But we do have to know how to answer them when they come at us with those kind of responses.
Yeah, Jonathan McLatchie fell short, and we've definitely been saying that, and that is good to reiterate because that's our side of it. We want to serve our Lord well. We want to improve. We want to be complete.
Yeah.
Mature is like complete and ready for the moment. And we want, or perfect is like mature and complete and ready for the moment. We want to be perfected. We want to be ready, prepared for every good work.
And being a Christian is not just sitting in the pew, singing songs. It's about getting out there with the gospel out into the world in the language that they can understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're a public representative, it gets brutal. I mean, Matt Dillahunty is like, he's trying to prove God's stupid. We're trying to prove it's stupid to think God's stupid, you know? So I get that much of it. And like the reason we embarrass Godless Engineer like that is because he's making himself a public representative of untruth to deceive people, you know? So those of us who are going out here and doing this in the public, like we have to be ready to get all that flack back. But for those of you who are just sitting in the pews, like be confident in our worldview and in our beautiful Messiah, you know, and like be glad to share. Well, this is what our story says, and it's really cool. Not our story, but you know, like well, you can say it like that if you're
Yeah.
like, let me just share my perspective with you. I know you're not believing it, but you know, and share it the best you can, and be like, and when the moment comes when you know, like I was talking to someone about it and they said they have anxiety attacks and stuff. So I was able to tell them, like, I want you to have the peace I have, you know? And we get those moments when we, you know, it's like it can be natural life and natural conversation. But if you know how valuable Jesus is to you, how valuable Yeshua is to you, you know how valuable your Christ is to you, and you're meditating on his word and his law night and day, and meditating on how valuable he is night and day, it'll be natural for these words to flow out of your heart. He says, from the abundance of the heart flow the words of the mouth. Paraphrased.
Yeah. I just wanted to give a quote of Peter 3:15 says, "But sanctify the Lord God in your hearts, and be ready always to give an answer to every man who asketh you a reason for the hope that is in you."
Perfect.
And it says it
means set
with
apart.
right, and it says with me.
But you just went silent all of a sudden. But yeah, it says to set apart the Lord in your heart. That's what it means to sanctify him in your heart. Set him apart in your heart. He is special in your heart. And then that helps you be ready for every good work and to give an answer every time.
Yep.
Are you there, Chris Keith?
It might have froze up or something.
So
Can you hear me now?
Can
you hear me
yeah,
now?
Yeah.
I accidentally muted myself. Yeah, the end of that is like it says yet with meekness, or it doesn't in some translations says yet, but with meekness and fear. You know what I mean? But so with in a way to do it in a way where you're being humble. You know what I mean? And
let's
also
rephrase meekness and fear to gentleness and respect. So that gives you some idea of what's meant there.
right.
Right?
You're
Yeah.
right. Well, that you're conscious of what the Lord is going to judge what you say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
That's
we
the way I
also have
take it.
powerful weapons we want to be careful with. That's how Psi 10 describes that. So you got to do it with gentleness and reverence, gentleness and
Right.
respect
I
towards the
agree.
people. But if we want everyone to see just how vapid and foolish the worldview is in public, we don't behave identically to when we're talking to our friend, you know, like at the rest stop on a road trip or something, you know, when we get a private moment or whatever. So it's like, yeah, and anyway, let's go ahead and. So yeah, we're disappointed in Dr. Jon McLatchie, just saying that he was sorry, but not mentioning anything about Matt Dillahunty insulting God.
Matt, I think that bug is acting up where we can't hear your audio.
And then he even took like the chance to rub it in, like, you know, you come on my show and say that I only take low-hanging fruit. And we already discussed how that kind of ties in with this, that he took someone who could be manipulated and manipulated them, you know? So rather than arguing against the arguments, he just played the person.
Right.
But then he also like rubbed it in after he used like, I mean, he was just going to say it was a bullying tactic against someone who's weak against that kind of thing, you know? And then he like rubbed it in, and I get the rubbing it in, and I get that it's about the ideas war, you know? But I mean, he's got that to like kind of apologize for now and feel bad that it was that way too, you know?
Or somebody that just doesn't react, it doesn't respond the same way, you know, that he's dishing it out, you know.
Yeah, you know, it's not like a reciprocal fair thing. Like they say, turnabout is fair play. So like when you sort of know you're not going to get that turnabout, it's not so much fair play. But yeah, and I don't know if he will apologize or if he thinks that like that was an inappropriate time to pull out the calling God stupid thing. Because for what he does, I do think there's a time for him to say that, you know, if we're to give him what he does. But that wasn't the time for it.
You in whatever your response was, Matt.
I'm back.
Gotcha.
I'm back. I just said it was fine. The fact of the matter is, in these sorts of interactions, yeah, I interrupt people. I think Jonathan interrupted me at least once too. I know I'm more prone to it than other. I get the frustration. But at the end of the day, if the foundation of how we determine what is strong evidence or what is sufficient evidence is just, I'm going to accept that this person's truthful and telling me the truth, and you're not, well, then why are we bothering to have a discussion? Because if we can't get beyond that, we're stuck.
Okay. I didn't see that we were making much progress in the discussion because you didn't seem to really get the concept of an inductive argument.
Oh my God. Should I rage quit now because you're calling me stupid, pretending that I don't know what an inductive argument is?
Well,
science is entirely inductive. I've given this lecture 100 times.
Well, I was making the case for this.
See, and then there he goes again. Like, you know, he's obviously like the kind of person Jonathan is, and he insulted Jonathan's God, and then suddenly he's comparing it to if he called Jonathan stupid. Like, that wouldn't even have been close to being a problem like that.
Substantial trustworthy of the gospel is based on an inductive argument, which you didn't seem to, you just dismissed. But just because it's right over here doesn't mean it's right over here, and I completely accept that. But there's an inductive argument for the substantial trustworthiness of the gospel against, and indeed they're grounding in the testimony of credible eyewitnesses.
If the most trustworthy person you know came to you and said, I was just abducted by aliens, carried off to another planet, impregnated, cloned, and delivered back here, and I have no other evidence for it, do you take their word for it?
You see, then there personally, if they're the most credible person I know, then I would take their word that something happened.
Yeah. What about if it was your mom?
Yeah, I would consider it probably a demonic experience or something, you know? Like, yeah, you know, like I remember one time one of our buddies in this community said something pretty crazy about he was an Uber driver, and it was like someone got in his car and it just felt like so uneasy, like, you know, you could feel the spiritual problem or whatever. And then I don't remember what his story was exactly, but he said that he like something about having maybe a thought about Jesus or something. And then the guy told him to pull over the car. I think this is how the story went. We can ask him later. And he pulled over the car, and the guy like he went like to turn around to like get the payment or whatever, and there was no one. And it was like you know, then it was like thinking that a demon could physically manifest itself. And then I was like, well, we don't know that it was a physical manifestation. It could have only been, you know, because he got an Uber call and everything like on his phone and stuff, right? But it doesn't have to be a physical manifestation to like for all of that to exist in his reality, you know? So it was a pretty interesting discussion. But yeah, it's like I took him at his word that he had that experience of like, you know, and he didn't even describe it as being that weird. It could be like, well, when you turned around, maybe he just like walked away fast to a place where you couldn't see him, and it was just a weird coincidence. But I didn't accuse him of any of that. I took him at his word, and we talked about it being like some sort of demon experience. So I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? If the person you thought was most credible said they were abducted by aliens?
Well,
Okay.
I mean, it would also depend on the, you know, what the story was, how believable the story was, how much details they gave. You know what I mean? You have to things to come into play in that. That if they just said what he just said, you know, without any, you know, I mean,
You mean like the most
it'd have to be
credible?
believable.
What
Yeah.
about the most credible person to you?
Okay, most credible person to me is my mom, and she is of sane mind right now. So if she called me, you know, in the middle of the night or something, you know, I would believe her, but I would be thinking maybe bad dream. She calls me 3 in the afternoon and says, you know, I just got back from the store. When when I came in the door, you know, a light flashed outside. I was abducted and da da da. Then I'm going to sit and talk to her for a minute. And if she doesn't seem like she's crazy in any other thing, like questions I follow up with, I'm going to tend to believe her. Yeah.
And then
Just
do
to
you
be
agree with
honest.
me that like you look at it through the lens of your worldview? You don't necessarily assume it's the same thing she thinks it is, or what?
As far as what now?
Well, I would think it was demons instead of extraterrestrials,
Oh,
for
what would
example.
I might think? Oh, yeah. I don't know if I necessarily consider aliens, but I would think that, you know, something that happened that she believes what she's saying. Yeah, I would believe her for sure. But
Now,
then I would secondary conclude that maybe it was demons, or because I don't believe in aliens, so that would be another part of it, you know. So, but just as far as like, did something like extraordinary happen, I would believe her. Yeah.
and then Jungle Jargon, is there anything you want to add on this point? Or because my point is just kind of like, yeah, we're not necessarily just going to distrust people just because what they say is an outlandish claim if we know they're credible. Now, as an atheist, he might not know the kind of credibility that those of us in the truth know. So maybe from his worldview, that makes sense. No one could ever be that credible, you know? I don't know. In our
Yeah.
worldview, we know people who are of Christ and they can be that credible.
Yeah, I don't believe in aliens or, you know, I even find it harder to believe in demonic apparition or anything, stuff like that. So, and I was I was schizophrenic, you know. So I don't believe in any of that, pretty much, you know. So it's I just believe in the word of God and the, you know, angels. Yeah, maybe angels, but that's about it. And the devil is opposed to us. He's the one that accuses us if we don't do what's right. Stuff. That's about it.
So you'd be more inclined, like Matt Dillahunty here, to even if it was someone that was really credible to you, to be like skeptical of that claim
Yeah,
pretty hard.
yeah. I would be skeptical. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
fair.
And that's fair. My only point
Yeah.
here is that it's not an automatic like Dillahunty thinks it is.
Yeah.
Um, personally.
Well, in Hugh Ross's debate on the aliens, you know, like he was saying, like, you know, people in the occult, you know what I mean? They're usually the ones that have the claims that you don't hear. It doesn't really come from a lot of Christians, just if you look at the anecdotal evidence. So, being that my mom's saved, you know what I mean, and is a fine woman of the Lord, um, I wouldn't expect that to happen to her. You know what I mean? So that right there it'd be shocking, but it would make it more believable to me because I wouldn't expect that to happen to her. But it would be definitely something that I would believe. So I can't necessarily say I agree with them, but I can see where Jungle definitely would agree with them because it's kind of a extraordinary claims do require extraordinary evidence. So that's truth.
Okay. And let's continue.
Oops, sorry.
Yes,
No,
sir.
we didn't take their word for it. Okay. What if 5 people said that?
We need to look at the particulars of the case. So we need to look at, okay, so what's the nature of what's being claimed? We need to look at the hypothesis that they were sincerely wrong. We'd have to look at the possibility that they were deliberately lying, and we'd have to evaluate those hypotheses on a case-by-case basis. So we need to know more about the particulars of the case before we can adjudicate such things.
I agree. What are the particulars of the case that we can make an argument that any resurrection has ever occurred? What evidence do we have that would support the claims of a resurrection?
We have the fact that we have the evidence that the apostles claimed Jesus rose from the dead. We have that from Paul.
Those are claims.
Yeah, and this is where I dispute your distinction that you want to make between claims and evidence, Matt.
Okay, but aren't the people who, if you're going to say, so you haven't done anything, this is what I asked the question, how do you distinguish the claims that you're willing to accept from the ones that you reject? And so I tried with other religions and that didn't go very well. And then I tried with an alien abduction story and that's still not going well, because what you're coming back with is just more of, you are convinced that these people are telling the truth.
Yeah, you see how Matt Dillahunty makes it really look like,
Yep.
like, he's like, I'm really like trying to figure out how you would parse this different than that. And like just that one moment of being presuppositional, but not saying anything about like if he had named the cross of Christ when he was like, well, those religions don't have the cross of Christ, that would have forced Dillahunty to say something about the cross of Christ, you know, or to like sort of seed the point in some way. Like it would have been something. Now, instead, Dillahunty had the opportunity to be like, I sort of gave a fair analogy. You didn't even address it. It's like John had an easy answer, the cross of Christ. He could have easily addressed it, you know? It's like, but if you forget how special the cross of Christ is, then that's not going to be on the tip of your tongue ready to come out, you know? Because it's not like he gave a case. So it's not like I'm saying instead of giving a case, just say the cross of Christ. He literally just said like, yeah, I write those ones off. I write off other religions. So he may as well have said something. And now Dillahunty's making, we see how he's making it look, huh? But he like badgering the witness is what they would call it in a court of law. And if a judge could see that a witness was like unable to handle the piece the lawyer was doing, and that it was an ineffective questioning, then the judge would do something about it. And James has done something about these things with other people who are fragile, but because these guys are big time, and it sort of snuck up on him, you know, he was being a bit badgery, but like when he suddenly like his face changed and he like called God stupid, I think that snuck up on James. But James was letting Dillahunty badger Jonathan, and it's kind of fair enough. Matt was being very subtle about it. You know, he's a magician. I bet he's really good at poker too.
Yeah. We have to be able to explain how unique the Christian teaching is from all other teachings.
Yeah, and it's good we can always begin at Jesus and begin at the cross. And then even if we're not sure what else to say, at least we said those things, you know? It was like, he's beautiful.
Yeah.
He's good evidence.
Not convinced that the alien abduction people are telling the truth, but you have no foundation for suggesting that they're not.
Well, we have to look at the particulars of the case, right? So we have to know, okay, so are these substantially trustworthy witnesses? We have to look at, okay, would they be likely to lie about this? We need to look at, would they be, could they have been honestly mistaken? Could this be a dream that they're trying to relate or something like along those lines?
I agree with all that.
And then his response is like, they have to be trustworthy witnesses, and then like a few things about trustworthy witnesses. So he really only has one response. So that didn't look good either for McLatchie there.
And also, yeah,
Genuinely.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt. You could also look at the probability. I mean, alien spacecraft, given the hugeness of the universe, right? So the sun is 93 million miles away. The next nearest star, Alpha Centauri, is 26 trillion miles away, and there's about 200 billion galaxies, stars in our galaxy, and about 200 billion galaxies in our universe. The probability of any alien spacecraft making it to Earth is vanishingly small, right?
No,
and then there he's taking like the specific analogy so exactly.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
That's not the point, right? I mean,
yeah.
Not necessarily convinced it's vanishingly small. The Drake equation shows the likelihood. I don't think we've been visited by aliens at all. However, no matter how small it is, because it is a natural event that doesn't make any sort of appeal to anything beyond the natural world, how can we not determine that a natural explanation that posits nothing particularly that would violate the laws of physics is somehow less likely than something that does violate the laws of nature as we understand them?
So there's where it comes in. Matt Dillahunty is a presuppositionalist. He is presupposing naturalism, even though naturalism is a dumpster fire of a worldview. But, you know, it doesn't matter how many other debates, like, people have embarrassed him for his naturalistic worldview. So then that's the lens, right? And he's basically saying, like, this is where he finally tips his hat. Like, I've never been a charitable listener. I've only been listening through the lens of my own worldview, so that, I can make
And
it sound like your worldview is absurd. Well, our worldview is not absurd through our own lens. That's a straw man. If you use
and the
a straw man.
and the atheists just don't get it that they believe what their belief is idolatry. They just don't get it. They believe in naturalism, accounting for naturalism.
Yeah, and
They,
that's
they believe in
what,
they believe in magic. Yeah, sorry.
exactly what it says in Romans 1. No, you're good. I was the one interrupting you. It's just participating, because in Romans 1, like, they changed the image of the creator, and I'm paraphrasing here from memory, but they changed the image of the actual creator. First, through God, they knew God. Well, God's the deep truth. He's the fact of fact. And, like, by God, knowing God, by God, that is, knowing God in the wisdom of God, they did not give him credit as God, but instead of worshiping the creator for creating, they worshiped the creation, an image, a single image. But what's this singular image like? It's like four-footed beasts and birds and creeping things. It sounds like evolutionism to me. And, like, I understand that I think prophetically it is very specifically talking about evolutionism. I'm pretty confident in that.
It's idolatry.
Yeah.
It's,
Well,
yeah,
there's a lot of
and
religions where they worship, like you said, the creation rather than the creator.
Yeah, that's
right.
paganism for the most part,
That's
And
but
Yeah,
they call themselves atheists. They don't believe in God, but yet they believe in naturalism. They believe in paganism. Yeah.
yeah, it is because it is a form of paganism because well, yeah, we already said why. Very good.
And I call it idolatry.
Paganism and idolatry. Okay, here we go.
And when we have zero, like if I were to ask you, how many resurrections, not just I had a heart attack and somebody used the paddles, but like, boom, we're going to call you dead. We're going to bury you for a couple days and then you're back. How many of those have we ever scientifically verified in the entire history of the world?
Of supernatural events?
I don't care whether it's supernatural or not. I don't care how the resurrection supposedly happened. This is the mistake that Lacona made when we were doing this debate, is he goes on and tries to demonstrate that reality has a supernatural realm. That's irrelevant. How many times throughout history has someone been verifiably dead, medically determined to be dead, buried for a couple of days, and then comes back to life that we can actually verify?
Was this part off track or is it just my stream?
What do you mean off track?
This debate is he goes on and tries to demonstrate that reality has a supernatural realm. That's irrelevant.
There is a huge
like it was out of sync between the lips and the audio, and I don't remember it being that way.
How many times throughout history has someone been verifiably dead, medically
it's on track now,
buried for a couple of days, and then comes back to life that we can actually verify?
Yeah, you have to refresh sometimes.
A lot there. I think it's at your end. I think you're back now.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Sure.
Yeah, he threw in the part buried.
But, well, the whole thing being dead for a couple of days anyway.
Like buried in the ground. There have been people that have been pronounced dead that they look in the coffins, they pulled their hair out because they were actually alive. But that's not necessarily a miracle. But I'm just saying he threw it.
Scientifically verified, so that's not really gonna. But let's hear how Jonathan replies to this.
It says only Jesus.
Wait, hold on. Yeah.
This person was definitely dead for several days, and then is now alive again. How many times has that happened that we can verify?
I would say one that we can verify, and that would be.
But scientifically verify. Like, if you think we're gonna repeat, observe, and test
the miracle of God, yeah.
Like today, I mean, maybe in the future,
right,
and in the eternal, we can test it. But so, like, I love science and I love Jesus, but in this case, they do not come together. We do not have one.
But the repeat, observe, and test is the body of Jesus that they couldn't find after he was raised. So we do have physical evidence of the resurrection. That's what the point is, and
Yeah.
Matt Dillahunty just doesn't get it.
But it's not something that can be scientifically tested today.
Well, yeah, but in a sense it can, because how can you have the power of Rome, guarding the tomb and not being able to present the body? It just doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, that was the scientific standard of the day, and they just weren't able to keep Jesus in the ground, basically.
Yeah,
but he
then,
won't allow any claims, so
well, you're depending on history to verify it.
right,
And
right.
for us, that's not science. For us, that's history, and the history is claiming something that is empirical, but that's not the same thing as us having the empirical perspective.
But it is a strong case, though. It's not like, the thing is about strong evidence, and it is a strong case that Rome, all the power of Rome, and everything they did, even ransacking Jerusalem and everything, they were not able to keep Jesus in the ground or keep track of him.
Yeah, I definitely agree that we have very strong historical case, and that there's nothing against it whatsoever. But what I'm saying is that it's not what I would call, from our perspective today, scientifically verified. That's
and
all.
there is the point too, that even if somebody was raised from the dead, they still wouldn't change their heart anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Because for scientific verification, like if I'm going to keep asking evolutionists and abiogenesis people and all that to use the word science in a strict way, then I would prefer Dr. Jon McLatchie use it in a strict way too. And yeah, so that's my opinion here.
I would
anyway.
say zero, because there's absolutely nothing about a handful of first century books claiming that it happened that provides any sort of scientific evidence that it did happen. And so,
by the way,
do you think there's
Christian teaching is the only thing that does have this historical evidence too. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, as far as any of the ancient or religious teachings, you mean?
Right. Yeah. We actually, it's our belief is actually historical belief based on historical facts
Right.
and evidence.
Very
And I totally agree with Nicholas. I totally agree. I'm sorry, let me cut you off, Nicholas. I'm totally agree with you on the science part today. That is totally agreeable. But in back in the context of what he's saying in the Roman time, the Jews had an active reason to they wanted that, they wanted to make sure. I mean, that they were afraid that if somebody did steal the body, that they would be able to perpetuate the myth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just once you have someone like Dillahunty who's proposing that the writings are mythological,
right,
trustworthy.
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, so then when he's asking about scientific evidence, he's looking for something outside the writings to corroborate.
Right.
I'm just hearing him. I'm not agreeing with him. I'm just hearing.
Well, but
I think he's changing it from strong evidence to empirical evidence. And go ahead, Jungle.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The point is, it has to be based on faith anyway. It has to be based on faith in God anyway. The fact that you believe in God, and he doesn't believe in God, so he's not going to see it anyway, even if somebody does rise from the dead.
And it has to be spiritually transformative. So it makes sense that spiritual evidence, he leaves enough space that spiritual evidence is required because it's a spiritual process. So that space where spiritual evidence is required, if there was no spiritual evidence required, people could know for so certain and not even have their spirit changed. Well, that wouldn't help them any.
Because if you're saying God doesn't exist and he's a fantasy and everything, there's no evidence, then you have a problem anyways. You have a serious problem. It's
yeah, I mean that's not gonna hold up against a good debater, that's for sure. Hey,
there's one, and I think there's zero. And by the way, even if you think there's one, does that mean that Lazarus wasn't raised from the dead?
No, you gave the qualifier that can be verified, right? And I would argue that there's indirect evidence that Lazarus was raised from the dead.
Okay.
You think there's indirect evidence that Lazarus was raised?
Yeah.
Here they just get nitpicky about the evidence, the difference between the evidence of Jesus and Lazarus. I don't think it's really.
like to do those,
Needs to
we
be
can do
addressed.
that. Otherwise, if you have any last final open discussion points, we can do that.
I'm asking you to make a donation right now before the
man.
Nope.
official
How
FEC
creepy
deadline.
is it?
And if you do,
Yeah,
it will be.
They're like,
But then one of
Liar.
these questions,
like, why
one of these
can't-
questions, it gets into the Old Testament prophecy on one of these questions.
Okay, yeah, we'll be checking out the Q&A. And then that guy, like, is that really like the nicest and most like welcoming and pleasant that of a facial expression he can make?
Ooh.
It's kind of like,
Didn't
Great.
his mother tell him not to point at people?
yeah, so it's like, but I guess the Democrats are just in such a weird
pointing.
nonsensical moment. Let's not even open that can of worms.
Yeah.
And
Anything to add in a particular closing? And Jonathan can close if he wants to, and I'm fine with taking questions.
Gotcha. Jonathan, if you'd like to do your closing, the floor is all yours. Otherwise, we'll go into that Q&A. Just let me know. I've got the timer set.
Sure, I'll do a quick closing. And if Matt changes his mind and wishes to do so, he's welcome to. I'll just do it.
yeah, and you have to realize Matt Dillahunty's in the moment here, and I think here he's being a little bit gracious, like being like, I don't plan to do a closing. If I have a little bit to say after he talks, I will, because it's like he really wasn't fair to Jonathan at all, and Jonathan needs a chance to like say something about what reconciles this bad debate for him. We'll see.
Well, he's got a lot to lose. He's got a lot to lose too, Matt Dillahunty.
Yeah, we'll see if Jonathan McLatchie says anything to sort of reconcile how the debate went badly for him.
Well, thanks again, Matt, for participating in this debate. I'm sorry, I feel like we haven't made as much progress as I would have liked. Just to summarize, I think where our points of disagreement are, I think that there is a good inductive argument for taking the Gospels and Acts to be substantially trustworthy accounts, and therefore, and I gave an example of an undecided coincidence. There's about 10 different categories of evidence I would use to bring to bear on that particular argument. That the Gospels and Acts are indeed grounded in substantially credible and trustworthy eyewitness testimony. We also have the Book of Acts, which is not written by an eyewitness of Jesus himself, but written by someone who was a traveling companion to Paul. And we know that he was present with Paul in Acts 21 at the Jerusalem church and had ample access to the living witnesses of Jesus' resurrection, and therefore was in a position to know what was being claimed by the resurrection encounters. And so we have reason to trust then what he says concerning the resurrection encounters in Acts chapter 2, especially in regards to Peter's preaching at Pentecost and also Luke 24. We also 1 Corinthians 15, where Paul basically indicates that what he was preaching concerning the resurrection of Christ is consistent with what's already been preached by the Jerusalem apostles, in particular Peter, James, and the 12. And so cumulatively, it suggests very strongly that this claim goes right back to the apostolic eyewitnesses. And I disagree with Matt in his distinction between claims and evidence, which is a common theme if you watch this debate. So I think it's a very poor epistemology, because a claim is evidence, and the degree to which it's strong evidence will depend on the credibility of the witness that is offering the testimony. So if someone is a credible witness, then we have reason to trust their testimony. So the fact that Paul, what he says in his epistles has been, a lot of that has been vindicated in terms of undesigned coincidences to support, with the Book of Acts, to support him to be a substantial, habitual truth teller, someone that goes up to the facts and is giving us a reliable report of what happened. And that then gives support for what he says in 1 Corinthians, not to mention the fact that the church in Corinth had access to, or were acquainted with Peter's preaching. We know that from 1 Corinthians 1. And so then the question is then, what best explains that claim? Was it that, and bear in mind that claim does go back to the original apostles, as I've shown with multiple lines of evidence. So what then best explains that claim? Did they make it up? Were they honest and mistaken? Or did Jesus really rise from the dead? And insofar as we can eliminate the former two hypotheses, that provides support, evidential support for the third contention, because when you argue against a particular alternative, then it redistributes the probabilities and therefore provides evidence because it raises the probability of your hypothesis being true. And we've seen that the evidence, I think, supports that the disciples were not honestly mistaken because of the polymodal or multisensory nature of the claimed encounters. And the fact that it involved not just sight, but physical contact with Jesus, group conversations with Jesus on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, eating breakfast with Jesus, and so forth. It was extended across a 40-day time period, so it wasn't just one brief confusing episode. We've also seen that we've also seen that that they probably were not deliberately lying about it. And one of the evidences I gave was that the fact that they were willing to die as martyrs for that testimony, which doesn't prove that they were not lying, but it provides evidence for that conclusion. And so we, I think, have good evidence then, having just confirmed these two competing hypotheses, for the resurrection hypothesis as being the best explanation of the relevant evidence. Matt basically dismisses inductive arguments. He dismisses testimony as a form of evidence. He basically confuses or basically falsely differentiates between claims and evidence, when in fact the real boundary line between those is much more complex, and that would have us believe. And claims can be evidence, and claims need to be explained. They need to be explained either in terms of being honestly mistaken, being deceiving others yourself, or as being grounded in reality. I think, as I've shown, the evidence supports that these accounts are indeed grounded in reality, and Jesus really did rise from the dead. So I'll close with that. Thank you.
Okay, let me check real quick what inductive reasoning means. I know people might think, oh, I should know that. But I'm
So,
more of a hands-on guy than a technically guy. So sue me. Characterized
so Matt,
inference.
Matt is confident. He's confident that there is no God because he wins a debate. So he thinks that gives him more confidence that there is no God. You know, as if it follows. I mean, it's
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it's abductive and inductive according to this definition, characterized by the inference of general laws from particular instances. So, particular historical instances give us certain ways of interpreting whether a historical document is reliable or not. That's what he's talking about with the inductive. So, he is making inductive case here. That is correct. He's not lying about that. So, when Dillahunty says he's not making an inductive case, Dillahunty is the one who is lying. And then I think actually that was a pretty good summary, you know? What it is if you look at the history, then Jesus died and rose from the grave, and that's the most well substantiated piece of ancient history that we have. And it's one of the most well substantiated pieces of history that there has ever been. And there's nothing against it, there's only stuff for it. So you have to presuppose naturalism. But there's no reason to think the text is weak. And I think Dr. Jonathan McLatchie did a good job of just showing that the common misconception that the text is weak with itself and isn't very cohesive and stuff. Dr. Jonathan McLatchie did a good job of showing that. Unfortunately, he didn't do a good job of highlighting what he showed and putting a good spotlight on it. So that's what I think of his closing. Okay.
And I'm going to turn myself into a liar and take 10 seconds or 15 seconds because I just got accused of not understanding induction by somebody who doesn't understand induction. And during his closing remarks, he mentioned, first of all, that he believes the sources are trustworthy because of the credibility of witnesses. The credibility of the witnesses is evidence for the proposition that the witness is trustworthy. That is the evidence you're leaning on, not the claim. What best explains that claim, when you said that, you said it a minute ago, you're looking for what best explains that situation. That's not an inductive argument. That's an abductive argument, which is the weakest form of argument, not the strongest. If you're going to suggest that I don't understand inductive argument, when I pointed out that I did, and I've taught on this stuff before, well, you're
you see, Matt Dillahunty was oversimplifying it. He thinks it's just what's the best explanation for the claims, but he doesn't realize that Jonathan McLatchie is using inference of general laws from particular instances as a historian, doing what is in the inductive method of historians here.
Actually making an abductive argument that is not.
right.
And then trying to claim that claims are evidence. Well, if claims are in fact evidence, then I will claim that claims aren't evidence. And you'll have to accept this under your epistemology that as evidence against your claim. I'm done.
We'll jump into those questions, folks. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, McLatchie did a whole lot better than I thought he did. And Dillahunty was being pretty manipulative and made it look like a weaker case than it was. And I mean, you know, if you have if you look at each worldview through its own lens, then Dr. McLatchie did show that there is strong evidence for the resurrection. And if you refuse to consider the worldview as a package deal, then you did not see strong evidence of the resurrection. Now, what I would think for an atheist or an agnostic who is honest, they could see this and say, okay, in its own worldview, that is strong evidence. Now I know that. It's not strong evidence to me. And I would see that as very fair. And that's my takeaway from this. But Matt Dillahunty, he sure made it look a lot different than that. Do you guys have any overall thoughts before we go into Q&A?
Yeah, well, the doctor didn't. I mean, this is a small debate in limited time. If an atheist is listening and they truly want to hear the real points, they need to go maybe to BibleThinker.org. Look at Mike Winger's video series. Check out Gary Habermas. Check out his plethora of videos and books, and really judge it for yourself and not just through Matt's dismissal of it. That would be my suggestion to anybody that's skeptical listening.
Right, because Matt's just trying to, you know,
because the case
obfuscate
is
or
actually stronger than what was presented here. I mean, just because I don't, Latchkey didn't do such a good job, it really is a strong evidence, in my opinion. It really is a strong
yeah.
evidence.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier Josh McDowell, evidence demands a verdict. That's about the resurrection. More evidence demands a verdict. And
So then,
so yeah, there's a lot to consider here, and he's just trying to, make it look bad, or make his case look good.
He's using rhetoric. He's just trying to win the debate, and he did.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Well,
props
then I
for
have a
that.
question for you guys. Now that we've looked at the debate more closely, I thought Dillahunty won, and now, as I've actually inspected the debate, I think it was really more of like an even debate. If you actually inspect to what was made of good arguments, it's like Dr. Jon McLatchie put forth a good case. Matt Dillahunty put forth the best that he could do for reasons to be skeptical against it. Comes out as a bit of a draw. What were your guys' opinions before we rewatched it, and now that we have rewatched it?
Well, maybe Jonathan is getting more comfortable, and in the question and answer, he's starting to bring out more points. He'll bring out some more points in support of the resurrection by way of all the prophecies and stuff.
Well, we're better as a team, one body, many members. So when people start asking him questions, that really helps.
Yeah. When I first watched it, I thought it really hurt Dr. McLatchie to they call it rage quit or whatever. But now I didn't even, be honest with you, I didn't catch the part where he called it your stupid God. So now I see a little bit where he took offense. That might drop out because it's a little bit of emotion, and Matt was good to kick that in there, and like you said, in that moment, you know what I mean, to go for the kill or whatever, or a strike while the iron's hot type deal, and I think he sensed it, like you said. He's pretty good at what he does, man.
Yeah, and as soon as I heard him call God stupid, and I went through a really hard process to get to where I am now, and I pay a lot of attention, and I've not done as much working for money as most people. I've spent a lot more time thinking and stuff. So maybe a lot of that has to do with why. But like as soon as he said stupid, it instantly occurred to me, like, what's Jonathan going to do about this? That is so hard for someone like that to deal with. Like, I just instantly knew what the situation was. And when he rage quit, like I don't think anyone would ever expect, we're calling it rage. I don't think rage is the right word, but it's what it is. It's a rage quit. But even if it's not descriptive, it is the label. So he rage quit, and I don't think anyone would expect that from him. But I wasn't surprised at all, because as soon as I heard the word stupid, I was like, I can't even imagine how this will turn out. What's this going to be,
Yeah.
So yeah, he didn't really do bad, but Matt Dillahunty, this is all about Matt Dillahunty's debate skill and had nothing to do with the strength of his argument. And that's something atheists and agnostics should be pretty disappointed in, that like, they want to think God doesn't exist. Well, then come in with the full courage to face the arguments at their full strength without the need to like manipulate the situation,
Well, it is an important point, because it is the central point of Christian teaching is the resurrection. So you have to really make a good case for it, for people to see it, because that's the whole point of Christian teaching is the resurrection. So it is a big deal.
Yep, totally fair. Here we go into the Q&A.
So much, Jonathan and Matt, for those closings, and we are going to go to the next one. This one was from Justin Maurer, PhD in Pine Creek Studies. I can't remember. I don't think we read this. Saving this one for you, Jonathan. They said, if the martyrdom claims are the best evidence that the apostles weren't lying, then what is the second best evidence that they weren't lying? And is lying more likely than miracles?
Yes, a great question. The fact that they are substantially trustworthy would be also an evidence against them lying. The fact that they are demonstrated to be habitually truthful through the numerous lines of evidence that bear on the Gospels and Acts and the Pauline corpus. That would also be a strong evidence against them lying. In terms of whether a miracle is more likely than they lied, so the argument that goes back to David Hume, the Bar Ehrman.
Hold on a second. Do we all see that Matt Dillahunty's a supervillain? He's got the black chair with a strange symbol that says secret lab. But
the Aaron Raw tactics.
Right.
Etc. has championed would be that you can't ever infer a miracle as the best explanation, because a miracle by definition is the least probable explanation, and you can never infer as the most probable explanation. But again, I think that if you have sufficient evidence for the resurrection claim, I think you can overcome the vanishingly small probability if the probability is vanishingly small, which I'm not convinced in the case of the resurrection it is.
I want him to get to say this actually, so I'm going to rewind it since I interrupted him.
Overcome the vanishingly small, strong evidence.
What best explain
Jonathan and Matt for those closings, and they weren't lying. And is lying more likely than miracles?
Yes, a great question. The fact that they are substantially trustworthy would be also an evidence against them lying. The fact that they are demonstrated to be habitually truthful through the numerous lines of evidence that bear on the Gospels and Acts and the Pauline corpus. That would also be a strong evidence against them lying. In terms of...
I'm pretty sure he's referring to a quote there from a Roman who, one of the things he said about Christians was that they have oaths to not lie, or to tell the truth, or to keep their word, or to keep their trust is how it's put. Yeah, they have an oath to keep their trust, and to and they gather to eat food, but not food of any kind of unsavory sort, which I'm pretty sure would have referred to like eating food with the blood in it to get a high from the blood, because you get like a bloodlust high from eating blood. So that's what he's referring to when he says that there's documentation that Christians were truthful. Like there's almost no documentation of them, and what we do have, they're like, yeah, they're just innocent, honest people.
Yep. Because the early Christians were basically Jews, so they would have been. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my form of Christianity. I'm Torah keeping and just try to be very directly connected with like the one true church and what all that really is. I don't do denominations or anything. I look straight to Messiah and to Scripture and stuff rather than to later orthodoxies, stuff like that.
Right. Then you would know better than me that didn't they think that life was in the blood?
Well, technically what the Old Testament says is that's the word breath, nefesh, soul. But most literally, it's the breath is in the blood. It is also the life is in the blood. Hebrew is, it's a language where words have those deeper meanings and stuff. But literally, it's the breath is in the blood. And today we know the oxygen is in the blood. So that's one of those ones where it's like, when people if people ask you what scientific things were in the Bible that they couldn't have known back then, that would be my favorite one. The breath is in the blood.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Against them lying. In terms of whether a miracle is more likely than they lied, so the argument that goes back to David Hume, the Bar Ehrman, etc., has championed would be that you can't ever infer a miracle as the best explanation, because a miracle by definition is the least probable explanation, and you can never infer as the most probable explanation.
You can never infer a miracle because a miracle by definition is the least probable explanation. So this is Art Berman's when he's using inferring general laws from particular instances using inductive reasoning. They're saying that because in other cases there is he's just saying that these general rules that Bart Ehrman applies is that you cannot infer a miracle because by definition it's the least likely. So once you claim it's likely, you're being contradictory.
But again, I think that if you have sufficient evidence for the resurrection claim, I think you can overcome the vanishingly small probability. If the probability is vanishingly small, which I'm not convinced in the case of the resurrection it is,
See, and I do like him saying this part, like saying the whole idea that a miracle is not allowed to be proposed. And then it's like, obviously, in a debate like this, that would be assuming the conclusion. But then when he says, when it comes to we have this evidence of the resurrection and we can overcome that. Now, I think when that evidence does not include any sort of spiritual beauty, then I don't think it's really true. It's like it's the spiritual beauty of Christ that overcomes it, right? That's my opinion.
Yeah, the resurrection itself is pretty important. I don't know.
But when you talk about the evidence that overcomes the skepticism, basically, it seems like it's spiritual.
Yeah, it is spiritual. I mean, but it's all about having a creator, because everything's supernatural anyway. So
Right. I don't want to jump ahead because I think he gets into it in just a second, but I did want to touch on the fact that he said that he purely believes off of the evidence, the strong evidence of the resurrection, and
yeah,
right, and I that's strong evidence for me, but that's no way, if no way at all how I came to Christ. So that I'm like Mike Winger. I that just strengthened my faith after I came to Christ. But go ahead, sorry.
But you do believe in the power of the resurrection, though. Even so.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly.
Even if it's what opens the door, like you needed to realize that within its own context, this worldview makes a ton of sense before you were open enough to it to hear it or whatever, even if the evidence of the resurrection opens the door or something, like the fact is there comes a time when we put our trust in Christ.
Right.
Trust is no longer in the evidence. Like,
yeah,
the evidence helped us to learn what was true, but
well, it's the evidence is the body that we live in, and only our Maker can be our Savior.
I recognized the truth in the gospel, so then I was able to believe what Jesus said. So you know what I mean. When the passages where he speaks after he was resurrected, I believed it. You know what I mean. So I didn't really necessarily need that, but once I heard this, like that's what Mike Winger said, he was blown away that he didn't even know this evidence was there, and I was the same. I didn't really actually know that until I studied it myself, that there is strong evidence of the resurrection.
But it's part of the definition of being saved. If you believe that Jesus was raised from the dead, you will be saved. And of course, it includes your own resurrection from the dead.
Yeah.
And then when Christ told Pilate, when he's being asked if he is the king of the Jews, he said, "My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight, that it should not be delivered to the Jews. But now is my kingdom not from here." Pilate therefore said unto him, "Are you a king then?" Jesus answered, "Thou sayest that I am a king."
Are you a king? Are you a king? He says.
Here, let me read these few verses. Just got to get them grouped together. Okay. Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Every one that is of the truth hears my voice. All in the same verse, but yeah. So it reminds me of that's what I thought of from what Chris Keith was saying.
So Matt doesn't hear his voice then. Doesn't hear.
Yeah, and ironically, Pilate didn't even realize that he was standing in front of the embodiment of truth, so he couldn't recognize it.
Right.
But he should have.
And Matt should too.
Well, I mean,
because he knew he was not guilty.
Well, Pilate did okay because he comes up here later on and after like all the different discussions about him maybe being the son of God or something, Pilate said, enters again into the judgment hall. From whence is that? When are you? Where are you? Anyway, from whence art thou? Well, specifically, he's saying, are you from God here? Because of what he just heard from the Jews. So he's asking Jesus, are you from God? And Jesus respond. Then Pilate said unto him, speak you not unto me? Know you not that I have power to crucify you and have power to release you? And Jesus answered, you could have no power at all against me unless it were given you from above. Therefore,
Exactly.
that delivered me unto you has the greater sin. And here's what's fascinating. From then on, Pilate sought to release him, but the Jews cried out, if you let this man go, you are no friend of Caesar's. When Pilate therefore heard that saying, he brought Jesus forth and sat. So we see Pilate wanted to let him go. Pilate didn't have power to let him go. Just as Jesus just now said, you don't have power to crucify me except God gives it to you. We see Pilate, even when he wants to let him go, he's not able to. Pilate did not have that power. It was in God's hands.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of us who are of the truth hear his voice. His sheep hear his voice. And so when someone doesn't recognize the cross as beautiful, you can tell that someone who's going to be difficult to have a rational conversation with.
So in the case of the resurrection, I think you can make a case from the what I call the instances of messianic convergence in the Gospels, which is where you have multiple examples, many examples where you have coincidences in the Gospel accounts which correspond in some way that seems to be undesigned with the Old Testament. So, for example, Jesus' death coincided with the Jewish feast of Passover, which is something which is very well established historically, good evidence for that. And yet, given the theological import of Jesus' death, Jesus being represented in the New Testament as the Passover lamb, etc., which fulfills Exodus 12, and the Passover lamb that's blood was to be smeared on the doorposts of every home to protect the firstborn from the wrath of God. That theological symbolism then is quite, given that theological symbolism, it's quite striking that Jesus' death just so happens to correspond to that day. Another example would be the fact that Christianity becomes the dominant global religion that it becomes, given what the Old Testament says, such as in Isaiah 49, for example, which says that the Messiah was to become a light for the nations or the Gentiles, that God's salvation might reach to the ends of the earth. Until 313 AD, where you have the Edict of Milan, Christianity was a persecuted minority in no position to enforce, the probability of Christianity becoming such a dominant global religion seems to be vanishingly small for the first few centuries of the church, and yet it did.
Now, pretty soon we must move on to the next question.
Yeah, sure. I'm just finishing. And so, given that the Old Testament predicts that Christianity would become, that Christ would bring the light of God's salvation to the Gentiles, to the ends of the earth, the probability of that happening is much more probable given Christianity than given its falsehood. And so, given this theological backdrop, I think that we have a higher probability than atheists would like us to believe for the resurrection.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think you did a really good
strong.
job there.
Yeah, that's strong points. Yeah,
yeah,
that's one of his best moments right there.
Yeah, we can all agree you did a really fantastic job there.
Yep.
And
but it came in a question and answer period, though. That's the thing.
So Schmatz is saying, and the resurrection is a remarkable claim. It needs more than just testimony. And after what Jonathan McLatchie just said, that's a good moment for that. But if you go back and watch this whole video, Schmatz, you'll see that we know how incomplete Jonathan's argument was here. You know, I mean, the video is titled that Dillahunty won. So you got to see that, like, we do relate with you on this. But yeah, if you watch the rest of the video, you'll see where we express, like, the spiritual side of it and stuff. And that's really important. And if you're, yeah, I mean, that's what you're looking for. You know, if you want to test, Schmatz, if you want to test the Christian claim, you got to actually understand it. And that's going to require, like, the deep spirituality and all that. And until then, you haven't tested it, and your word on it is meaningless. Okay, let's continue it. Oh, clicking on the wrong screen again. Here we go.
Ian YouTubian, thank you for your super chat. Said, Matt, have you ever heard of A.J. Miller in Australia who seriously thinks, quote unquote, that he is Jesus?
Not as far as I know. It's possible I've heard it, but I don't recall. The last question that was asked was about whether or not.
Yeah,
religion. Yeah, that was all.
Video's already been really long for what it is, because I want people in the future to be able to come back and watch this debate review. And next time I might try doing it by myself, just to streamline time some and keep it, like, focused on the exact points I want. But there was a lot of good that came from having 3 people here. So I don't know. I don't know what's better. Maybe I'll try it different someday and find out.
Sure, I understand the question because I don't know what he means by global atheism, but when I use, so Hitchens used to use the term anti-theism as an opposition to religion. And I think that that doesn't fit with the etymology of the word and splicing it together. So I'm in opposition to theism. Like I actively.
Well, this isn't on topic of us.
The public evidence of Christianity is true. And
that the resurrection didn't happen, would you still be a Christian, Jonathan? Brandon Holbrook says, is there any verifiable extra biblical evidence supporting the resurrection, Jonathan?
No, I don't think so.
Gotcha.
That was an easy question.
Roy Segal. Let's see. This one might be easy too. I think you covered this already, Jonathan, but we'll give just in case. Roy asked.
Did you hear that? Like a lot of, I think a lot of Christian apologists try to stretch some things to say that there's extra biblical evidence of the resurrection, and Jonathan just said no.
No, yeah.
And like, I have a lot of respect for that. Jonathan did not exaggerate one bit at all during this. And Matt Dillahunty did everything he could to manipulate it to make Jonathan's case look weak. And it's not like he got embarrassed like Godless Engineer did. Because Godless Engineer is being a complete and utter blatant liar trying to deceive his own fans. And Jonathan McLatchie is a good man. And he didn't do as bad in this debate as I thought at all. It's just you have to look at it close. But since you have to look at it close and people won't, in that sense, he did do pretty bad.
Yeah, if you want some entertainment, you can watch the recent debate with GE. That was pretty good. I mean, I was starting to feel sorry for the guy, you know.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
he didn't apologize for lying. Like he was caught in a lie in the introduction. It was blatantly shown, and he didn't apologize for lying, and that made it really hard for him to come back because he either saw that he was lying or he was being so irrational that he shouldn't even be in a debate. So that when he didn't apologize, the debate was already over.
Yeah, well, their whole position is a lie anyway. But yeah, you're right.
What's real shameful is after we found out that he has a master's in computer programming. Am I not mistaken?
Programming, yeah.
That's just the epitome of dishonesty that you can't get no worse than that.
Yeah, he's a software engineer.
Excuse me. So yeah.
He knows that Diet Coke is not code in the same way that DNA is code. And he was lying when he first made that video. And he was lying when he said only creationists ever compare DNA to code. And he said 3 different evers to emphasize it. He got caught in the lie. He didn't apologize. And then he was so desperate to stick to his lie that he stuck to something that was really, really, really absurd and stupid. And it's just, I wanted people to see, like, you know, if you have a stronger atheism or if that's your honesty, that's fine. But when it comes to that point of just stupidity and dishonesty and stuff, you're showing yourself that God is proven because you have to resort to such stupidity to deny God and such dishonesty to deceive others into denying God.
There is a lot of dishonesty, and I don't want to mention any names, but Dan, PhD Dan comes to mind.
You don't want to mention names, but you do. Yeah, and yeah, you know, he does cup and ball tricks where he sneaks things around. So one time, you know, that red chart where he has that red swervy line where instead of the species going extinct, it levels out. I've talked that math out with him before, and it turns out the fact is that if you know the math, then you know that if it starts sine waving some, it's still going to slope up and go extinct. And so the graph is really a lie. He's using like a mathematical fantasy at the very bottom of it to support that graph. And the audience just doesn't know it's a mathematical fantasy. Now, I'm a total layman, and I was able to, like, because I'm logical and stuff, and I have some mathematical intuition, I was able to keep testing him until I proved that point. Well, now he's afraid to, like, have any kind of public talk with me because, you know, if I were to beat him like that in front of an actual audience as a layman, me being a layman, that'd be really embarrassing for him.
Yeah, it is embarrassing. And he also uses the genetic diversity of the people in Addis Ababa compared to Native Americans, compared to other people in different extremities around the world. Mm-hmm. But it's dishonest because the people in places like Uzbekistan and, you know, close to the cradle of civilization have even more genetic diversity. And so like it's it's a blatant lie that they're pushing, you know.
Yeah, and
And
well, before we get like keep being
yeah,
topic, I appreciate that, and yeah, so we just want this difference of like the dishonesty that goes on there. We want it to be honest within us, and what Dr. Jonathan McLatchie did here was good and honest. But the reason we're talking about these specific people, we're talking about these specific denials of truth, because the truth is good for you, and we love you, and we don't want you denying the truth. And so, if we
yeah.
have to make it so
Don't
obvious that you cannot deny it, so that you accept the truth, then we'll make it that obvious. I mean, we're doing our best.
yeah. Don't be afraid of the truth. The truth wins. The truth rules.
Okay, so let's go ahead and continue this then.
If it could be shown to your satisfaction that the resurrection didn't happen, would you still be a Christian, Jonathan?
Absolutely not. As I said at the beginning of my opening statement, I am
Absolutely not. Well, I mean,
See,
that's just a logical, like, it's a very weird question. If it could be shown to your satisfaction, well, by definition, if someone is satisfied with evidence that there's no resurrection, then by definition, they're not a Christian. So, I think we've seen how quickly he'll just answer a question straightforwardly. So I'm not going to give Jonathan a hard time here for his answer, because like by definition, you would not be Christian in that situation. Yeah. But at the same time, I think there's something maybe Chris Keith wants to say about this that I said at the start of the video. You have thoughts on this, Chris Keith?
well, I mean, I was just the fact that I see what you're saying about definition. If you don't believe in the resurrection, if somebody can show you evidence that it didn't happen, for it 100% conclusive, then yeah, of course you that would falsify Christianity in your mind. But I don't see the fact that you're going to put all your chips onto the evidence of the resurrection. I put my chips on the words of Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? And until somebody falsifies, shows me that Jesus lied in any way or was contradictory in his character, that would it would take for me to falsify my belief.
Yeah, he puts everything on the resurrection.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the way the question is asked, by definition, he would not be a Christian. So it's like, but at the same time, when he opens it up and says the only reason he's a believer is because he considers the historical evidence to be that good. I don't think historical evidence, if the question had been worded, if there was not such good historical evidence, would you still be a believer? If he said, of course not, then that would be really terrible.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know what his answer would be, because basically his opening statement implied that. Unfortunately, the questioner wasn't quite that careful, and they, by definition, they described a non-Christian. So what can we say about that? But when I get asked a question like that, I really make the point that it's too late for me. Like the question disproving the resurrection to my satisfaction is a nonsense question, because there is no disproof that would satisfy me, because Jesus is my standard of proof. So
yeah, because the proof could be of the devil. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's literally no. I mean, now that I know 3 + 4 is 7, it's like no one's going to
exactly.
3 is 6, and
exactly.
yeah, so it's also a possibility. I mean, you can only have 100% proof of something that happened. And
because by now, I mean like you, like me, you've had also personal experience with the Lord. So I mean, how are you going to erase that?
Yep.
And there's times in my life where I've made covenants with the Lord, and I knew for a fact that something that was very highly improbable was going to happen, and it happened. And I know somebody could say, well, things happen, but I mean, I did. three specific times in my life where I knew that God gave me the assurance that something was going to happen that was totally improbable, and it happened. And I knew because of my faith that I had that it was going to happen, and it happened. So, I mean, those.
You guys can all hear this stuff too. You know, we don't expect you to just like totally just suddenly believe it or something, but it's like this is our real lives, and that stuff is really happening. And like, yeah, we you know, we don't use it in arguments much because it's not really an argument to you. But if you want to fully understand this and really steel man the opposition, it includes the type of stuff Chris Keith was just talking about.
And it is because of the resurrection of Jesus that we have the Holy Spirit too.
Oh yeah, that's big. That's big. Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that I used to be a dead person and now I'm a living person, like, yeah, obviously Jesus was raised from the dead, you know. But
we have that down. We have that down payment of the Holy Spirit. Once you have that the down payment of the Holy Spirit in you, you can discern truth, and then it's like you just recognize a lot. You can just see the manipulation in the media, in these debates. This honest atheist, when people try to attack you, you can feel it, see it, and then the Holy Spirit just a lot of times, will give you inspiration what to say. A lot of times I don't know what I'm going to say, and then it will just come to me, and the Bible talks about that, so.
Yep, and we all know that I was experiencing that pretty heavily recently.
Yeah, and that's just truth coming through you, man.
And that is at the moment, just not as high pressure, fast paced of it, So let's keep going.
Roy Stickall. Let's see, this one might be easy too. I think you covered this already, Jonathan, but we'll give just in case. Roy asks, if it could be shown to your satisfaction that the resurrection didn't happen, would you still be a Christian, Jonathan?
Absolutely not. As I said at the beginning of my opening statement, I'm a very staunch evidentialist. So I believe in the gospel because and only because I am persuaded by the public evidence Christianity is true. And in principle, I would be prepared to change my mind on that conclusion if the evidence were to swim to flow the other direction.
What evidence?
So he says just that the evidence were to sort of go in the other direction. That's really bad.
Yeah.
It puts to question whether or not he's saved, to be honest. This might be, and I'm not judging here, but I'm just saying as an alert to people, something to be aware of. He might not be saved if his faith is more in the evidence if his trust is more in the evidence than in Christ himself. And then that would be like he's captive to philosophy. Like even though he's believing in Christ, he's not worshiping in spirit. He's only worshiping in philosophy. He's not worshiping in spirit with philosophy being part of his worship. He's worshiping in philosophy with spirit not being part of it.
That was a surprise answer to me too. Yeah, when he said that.
Yeah, and it's kind of good that I stopped it middle between there because we could sort of discuss if he hadn't specified it that way, and so we see like we really parsed out the difference on the topic, so that's a good thing.
Could ever possibly be presented that the resurrection didn't happen?
That's a great question. I've been asked this quite a bit. And the examples that are normally given and have been presented to you in some of your other debates would be that if you were to find the body of Jesus or something like that. And I get why atheists find that answer quite frustrating because that in principle, yes, that would falsify Christianity. But how would you ever demonstrate that it was the body of Jesus, right?
Well, we found a body.
Yeah. So I completely agree with you. However, if the arguments I think support the resurrection turned out in the fullness of time not to be as strong as I thought they were, then that would reduce my confidence correspondingly in the resurrection. And I think in principle.
Oh, that hurts so much to say, man. I can't even imagine thinking that way anymore.
Yeah.
I think we're all on the same page with that one. So yeah, it's all, and those of you who watch Inspiring Philosophy's channel and like Inspiring Philosophy, he's right there with this, trusting the wrong things, It's like, why is he doing inspiring philosophy instead of inspired philosophy? Shouldn't God be the one inspiring the philosophy? But instead, philosophy is going to inspire faith in you. We're told not to be taken captive into philosophy, into vain philosophy. And so, IP Inspiring Philosophy, I don't recommend him. He's a very intelligent man, and when he happens to be on the right side of an issue, but his trust isn't in Christ, his trust is in academia. And as long as I'm talking about Inspiring Philosophy real quick, I'll just say a little bit more because he's very popular, he's very influential. And that's that when he gave his testimony, he said that because Kent Hovind gave him bad arguments for creationism, he got embarrassed. So then he went out and went a different direction based on this motivation of embarrassment, and that's the road he's on now. And of course, I'm paraphrasing and oversimplifying it maybe, but yeah, we're not given a spirit of fear. So his I'm afraid people will think I'm wrong, and I'm afraid I was embarrassed and stuff. That's not the spirit we find truth by. And hopefully, if you saw what we were just talking about with Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, how we concern for him, you'll see why I concern for IP and why I concern for people who are too easily influenced by IP.
And it might explain why he just quit when Matt Dillahunty said that God is stupid. It might offer a little more insight on that.
Yeah, and let's remember too, the scripture says there are some who are strong in trust and some who are weak in trust, or some who are strong in faith and some who are weak in faith. And so maybe he's weak in faith and maybe he's still totally one of us, even though he's weak in faith. And I'm just saying, I can't imagine saying something like that just a shift in evidence to the other direction would be enough to change my mind. But
and yeah, and you're a relatively young young believer yourself too, right?
Yeah, I'm 36.
But I mean, how long have you been?
Oh, only 3.5 years.
Yeah, see, and you can see the danger in that. So.
Oh, the moment I was saved, I would have seen the danger. Literally, the split second I was saved, I would have seen the danger in that.
Yeah.
I can't hold everyone to exactly like I am. Paul wrote,
right,
and I trust Paul's words in Scripture more than I trust my experience. Paul wrote that some are weak in faith. And so maybe Dr. Jonathan McLatchie is just weaker in faith, and he's still one of us. So when I speak concerned about him, I'm not judging him, but it is very much worth talking about. And the same goes for inspiring philosophy.
And we are concerned. We are concerned. We want them to be, strong in the faith. Yeah.
And I'm twice as concerned for inspiring philosophy as I am for Jonathan McLatchie. Just for those of you who are fans of IP and you know him, his name is it's a name that I know of 3 different people with that same name, Michael something. But anyway, let's go on.
You could make an argument Jesus didn't exist, and Richard Carrier and Bob Price and David Fitzgerald and others have tried to mount that argument.
Yeah, Richard Carrier is the guy I was thinking of that Jonathan McLatchie has debated before, and they discussed the same subject matter, so he probably killed him at that debate because Carey, he just uses arguments from silence and then just makes stuff up, whereas Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, wherever it's arguments from silence, he infers, well, what would they have done? And then thinks, well, they probably did what they would have done. So that makes him definitely the better scholar than Carrier by a long shot.
I don't think it works, but in principle, I think you could make such an argument.
Yeah, I don't think it works either.
Cool.
You and I are in agreement there. I think the one thing is, what if...
Okay, let's see which argument doesn't work.
Cool.
You and I are in agreement there.
And the examples that are normally given and have been presented to you.
That the resurrection didn't happen, would you still be a Christian, Jonathan?
Absolutely not. As I said at the beginning of my opening statement, I'm a very staunch evidentialist. I believe in the gospel because and only because I am persuaded by the public evidence Christianity is true. And in principle, I would be prepared to change my mind on that conclusion if the evidence were to flow the other direction.
What evidence could ever possibly be presented that the resurrection didn't happen?
That's a great question. I've been asked this quite a bit. And the examples that are normally given and have been presented to you in some of your other debates would be that if you were to find the body of Jesus or something like that. And I get why atheists find that answer quite frustrating because that in principle, yes, that would falsify Christianity. But how would you ever demonstrate that it was the body of Jesus, right?
Well, we found a body.
Yeah, so I completely agree with you. However, if the arguments I think support the resurrection turned out in the fullness of time not to be as strong as I thought they were, then that would reduce my confidence correspondingly in the resurrection. And I think in principle, you could make an argument Jesus didn't exist. I mean, Richard Carrier and Bob Price and David Fitzgerald and others have tried to mount that argument. I don't think it works, but in principle, I think you could make such an argument.
Yeah, I don't think it works either.
Oh, the argument doesn't work that Jesus didn't exist, is what they're saying.
Cool.
You and I are in agreement there. I think the one thing is, what if it could be shown that to the extent to which you're convinced that the Bible's account of the resurrection is accurate, would force you into accepting other religious claims as well if you were to use the same standard of evidence?
This is what he was getting at earlier with some of his statements, but I gotta say, as far as framing the question well and directly asking it, Matt Dillahunty did a good right here.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Whatever standard of evidence whatever epistemological foundation you've got that leads you to the conclusion that the reports in the Bible are reliably strong evidence for a resurrection. If it could be shown that if you applied that standard to other religious claims as well, you would be forced to accept them, would that change your mind?
Yes, it would. That would significantly undermine my confidence. and
That's bad.
To me,
That's
it's
bad, but he's being consistent with what he said, though.
He's being consistent. Yeah.
He's been consistently bad on that one.
But for me, that's a weird question because my epistemology is Christ at this point. So the epistemology that led to Christ is different, but like from this moment on, Christ is the foundation of my epistemology. And so it's just like the idea of like having an epistemology that could verify another religion doesn't make sense because my epistemology it's prejudice at this point, you know?
It doesn't make sense at all.
You have the Holy Spirit now, so you'll recognize instantly the falsehoods in other religions. So I mean, it's not going to happen. But he says if it could be done. I mean, that's just you're asking like if the impossible could be shown to you.
Yeah, there's to me there's no comparison any other teaching with Christian teaching.
I mean, I tend to think of worldviews in very similar terms to scientific paradigm or scientific theory, that all scientific theories have anomalous data, but you don't just throw out the whole paradigm because you have some anomalous data. But over time, that anomalous data accumulates. And if you have enough anomalous data that doesn't fit your paradigm, eventually you're going to think, okay, this paradigm might actually be false. And likewise with Christianity, although there are some extreme examples I could think of, in practice, I think that it wouldn't be a single piece of extraordinary evidence that would change my mind, but it would be the cumulative effect of many pieces of independent evidence pointing against Christianity, which in the long run, I think would be sufficient to change my mind.
But now you're back to cumulative evidence. All I was talking about was if it was shown that your foundation, your reasoning would force you to accept others as well, and you said, yes, you'd accept it. Now, that is fundamentally the exact question that I asked repeatedly before you left that you never answered. How can you write off these other claims from religion when they are just accounts as well? They don't have, it's not like Christianity has some extra physical evidence for it. It's just, here's a bunch of accounts, and here's a bunch of accounts, and you're dismissing others. What is the standard that makes you?
This is his chance to talk about Jesus Christ and
Yeah.
him crucified. You guys all, here, check this out. Christ crucified. my logo there.
Do you accept one and reject another?
The particulars of the case and the evidence that's presented. So in the case of the Quran, for example, and I've debated many Muslim scholars, in terms of the historiography of Jesus, which is what we're discussing today, the Quran claims in Surah 4 verse 157 Jesus was not crucified. It says he was not put on the cross by the Jews. At least that's the classical interpretation. Although there are other schools of thought that wouldn't agree with that, but that's at least the mainstream interpretation of that verse in Islam. And we have good evidence from the first century that Jesus really was crucified, even if you reject the resurrection. And so, and the Quran was written 600 years later, right?
Is that evidence in the Bible or out of the Bible?
I'm afraid we've got to keep moving,
Okay.
just because there are a lot of questions left. We do have another one from Royce DeGaulle, maybe relevant in a super broad way. So,
Oh yeah, well he certainly didn't even. Yeah, I mean, why is Christ not on the tip of his tongue?
Because like what he said, he's basing his foundation purely on the evidence that he believes, or that is, a strong a belief to him. So philosophy.
Do we think
there's
a man with his house built on the sand?
Yeah.
There is no other teaching in the history of mankind that has been around from the beginning as soon as Adam and Eve sinned, when they were told about the provision of Messiah through the seed of the woman. No other teaching in existence has been true from the beginning.
That which we had from the beginning. That's always beautiful. John loves to keep mentioning that. It's what you had from the beginning.
Yeah, because if it's true, it has to have always been true, right? You can't have a truth that just appears to be true, like some teachings like 1,600 years ago or 1,400 years ago, whatever it is, just come into existence and all of a sudden it's true, more than anything else. No, it has to have been true since Adam and Eve.
Yeah, good point.
Jesus is in Genesis, man. Jesus is in Genesis. I just think he should be more grounded here. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Says, is probability relevant at all after the fact of these alleged historical events?
No. Is that for me as well?
I would guess. I'm not sure.
Is probability relevant after the fact? I'm not quite sure what he's getting at. I mean, the way that the way that the Bayesian inference works is you have this likelihood ratio, the probability of the evidence existing given your hypothesis, and the probability of that same evidence existing given the falsity of that hypothesis. So long as you have a top-heavy ratio, that is that the product of that ratio is greater than 1, you have evidence for your proposition. And the extent to which it's greater than 1, the more evidence you have. So a Bayes factor of 100, for example, means you have evidence that's 100 times more likely given your hypothesis given its falsehood. And I think it's perfectly legitimate to apply that to historiographical investigation.
Gotcha. And Michael.
Oh, that would be interesting to mathematically see. I mean, you would basically have like everything on one side, and then I presuppose naturalism on the other side, right?
Dresden, thanks for your super chats. We're going to just roll this into one because they're basically, from what I gather, it's kind of the same idea. They said, Matt, you had said that claims are not evidence, and then they said some women claim that men have raped them. Do their claims count, or do their claims alone count as evidence, as well as black people in the U.S. who have claimed that they've experienced racism? Does that, they say, do the claims alone count as evidence?
It's more of this political stuff. Like, I get the women with the rape thing, right? Because it's like, okay, are we going to be like, we can't like use their word as evidence, then what evidence will there be? And like, but obviously it's dangerous to just take their word and run with it. But besides that, it's like, and then, or a black person who says their experience about racism is just like, yeah, what we perceive does not define reality. Like, so, well, it's not like, because if you're watching this, you might not know, but the idea out there right now is that, like, even if a person's not racist, if they were perceived as racist by a black person, then they were racist, even though they weren't. And someone can say I'm straw manning it if they want, but yeah, the worldview, the whole BLM, critical theory, Marxism thing, it's a dumpster fire, trash clown, and I'm complimenting it, like being really nice here.
I need to answer something, and it's in the chat. Somebody says, Shamat's 12 says, where in Genesis is Jesus? I'm not doubting you. Like citation, of course, it doesn't say, Jesus uses his name in Genesis, but if you go back to Genesis 3:15, and it says, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, and he shall bruise, which in the NIV is crush, the head, and thou shalt bruise, strike his heel. Okay, and that's a good glimpse into God's plan of redemption. And excuse me 1 second.
Right, which is Messiah,
and well, focusing basically on what we're ultimately the final thrust into Satan, into the eternal pit of hell. But that is also later on. I mean, you would have to know Scripture for me to elaborate more on that. So,
well, I can elaborate a little bit. Abraham, before he was, well, I don't know if it was before he was named Abraham, because I think he was named Abraham by faith before he had children, because the word Abraham means father or father of many
nations. Yeah.
Yeah, but Abraham, he was visited by 3 angels, and one was the angel of the Lord, and it is most widely accepted that that is Christ. And the way I would see that then is it's post-resurrection Christ using his timelessness with that like post-resurrection body that can do all sorts of things to like come visit Abraham in the past, That seems like the most likely to me anyway.
Yeah, there's so many angles you can approach it and see it. And one of them is that only God can be your Savior. If you say Jesus is Savior, you're saying Jesus is God.
Very good. And that's Jesus's name, salvation of Jehovah, or Jehovah saves.
Right. And there's also topology, where if you look at Abraham's sacrifice, and was going to sacrifice his son, and God provided the sacrifice, just like he covered Adam and Eve when he slain the first animals and sacrificed them, foreshadowing that he was going to provide the sacrifice. And that just gets
Okay, so you just went silent Chris Keith. I think everything else is still working fine. So
hit his mute button again.
Am I back? Am I back now?
You're back.
Okay. Where did I cut off at? I was speaking about
Abraham, that God gave the sacrifice instead.
Right, and in Genesis, where he provided the sacrifice to cover Adam and Eve. The first sacrifice of the animals, the skins to cover them, foreshadowing that he was going to provide the sacrifice. Okay, and then it's if you study the typology of Jesus in the Old Testament, I would again point you to BibleThinker.org with Mike Winger. Has some excellent series on that, and I mean several parts where he shows Jesus in the Old Testament, and it's very, very compelling. So I would suggest you go there. Sorry to interrupt. I just sent it in chat.
Yeah, that's fine. And then we're talking about the angel of the Lord also, and let's just continue the video. I think I had a thought that I forgot, but that's fine.
Black people in the U.S. who have claimed that they've experienced racism, do the claims alone count as evidence?
So I did an entire video about this distinction between claims and evidence. It's not that a claim cannot also be evidence for a proposition. I'm going to do another video about this notion of extraordinary claims. But the question here isn't whether or not it should count as a data point. It's whether or not it should be sufficient to convince. And so the answer to that is essentially no. The mere fact that someone says something.
Oh yeah, but when they're arguing about it earlier, whether or not it's evidence, that's whether or not it counts as a data point or whether the data point does anything useful. And suddenly he's willing to give an audience member an honest answer, but during the debate, he didn't care about any kind of honesty of debating. It was just about looking like the winner. That's not the same thing as being the winner.
Happened is not necessarily on its own conclusive enough to show that it did happen. What often happens is that these conversations end up derailing into somebody wants to object to a person offering up their perception of their identity and saying, oh, should we accept that? Yes, because if the subject's about the identity. But if it's, what I'm saying is if your claim is in logic, we have propositions and we don't simultaneously, we don't address a question, which would have two possible answers or more. Instead, we have a proposition. Some God exists. This event happened. This is true. And that in and of itself is not evidence for the proposition that is being there. It is the proposition. The proposition itself is not evidence. And what Jonathan did, which I'm fine with, is that, the confidence that we have in the person who's presenting this, that factors in. And you're absolutely right. And the other thing that factors in is how consistent that claim is with the facts that we have in the world. If somebody says they were abducted and anally probed by an alien, that is a claim that requires something more than the claim. There are claims that we can just accept at face value because they are bolstered up by the mountains of evidence about the way the world works. If somebody comes up to me and says, hey, I just got a new puppy. Well, I know puppies are real and people have puppies. And so the problem is that we're bad at recognizing how much evidence we are attributing to the claim the instant we hear it. When you hear a claim, you immediately say, is this claim consistent with the facts that I know about the world? And the more consistent the claim is with the facts, the less additional information you would need to provide. If you tell me, I just got a new puppy last night, I'm just going to take your word for it because the worst thing that can happen is I find out that you're a liar or dishonest or wrong.
You see, and he's making a good point here, Dillahunty is. But the thing is that if I review everything that I know about the world, then I know that Christ is true. He's sort of he's not realizing how the facts he's talking about right here show that he was completely unfair to the other side, which really means that he never tested the other side. And if he never tested the other side, then it's he didn't really test it and prove it wrong, I mean, that's sort of the insight that I'm getting here.
And that's not going to fundamentally rewrite the world.
Gotcha.
If instead you tell me there's a being who came down and died and was resurrected as some sort of substitution.
Because this speaks to what I kept saying about the lens of the world view. He's saying how we review everything that we know about the world, and people underestimate how much they do that. Yeah, and that's where it's you presuppose naturalism. You underestimate how much you do that. So just as an example, some food for thought for those of you who think everything's on one side except I presuppose naturalism, now I win. It's not that easy.
Substitutionary atonement for my wrongs against another facet of that same individual. You're going to have to come with more
without
than
evidence.
Well, that's where T-Jump will say he doesn't have a worldview. When you go that dishonest to say that you don't have a worldview, then that's just
he's telling the truth. He'll say whatever serves that individual debate and say something different another time. So he's not just
That's garbage.
It is garbage because it's like you're not defending anything at that point. Like for something to be cohesively true, it has to be holistically true in reality. And the fact that he'll pick apart reality into fantasy in order to win a debate. Yeah, like personally, the only reason I would debate T-Jump is just to do a good job of using words to point out his idiocy some. I don't think he's worthy of debates, you know? Not even for like a small timer like me or something. But, you know, we have to humble ourselves and interact with people that aren't worthy of it, because showing that they're not worthy and why glorifies the truth, and that benefits people.
That you come with multiple claims, because the plural of anecdote isn't data. And lining up a bunch of different people anonymously to say this is true doesn't mean all of a sudden we have a bunch more evidence. What we have are multiplying claims, not actual evidence. The evidence would be, hey, show me the empty tomb. I hear all my life, I keep hearing empty tomb, empty tomb. Oh, what's the proof of the resurrection? The empty tomb. There is no freaking empty tomb. There's a claim of an empty tomb. Nobody's ever demonstrated, here's the tomb where they put Jesus and now he's not here. That has never happened, and it can never happen unless there's a God that comes down and finds a way to do it.
See this, we can't keep quiet about this. We can't keep quiet about this because all the power of Rome could not show his body, could not present his body, or, you know, because they are the ones, there's the ones that were guarding the tomb of Jesus, and they were not able to present the body of Jesus.
And if they would have found the body, then the Jews would have recorded it. You know?
Yeah, and what he's saying about an empty tomb, he's saying like we're actually going through these accounts and trusting these accounts. So we have our accounts. We don't have an empty tomb. So
no, they would have if the tomb was not empty, there would have been an entirely different story. And he's just, you know, oblivious to what the facts are.
There is no empty tomb. Stop saying there's an empty tomb until you prove it. Produce the damn corpse. That's the issue.
No, you produce the body. You produce the body. You fail to produce the body, so you can't say it wasn't empty.
I think he just said produce the damn corpse. And it's like...
Yeah, but that was...
If Christianity is true, then Christ went bodily into the sky and there is no corpse. It's like he has no clue about, like, arguing against the Christian worldview. He's just like... It has nothing. It's nothing but appearances, because like
yes,
the whole idea of
so now
he's so irrelevant.
He just wants to take advantage of his opponent that's not ready with the response to counteract his basic misinformation.
Yeah, because Dr. Jonathan McLatchie, he's a really good scholar, and when it comes to arguing scholarship, he's good at arguing that. But when it comes to the overall of like all the tactics of debates and being able to like point something like that out so that you embarrass the person for trying to do it instead of letting them get away with it, like McLatchie doesn't know any of that stuff.
So I don't quite understand Matt's answer to that last question. So if a woman claims that she was raped, that's surely evidence she was. I agree that it's not proof that she was raped, but it's surely evidence, right?
No, it's the claim is not the evidence. Now, there's a bunch of things that we take into account with all of that, which includes the what we know about the individual, any other physical data and everything else. But merely someone coming in and saying that they were sexually assaulted does not mean that you have reason to conclude that they are, because that in and of itself is...
Yeah, but evidence doesn't mean you have reason to conclude. Evidences are just pieces. So Matt Dillahunty is being like, he's being really stubborn. He's contradicted himself on this topic of evidence. He's being really stubborn. He's been manipulative about it.
And then in this case, it is evidence. The empty tomb is the evidence, because if they could have reproduced the body of Jesus, we wouldn't even be talking about it today.
In this case, yeah, lack of evidence can be evidence.
In this case, yeah, because that...
Yeah, I do see what you mean. Like, they never were able to come up with any evidence against. They were never...
But that's important, and for like you're saying, Jungle, with the Romans and the Jews, because they wrote about they fully,
right.
They would have loved to just say, no, here's the body. We know it's not true because we got the body.
That's all they had to do was present the body, and it would have shut us up forever.
I do want to press through. We're already...
Go ahead, bud. Yeah, sorry.
So
yeah, but that was just an important point, though.
I know.
Yeah.
I guess my only point is that it's an important point that we've addressed at least once or twice already. So let's try to keep streamlined, even though we're passionate.
It's not
I'm trying.
Yeah, yeah, but his presentation. Go ahead.
About their character, their demeanor as they report this, all of those things become factors in weighing the reliability and trustworthiness of that person.
Yeah, so the demeanor and character that's expressed about these people in the scripture really supports them. So thank you for that one, Dillahunty.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Next up, appreciate your question from Jeff Soul. Said, "Hi Matt, huge fan. Can both of you steel man the other person's position?"
Oh man, this part's a joke. Okay, let's see how bad Dillahunty is at this.
I can try.
You want to go first, or should I go first? I don't mind.
Sure. Jonathan is convinced that the reports in the Bible are from reliable people who are telling the truth, and that the weight of this across a number of different short passages adds up to we should accept that the most reasonable explanation for these reports is that the events actually happened.
Yeah, and I think ignoring historical standards, ignoring Jonathan's perspective, that really was just it wasn't steel, you know. I'm not saying it was completely different, it just was not the steel man. It was just like pretty weak sauce. Now if I remember right, Dr. Jonathan McLatchie really does his best steel man here.
Okay, so my steel manning of Matt's position is that a miracle is always the least probable explanation of an event, and we always want to infer the most probable explanation of an event, and so we can never, in principle, infer a miracle as the best explanation of an historical event. Furthermore, the Gospels and the accounts that we have in the New Testament are hearsay. They're composed by anonymous authors, and that claims are not evidence, and all we have in the New Testament is a bunch of claims. I think that's a fair steel manning of Matt's position.
Yeah, now that seemed like it was an attempt to actually be complete about it or something. Am I just partial on this one or what?
No, he did. He did a better job of Steelman for sure.
And then
So that just means that Dillahunty doesn't know what Christian teaching is, basically.
yeah, but one thing I'm trying to be a little fair about is that McLatchie, like, he did leave the spiritual side out of it. So for this particular debate, I guess Dillahunty can leave that out, and it's actually fair in this case. So that's why watching it again, I think the first time I thought Matt Dillahunty's Steel Man was really, really bad. But watching it again, I'm like, well, considering McLatchie's approach, it was weak, but it was kind of on point.
Furthermore, the Gospels and the accounts that we have in the New Testament are hearsay. They're composed by anonymous authors, and that claims are not evidence, and all we have in the New Testament is a bunch of claims. I think that's a fair steel manning of that position.
Except the first part's completely wrong.
Okay, sorry, clarify for me.
So you started off by saying that my position involves a miracle is always the least likely explanation. I didn't say that today. You did. As a matter of fact,
Well, yeah, Jonathan McLatchie said that about Bart Ehrman, but he was describing what he thinks he's seeing happen
I didn't
here.
talk about an explanation for the resurrection at all. My position, when you're having a debate, this is the same thing that Michael Cohn did. When you're having a debate about, is there good evidence for the resurrection? That is, did the event happen? Not, what is your explanation for it? I didn't talk about,
The only thing is that Matt Dillahunty's entire argument would be worthless garbage if he's not assuming that a miracle is automatically the least likely explanation. Like, if Matt's saying that that's not part of his steel man, then he has no argument. And I think that's why Jonathan McLatchie included that in the steel man. That's the linchpin of Matt's argument. And here he's saying it's not part of his argument.
Yeah, they never want to back up what they believe.
Yeah, true.
miracles or how unlikely they were. All I talked about is there evidence for the resurrection? If there was sufficient evidence for the resurrection, I would believe the resurrection occurred, and I still would not know how it happened. We would need evidence for the how separately. So to begin strawmanning,
You see, the only way to say it's not strong evidence is because of the miracle claim. And yeah, I mean, we can say that's not really how Matt addressed it, but it is, because one of the key parts was when he was like, well, what if people said this about alien abductions, or what about other religions? Like, he kept it very specifically on like the fact that it's supernatural is relevant. And then now he's trying to say that he never addressed that side of it. Here, I think he's just being a bold-faced liar. I mean, he's being a little subtle, but dishonesty.
Steel manning my position by talking about how I'm just rejecting miracles out of hand is actually not a steel man in my position.
Well, then your position becomes a straw man. He was giving that to you because that's required for it to be a steel man.
Gotcha. We have to, let's see. We have to keep moving. I hate to do that, but let's see. Jeff, let's see. We've got that one. Thanks for your question, Jake 4D, who says, non-deliberate coincidences not only unprovable, it's unlikely as the Gospels copied off of each other. I think that would be a challenge to you, Jonathan, on given that they're saying the Gospels copied off of each other in the wording, at least the way they worded it.
Okay,
provides
skip
and
by
although it doesn't
some.
mention Philip in that context at all, it does mention that the event of the feeding of the 5,000 took place in Bethsaida. And so by putting the pieces.
Thanks for your question.
Point he was making that Matthew and Luke copy that?
You're right. Or I think that they were maybe even adapting it or changing it.
There's no contest that, there's illusory dependence between the synoptics, so I don't know why he's bringing that up. And I'm not sure the relevance of the debate either.
Gotcha.
That makes two of us. Jonathan and I are in violent
Brian, maybe even adapting it or changing it.
There's no.
Hey, you.
Not this
Yes,
guy again.
you. I need you to take our quick one-question survey before.
Open contest that there's illusory dependence between the synoptics, so I don't know why he's bringing that up. And I'm not sure the relevance of the debate either.
Gotcha.
That makes two of us. Hey, Jonathan and I are in violent agreement here.
Brian Stevens, thanks for your question. Said, when someone says naturalism is a problem, wouldn't non-magicism be a problem too? Magic explains everything we have questions about just as well as the supernatural.
No, it doesn't. Magic explains nothing. We explain things, we explain the unknown, the things that we don't understand. We explain those by appealing to things we do understand. You can't solve a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery. And let's not pretend that there's any explanatory power in how did I do this? And someone says it's magic, because there's zero explanatory power there.
Gotcha. And thanks for your question. This one's from God's Servant. It says, Jonathan McLatchie, I've been looking for a debate with you since I debated your friend Aaron Raw. And he suggested that we do so. When are we going to debate Acts 2:38, my friend?
I don't accept debate invitations on air, but if he wants to contact me via my website and send me his resume.
Dealt the fallacies in the question for Jonathan. I think they meant maybe like the fallacies in like the charge of inconsistency that came up earlier in the debate. Jonathan, we'll give you a chance to respond to whether or not Dionysus rose from the dead.
Yeah, so as I said, it's not just the fact that the resurrection is claimed in the New Testament; it's that we have that it's this particular nature of the claims. So just the fact that it's claimed in some ancient source that so and so rose from the dead, that doesn't really tell you anything. You have to look at, okay, are these sources which are credible historically, that they're substantially trustworthy? Are they close up to the fact? Are they habitually truthful and reliable sources of information? And do they go back to people who were eyewitnesses? And in the case of the resurrection, I think that we do have those. But in the case of Dionysus and figures in other religions, I don't think that we do.
Gotcha. And Jake,
I think I was just going to say that the only distinction that I can find is that one of the two stories became more popular and was spread more than another. That's the primary distinction, is that if more people had accepted the Dionysus thing, and well, also there's the notion of when more and more people began to write things down as opposed to just telling stories. There's a number of reasons why that's the case. But at the end, I will agree.
Because the stories of Dionysus are just as beautiful and holistic and complete and span through ages of writing to a drastically huge, impossible,
prophetic
saga of wisdom and perfect truth. Like, what's Matt Dillahunty even talking about here? Just like when people just try to act like Christianity doesn't have all its compelling characteristics and other things are equal. Like, any Christian who hears that as making some sense is not a Christian yet. Like,
nails on a chalkboard, man.
Huh?
It's like nails on a chalkboard listening to it for me.
Better,
Yeah.
There's a better case for the resurrection of Jesus than there's for Dionysus, just in the sense that there's more potential reports about it. But the question is, that's like saying I'm the smartest village idiot. It doesn't matter that you have more than a worse claim.
I might decide to do a video of this where I plan it in advance and keep it down to like an hour or something. Because I don't know if people are going to
go back to edit.
Watch a video.
Do you have the ability to edit?
Yeah, but I think it would be easier just to do it again with timestamps.
Yeah.
Because I especially want to.
Now that you've been through it, yeah, you can do it pretty quick, probably. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, just to do a shorter version that people can watch back later. But I'm glad we did this one because it's so thorough, and we're doing it as a group, as a church, like learning from each other and all that. And that's what it's all about too. But this debate, I mean, I just have a desire to communicate with people about the truth as opposed to how this debate made the truth look and stuff, So
Well, I understand.
yeah, but of course I'm limited to my small platform anyway until it grows some.
The question is, do you have enough for this claim to be justified? Do you have strong evidence, which I clearly think today we have not seen strong evidence. But is it, even if you had strong evidence for the resurrection, that's still a separate issue from, do you have sufficient evidence to work?
If you guys have a guess?
I suspect it's from Matt.
I do too.
Yeah.
And my answer is, I don't know. I don't have any other resurrection claims to compare it to. It's like saying, hey, here's something that you have no evidence for that's never occurred.
Okay.
And my question throughout this entire
question was just something about like, what evidence would you want for a resurrection claim? And he's like, well, I don't know. That's not part of my reality, so I don't know what to expect.
Has been that
Fair
if
enough.
I were to accept the New Testament account, what other accounts would I have to accept? How far will I have lowered my standards of evidence so that I would have to also accept competing claims?
This is what I'm talking about with like Godless Engineer and abiogenesis and like saying that evolution is a fact when like the scientific standard does not say evolution's a fact, and once you say it's a fact, you have dropped your standard. And like logic does not say that DNA is not a code and that Diet Coke is just as much a code as DNA. And like allowing that in drops your standard. And when you do it subconsciously, it drops your standard of truth subconsciously in how you think. And it's like you're not even handicapped, but you're just like choosing to be stupid at that point.
Willfully ignorant.
Yeah, because when you accept certain points of ignorance that require your mind to be ignorant to accept them, then your mind suffers from that ignorance elsewhere without you even knowing it. And it just starts to become like, it's like watering down intelligence is the best way I can put it. Like it happens so slow. And then someone else is like, they go to take a sip of their whiskey and they're like, it tastes like water. You know what I mean? And it's like, we hear you speaking what you think is intelligence. It's been watered down so slow, you don't know the difference. And it's like, well, it sounds like idiocy. And it's like, because you keep dropping your standards, just like Dillahunty's talking about here. And like, you don't want to end up like Dillahunty dropping your standards like he did.
And I think it's just a laundry list of crap.
Gotcha. And Stitches, thanks for your question, said, Matt, what do you think of the Satanic Temple?
I think they're a really good ally in supporting church-state separation cases because it demonstrates the hypocrisy of a primacy of Christianity as a de facto religion within, the United States, the Western world, and other things like that. I have problems with the name. Don't get me wrong. I agree with them on a bunch of things, and they're vastly better than the religions that would disparage them.
So he doesn't have a problem with it.
Oh gosh.
It's just stupid political nonsense. I don't really want to pause for
Joseph
it.
Smith versus Paul. How
That-
do you
that
distinguish
ain't
between who's
worth
lying
it.
honestly, mistaken, or telling the truth? I think that's for you, Jonathan.
How do you distinguish between someone who is lying, mistaken, honestly, or telling the truth? Through the methods that I outlined in my opening statement, I gave arguments. So that's what my whole opening statement was about, was providing. And
I think we've been
it's
over
not-
this kind
Dillahunty
of
is a
stuff
human
enough.
iron chariot. Bruce Wayne says, epic debate. Excellent job, Matt. Lots of fans here. And then we've got Michael Simonelli. Thanks for your question. Said, why doesn't Jonathan accept one? I was thinking it's been like an hour and 20 minutes. And it's
It's
actually
like
been
an idiot parade of people complimenting him. I mean, sorry, Bruce Wayne.
That's his congregation, man.
But for Iron Charioteer, I have no respect at all for his intelligence or how he talks about things inside chat and stuff. Bruce Wayne's a bit hit and miss, but it is kind of funny. Like we talk about this whole lowering standard of evidence that Dillahunty's talking about, and
lower between
then
this. But
speak of
thanks
the
for your
devil.
question. Let's see. We've got God's servant again says, Matt, this is Patrick from Ohio. Acts 2:38 is truth in all caps. Would love to debate you again, my friend. So yes, James W. also a fan says, Matt Dillahunty is a human iron chariot. Bruce Wayne says, epic debate.
Oh, I thought they came from Iron Charioteer, but it just says Matt Dillahunty is a human iron chariot. You see, like some put their trust in chariots, but we put our trust in Yehovah. Like, is that human iron chariot? Is that a compliment or an insult? Like, who is it from? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, they don't even understand the things they say.
Well, I'm just like, was someone complimenting him as an iron chariot or saying like you're less worthy of trust than Yehovah? Because there's the scripture that says some trust in chariots, but as for me,
Right.
we'll serve the
Because
Lord.
they don't really understand the meaning of what they're saying.
Yeah,
Their words condemn them.
yeah, true that. And then let's see what Bruce Wayne said.
Excellent job, Matt. Lots of fans here. And then
Bruce Wayne says, "Excellent job, Matt." Yeah, like being manipulative and distracting from the actual discussion, so your opponent doesn't look as strong because you're afraid for like head-on battle won't make you look as good as you want. So you got to be a magician about it. Well done.
got Michael Simonelli, thanks for your question, said, why doesn't Jonathan accept other holy, we can cover that, other holy books. Wes Carty, let's see, thanks for your question, comment. Then we have...
Is Acts 2:38 David Wood?
No, I think it's...
Acts 17 Apologetics.
It's who?
That's Acts 17 Apologetics. Is David Wood.
Thanks.
Then who's this Acts 2:38 that I'm going to turn down a debate with?
Oh,
in order to stay consistent.
I think it was like an actual passage they were trying to... I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's fine. I thought it was somebody who went that way. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got confused.
Gotcha. And God's servant again. Let's see. Oh, wait, we've got...
Yeah, it was this person, God's servant, who apparently has debated him before, as I remember. I don't know, whatever.
Ethan... This is an interesting one. Ethan Montier, thanks for your question. Said, thanks, Matt, for the years and years of reasoning we spoke about a year ago. And when was the last time you heard a truly unique argument after so long? And do you have a pre/post debate routine?
I don't know that I've ever heard anything that's truly new or unique. I mean, most of it seems to be derivative, and that's not a problem because so even someone like Sai, Sai's a big benefit or credit is that he's consistent. He's consistently wrong as far as I'm concerned, but he's consistent. And so while I haven't heard anything new in a debate, there's always a new, different spin on old things, and I like having the conversations. There was a second part to this question, but I don't remember what it was now.
Gotcha.
What was the last line of the...
Oh, do you have a pre- and post-debate routine?
No, today I took a shower, shaved, put on a shirt, played guitar for a little bit, and then came here.
You got it. And thanks for your question. This one coming in from S.J. Thomason, old buddy of yours, Matt, says, Jesus makes himself obvious to billions today. Ask, seek, and you'll find him. He is love.
He makes himself obvious. Like, that's the way I always put it. Oh, we lost Chris Keith. Too bad. But yeah, because that's what the word manifest in the Bible means, is obvious. And I've been saying that this whole time. The cross makes God obvious, this and that. So when I heard the commenter say that, I liked it.
I love that SJ either asks a completely relevant question or just pays to preach instead of asking a question during the question and answer part. But, good. It's the only reason that well, anyway, go ahead, continue.
Next Sentinel.
Well, that's the thing. He says he pays to preach, right? Like, that's the argument that was missing the whole time, is that Jesus makes God obvious. Or what he said here, he makes himself obvious, which is the same thing. And that was missing the whole time. He wasn't just preaching, he was completing the argument.
And who's preaching? Matt Dillahunty's preaching. His naturalism.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's funny that he tries to like write it off for not being a question and just preaching, but it's like that was the thing that really completed the whole thing, and it's the one he tries to write off. Just I think
yeah.
And the way he turns away, it's almost like he understands the power of those words, and he knew those words were missing, and he's disappointed that one of McLatchie's brothers supported him, Because that's what we do in the body of Christ, We're complete together, even if we're not complete apart.
Apologetics, thanks for your question. Said, Matt, there are tons of Second Temple studies showcasing the thorough backdrop of the New Testament and Greco-Roman context that showcases its true historiography.
Cool, nice claim. Sorry, you couldn't ask your question.
Next up, Dominic Deinstuber, thanks for your question, said, if you write a dogmatic book about your religion, would you write about your witnesses to be trustworthy, or would you claim that they are a fraud?
I'm not sure who that's for. I guess we could both answer it.
It's for McLatchie, because if you're going to write a fake book, and you're going to have the witnesses be telling the truth, and you're going to make them sound credible. So if he's just saying, like, McLatchie, who cares if they sound credible? Obviously, whoever wrote it would have made them sound credible. Which, yeah, we've been deep in this whole discussion the whole time. That's pretty weak sauce compared to everything McLatchie brought to the table. But, it's a fair point to consider if you are giving this honest consideration. I'll admit that. Okay.
You won.
It's a strange question because I'm not arguing that the gospel authors are reliable because they claim to be reliable. Of course, that would be an absurd argument. I'm claiming that there's good evidence that they're reliable because on the points that we can cross-check, they actually prove themselves to be close up to the facts and get a lot of information correct, which then provides from a facile reason for trusting them even in those instances that we cannot directly cross-check.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And within, like in magic, there's this notion of a too perfect theory. Like, James, if I were to ask you to name any card in a deck of cards, what would you name?
The Jack of Spades.
Jack of Spades. Now, if in fact I were sitting here holding a card off to the side and moved it over in there, and it happened to be the Jack of Spades, that trick would fall flat because of the too perfect symbol. Oh, nice, you can see the green screen. It's too perfect that you named a card and it happened to be the card I was holding, and so it leads directly to what the solution is. When it comes to what we like and what we admire, we like symmetry, but we don't like perfect symmetry. A perfectly symmetrical face is somehow disturbing or off-putting to us. It seems completely unsurprising to me that people, when telling a story, that they're willing to exaggerate or engage in a little hyperbole, etc. We know from a child, from the time that you're starting to interact with other children, you learn how to tell stories in such a way that people find them more compelling. And the stories need flaws. Otherwise, it's just too perfect. And so it's hardly unsurprising to me that there would be flaws in the story. We're talking about flawed human beings.
Gotcha. And question from Ian Utublin that said, Dr. Jonathan, could the Gospels have a Mandela effect?
No, because there's no such thing.
What does he mean by the Mandela effect?
Not bothering with that.
I'm not quite sure I understand that question. I thought I'd already outlined that. I think that there's
question, but I don't remember what.
Let's see. Michael Simonelli, thanks for your question. Says, how does Jonathan know that the claims he's using to assert the biblical figures are trustworthy are true?
I'm not quite sure I understand that question. I thought I'd already outlined that. I think that there's there are numerous categories of evidence which cumulatively bear on the substantial trustworthiness of the gospel accounts, including undesign coincidences, extra-biblical corroborations, unexplained allusions, oral similarities, and so forth, expressive silence. And although we don't have time to get into all those, I think the argument is that cumulatively those provide substantial support for the general reliability of the gospel accounts. And therefore, when the gospels assert something to be true, that provides a basis for trusting that to be true, even if we don't have direct evidence for that particular fact, unless there's evidence to the contrary, of course.
Yeah, I think the objection here, if I'm going to try to interpret what they're asking, is that on several occasions, including just now, I've heard Jonathan say extra biblical evidence, extra biblical support, and yet there's nothing about his case that was extra biblical at all.
Gotcha.
I think that's pretty much fair enough. When someone asked him if there was extra biblical evidence for the resurrection, he said no. But it's not fair enough because he was asked, "What do you use to assess this stuff?" And he's talked about extra biblical stuff. And that goes back to this inductive reasoning, inference of general laws from particular instances. So it's like he was describing the inductive side of the reasoning that Matt Dillahunty says doesn't exist.
And thanks for your question. This one comes.
Apparently, Matt Dillahunty, he might actually. It's hard to believe if he's a magician and is good at debating. I'd have to think he's being dishonest, but apparently he might just actually not know what inductive reasoning is and doesn't understand how history is done.
Yeah, and he's probably confusing himself anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably thinking of some very specific sort of inductive, like logical induction maybe, which would be where the general laws you're inferring are from particular instances of logic. And but this is a historian talking about history. So
in from, let's see, I'm going to paraphrase this, Michael, because it's just a lot of it's kind of redundant from my last question, but it's like a follow-up. They said, for Matt, they said, if claims being evidence is context dependent, then isn't it true that claims can be evidence?
No, it's not the claim that's the evidence. It's the context that becomes the evidence.
Gotcha.
I don't know why this is so different. Here, let me do it differently. A proposition is never evidence. Maybe that's the distinction we need to make. That when Jonathan hears someone making a claim, what he hears is someone of this character in this setting with these factors made this proposition, and then he's adding those things in as evidence for the proposition, the character of the person. Maybe that's it. But I could be wrong, because if I say propositions aren't evidence, for all I know, Jonathan's going to say yes, they are. I don't know.
Gotcha. And S.J. Thomas.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that we all do take people at their word and use their character as evidence of the proposition every day, including Matt Dillahunty. And then he's saying that's not what he does, but that's how he lives his life every day. So, just the usual.
Said, Peter denied Jesus 3 times. Paul jailed Christians. James, brother of Jesus, tried to stop his ministry. Then they saw the risen Christ preached for him for decades and were martyred. Best explanation from Matt and Jonathan.
Prove it. Prove any of what you just said. You can't. The people in the surroundings. That's such a flawed line of reasoning.
Always happy to hear from you folks. Feedback on the channel. That's really useful. It does help us.
What
really
can
want
he
you
prove?
folks as the audience to have your hand on the steering wheel
What can Matt prove? He can't prove anything.
Of the channel.
He doesn't even have a record.
Guest today.
And Saitan Brugan Kate proved that Matt cannot prove anything. No, I don't want to get distracted talking about the debate between Saitan and Matt Dillahunty. It was just when Matt Dillahunty, he said that Saitan didn't debate, but he agreed to a debate with Saitan, and he expected what he got. So he agreed for that to be the debate and got what he expected, but then it's supposedly not a debate. And then, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a weird trap to try to sort of find someone in, but it's just like the fact that instead of actually debating, you just claimed it wasn't a debate, but you're the one who agreed to do the debate, so you have a responsibility to actually debate or you didn't win the debate. So it was just, yeah, the way Dillahunty is just not self-consistent, and to me, not self-consistent is the most assured disproof of all.
It has been a truly fun one. Matt and Jonathan, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Thanks so much for your endurance as well. 2.5 hours. I can't remember how long. It's been a long time since we.
Okay, so we're actually done. Cool. So
all right, made it.
Yeah, that took 5.5 hours because we went through really thoroughly.
But that's unusual to finish a critique. To actually finish. Yeah, to actually finish it, that's an accomplishment.
Cool. Yeah, I probably could have gotten it done in 3.5 hours by myself if I'm just taking a wild guess. He lost connection. Thanks for letting him on. God bless to me and all in chat, and tell Jungle the same, and enjoyed the discussion. Very good.
Yep.
Thank you, Chris Keith. You're always a great contributor to the discussions. And this was a really good discussion, and for how small my channel is these days and how long we went, we kind of had an audience the whole time, which is cool. I might take another run at this just to make something that could be streamlined for wider audiences,
It's an important topic, so.
Yeah, where we don't want it to seem like just the way Matt was able to make this debate look had Christianity looking pretty weak and atheism looking pretty strong, but looks can be deceiving. And just needed to come in here and be like, coming in with a purely historical case as if the lens of worldview,
Because it's the same thing as what happened when God said, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased." And people said it thundered. So it doesn't matter what happens, they'll still deny it anyway. It doesn't matter what evidence there is, they'll still deny it. So God is doing the atheist a favor by not showing them too much, because he's just going to deny it anyways. Reject it anyway.
And one thing I definitely wish I had said earlier in this, well, if I do another running start at it, I can sort of start the video by saying this, is that what's going on here is, I lost my train of thought just before I was going to say it. Thanks, Basement Dweller. Thanks for being here. And Honesty Angel. And Schmatz, we really appreciate you being here.
Yep.
And Sigifredo, or Sigifredo, said Matt just got destroyed. Go John. And I think he must be very informed with the facts, because I think if someone didn't know the facts, they'd have a hard time knowing how strong Dr. John's case was.
Right. yeah, half the time they don't understand what's being discussed anyway, and they'll just declare victory.
Well, thank you very much, Schmatz, for this comment. I have a show that I'm doing with atheist Matthew Steele. He does some debates and stuff with some of my friends, and he's a friend of mine now, though. And it's called Bible Exploration with atheist Matthew Steele. And last time we went over Genesis for the most part, and we get like really spiritually into the spiritual side of it, so that can be explored and stuff. And yeah, we've only done the one episode so far. It's our third time having a discussion on a live stream. So you can check out all that stuff on my channel, Schmatz, and what's to come with all that. And I'd really appreciate that because, you know, I want to improve the body and like support them in serving Christ, but I also want to proclaim the good news and be a good light shining that like shows like, hey, this is real, you know?
Yep, there is nothing more real.
I wanted to summarize with the debate here between McLatchie and Dillahunty is that, oh yeah, if we just like look at the history, we have a history where the resurrection occurred and where the scriptures are true, and it's very cohesive and strong as a piece of history, and the effect on the world ever since also is like drastically implying that something really did happen there and all the prophecy and stuff. And when you look at what we have, you know, we do have strong evidence for the resurrection. Whether you're just talking about earthly evidence, it's only one-sided and it has no weaknesses. So the only weakness is that there's miracles in it. And so that is strong evidence just from an earthly standpoint. Now you start talking philosophy, spirituality, um, totality of holistic worldview, right? And you just have an even stronger case for the resurrection. So that was a lot of fun. I feel really good coming through this. You know, I thought this would be more of a somber kind of thing. Really uplifting.
Yep.
So do you want to say your goodbye, Jungle, and then I'll do my normal outro and we'll be done.
Okay, it was great participating in this commentary here of Matt Dillahunty, and it's the same old kind of thing where they think that they're right about everything, and they think they have such a strong case, but like you just said, they're only seeing half of the picture to begin with, and they're not even considering the whole picture, the whole story. I guess that's about it for now.
Oh, well, that wasn't what I meant to do with that. There we go. I just meant to put myself on the screen so I could nod. Well, thank you, Jungle. Yeah, it was wonderful doing this stream with you and Chris Keith. I really cherish you brothers very much. And now I'm going to kick you out. You're gone. Haha. Okay, he's having a little fun with it. So, everyone, that was an epic review, 5.5 hours, getting very serious about what was a very serious, problematic debate. Getting really deep into it. Maybe I'll do a short version of the video for wider audiences. But Gary did a good job summing up the whole video and everything. Yeah, I mean, I said that Matt had won the debate, and now I don't think he won the debate. I think the debate was very even and would have been stronger towards John's side if it hadn't been manipulated as much like that. And so I think winning the being the one who can manipulate it better, that's not the same thing as winning the debate. I mean, the debate to me is arguments versus arguments, right? So Matt Dillahunty won. How? Why? Well, maybe not. Maybe through means that show that he had a weak argument, and maybe because he cares more about winning than he does about truth. Now, so shalom to the brethren, and I do wish shalom to the rest of you, but that's the one true peace that only Messiah can give us. And I have really hopeful prayers and wishes for those of you who are not yet in Messiah. And of course, those 3 powerful words that are so good for us. Just trust Messiah.